Chapter 495. Yang Fan shook his head and said, "We can't go together. The Emperor has ordered me to escort the princess, so during this journey, when to rest, when to hurry, the arrangement of security, the local officials, and other matters should be arranged by me. I have to hurry. You are pregnant and can't be bumpy. I'll let a new accompany you." Xiaoman knew something about the mess between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping. She sighed softly, agreed, and didn't say anything more. She was a smart woman and knew that her husband had a lot of troubles in his heart. She didn't want to add to his worries. Yang Fan held her hand and said with a gentle smile, "Go to Chang'an and stay there. There's still 4 months before you give birth. I will be able to go back before our baby is born and stay by your side." Xiaoman was in a good mood at the mention of the child. She nodded and snuggled into her husband's arms. There was a gentle and sweet smile on her face. At this time, Tao Mei called softly outside the door, "Lang, we have a visitor at night. He is waiting in the front hall." "What?" When Yang Fan heard this, he felt very strange. It was already curfew. Who else could come to visit? Yang Fan hurried to the front hall and saw a person sitting in the hall. He stood up as soon as he saw him. The candles in the hall were bright and reflected the person's face clearly. Yang Fan was surprised when he saw the person and said, "It's you." Yang Fan didn't remember his name, but he knew his identity. This person was Princess Taiping's coachman. Yang Fan had seen him more than once. Since it was him, it was not surprising that this person could visit after curfew. As long as there were rules, there must be people who could not abide by them. A waste token of the princess's mansion was not something that the patrolling Jin Wu and the patrolling Marquis Wu dared to offend. "Doctor, can I have a word with you?" Su Haod said to Yang Fan and walked out of the hall without waiting for him to answer. Yang Fan followed him to a big tree in the corner of the courtyard and asked, "Did Her Highness send you?" Su Haod didn't reply. Instead, he turned around and threw a heavy punch. It seemed that this Su Haod was also a martial artist. His fist whistled through the air, but unfortunately, it was still not enough in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan's right leg, which had just taken a step forward, quickly touched the ground, and his body leaned back. The fist missed by a hair's breadth and flew past the tip of his nose. Su Haod stepped forward and bent his elbow to strike Yang Fan's throat. Yang Fan reached out with both hands, one clasped, one pulled, and the other flung. Su Haod lost his balance, his body spun several times, and then he fell to the ground. Mo Xuanfei and the other servants in the courtyard saw that the guest was attacking their master and immediately rushed over. Yang Fan shouted, "Stand down." Then he took a step forward and said to Su Haod in a deep voice, "This is also what Her Highness ordered you to do." Su Haod saw that his sneak attack was not Yang Fan's match, and now that Yang Fan was on guard, it was even more impossible. Su Haod didn't try anymore. He got up and glared at Yang Fan, saying fiercely, "Do you always think you're so smart? In your eyes, Her Highness is a cold-blooded, ruthless, and shameless woman." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "So, you're acting on your own to fight for your master?" Su Haod said in a deep voice, "That's right. Her Highness doesn't know that I'm here today. If Her Highness knows, she will definitely punish me severely. Maybe she will even send me to Mount Mang to be a farmer. But I still want to come. I can't let a self-righteous fool like you treat the princess kindness as malicious intent again and again." Yang Fan frowned and didn't say anything. Su Haod said, "Do you know where we came from when you came back from the princess residence?" "We came from the palace." "Are you going to think that Her Highness came back from the palace because she went to the palace and begged His Majesty to let you accompany her to Chang and to worship the ancestors? Ha! I really don't understand why Her Highness favors you so much, you bastard. Do you think Her Highness is very idle as a princess?" "That's right. Her Highness has schemed against many people, and it's all to scheme against them. If there's anyone in this world that Her Highness never schemed against, and wholeheartedly cared for, it's only you. Why do you have such a bad impression of the princess? Let me tell you, the princess only entered the palace after receiving His Majesty's edict ordering her to go to Chang and to worship the ancestors. The reason why the princess entered the palace was because the edict stated that you were to escort Her Highness to Chang'an Her Highness knew that you had something important to do and didn't want to delay you, so she entered the palace to ask for permission for you. Unfortunately, the Emperor had already made up his mind, and Her Highness couldn't convince her. Her Highness tried her best, but still couldn't change the Emperor's mind. Only then did she return to her own residence. In the end, halfway there, you came to denounce me. You're amazing. In all these years, Her Highness only cried when Prince Consort Shui starved to death in prison, but you made Her Highness cry over you again and again. Yang Fan was stunned. After a while, he asked, why when I asked her, she didn't explain? Su Hao said, I don't know why the princess didn't explain, but I feel that Her Highness really doesn't need to explain to you. Would someone as pretentious as you believe Her Highness's explanation? She won't be humiliated by you again. Surnamed Yang, what virtue or ability do you have? You're not worthy of the princess. Yang Fan stood there in a daze. The stars were sparse, and the cold night reflected on his face. It was impossible to see what kind of expression he had on his face. His expression was even darker than the night. Su Hao patted the dust off his body and said to Yang Fan, I came here today to tell you not to think so badly of Her Highness. Her Highness's heart is much cleaner than yours. He walked a few steps, then stopped and coldly said, also, it's not only me who is angry. The 8 guardian deities are even angrier. You better be careful. Yang Fan said in astonishment, 8 guardian deities? Su Hao said, haven't you already experienced their startling horse martial arts? When the princess was married at the age of 16, they were the princess's dowry and have always been the closest people to the princess. Don't think that your martial arts are amazing. If you really fight, you're definitely not a match for the 8 of them. When I came, the 8 guardian deities told me to pass you a message. What message? If you make the princess sad again, I'll cut you into 8 pieces. Don't worry, I won't even need a knife to cut you into 8 pieces. The next morning, the convoy to the west began to assemble. It wasn't until the afternoon that the whole convoy appeared at the Shirley Pavilion. It wasn't deliberately delayed. Even the convoy of the princess's mansion was simplified, and many heavy things were not carried. But Yang Fan had to meet up with the supervising censor Hu Yuanli and the imperial officer Sun Yuxuan to meet up with Princess Taiping's convoy. This took almost an hour and a half. Then people from all walks of life came to see them off. Who didn't have a few close friends? Although the people who saw off Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan were far less spectacular than those who saw off Shui Huai and Tao Shifeng, there were still a lot of people. As for Princess Taiping, there were even more people from the royal family who came to see her off. After leaving the Shirley Pavilion, they first went to the Longwu Guards camp to get the imperial edict and the commander's seal to mobilize the troops. Because Yang Fan was a general, the Longwu Guards general was very friendly to him. He personally accompanied him to the camp to select the troops and let him choose the troops under his command. Ma Xiao was in the Longwu Guards, but Yang Fan didn't want to choose him. Pasta was pregnant, and Ma Xiao was in the camp, so he could go home to visit. If he went south with Yang Fan, he wouldn't be able to take care of his family. But when Ma Xiao saw that it was Yang Fan going south, he was very excited and immediately volunteered to escort the imperial envoy to the south. Therefore, this task fell on his head. Yang Fan's marching speed was very fast. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli didn't have any objections to his arrangement. Ma Xiao raised both hands in approval. Since it was his brother's order, he didn't need to ask for the reason. Princess Taiping also didn't make things difficult for them. When it was night time to rest, they had already traveled 60 miles. Xiaoman's car didn't follow them. Although Yang Fan had prepared a good car for her, and Xiaoman had always been strong, Yang Fan still didn't dare to take risks. He was just worried that young Master Zhang's people would notice his movements, so he let Xiaoman's car mix with their team at the beginning. Halfway through the journey, Xiaoman's car left the team and took a shortcut to Chang, and under the protection of the people sent by Anu and Zhao Yu. Anu was quite resentful that she couldn't accompany him to the south, but she also knew that it was not the time to be willful. She even guessed that Yang Fan made this arrangement to promote her relationship with Xiaoman to be closer. Compared to long-term peace and happiness, a short separation was naturally worth it. There was still some distance between Princess Taiping's team and the Iron Gate town in front of them. Because it was late, and the accommodation in the town might not be as comfortable as the princess's own tent, the team set up camp at the foot of a low hill. It was impossible to encounter any danger here, and even if there were 3 or 5 blind thieves, they wouldn't be a threat at all. But Ma Qiao still arranged everything according to the rules. Princess Taiping's carriage and her personal attendants were all arranged in the middle of the camp. Surrounding it were the tents of the 3 imperial envoys, Yang Fan, Sun Yuxuan, and Hu Yuanli. They all had their own personal guards and squires, and the tents of the dragon guards were the furthest away. Drainage ditches were dug in the camp, and connected to a small river at the foot of the hill to prevent rain at night. Sentries were set up all around and on the top of the hill. The dragon guards were all cavalrymen, and they also arranged people to lead the horses to drink water and eat grass by the river, and feed them some bean cakes and salt. Dozens of stoves were dug downwind in the tents to cook rice and vegetables. The princess was a noble, and naturally had people to serve her. She couldn't eat such coarse food, so they didn't need to worry about it. Marquis Yu kept a straight face, and with a knife in his hand, he patrolled the camp, checking if the arrangements were proper, such as the security, the tents, the flags, the drums, and the trumpets. The 2 brothers had their own encounters and opportunities. Yang Fan was no longer the same as before. The former ruffian shopkeeper in the Showan workshop, after years of training in the army, had grown into a general. Their love lives were also exciting. But now, Ma Qiao had come to fruition, while Yang Fan, who had a bumpy road of love, still had a long road ahead of him, and still couldn't see the end. On this day, Yang Fan intentionally wandered in front of Princess Taiping. But unfortunately, the princess didn't pay any attention to him, and didn't even look at him. Chapter 496. The setting sun was like blood, a patch of dark red. Yang Fan was sitting on a big rock. Behind him was the red sun that was gradually setting in the west. The night breeze brushed his hair, causing it to flutter in the wind, just like his current mood. Looking at the 8 Vajrapani walking casually outside the princess tent from afar, but still did not see the princess, Yang Fan could not help but secretly sigh. He could imagine how heartbroken Princess Taiping must be at this moment. Perhaps when he made up his mind to leave, her heart was already broken. Ma Qiao was patrolling outside and inside the camp. When he walked to the riverside, he saw the soldiers watering their horses by the riverside. He specially told them to look after the horses well and not let the horses run into the field across the river and harm the common people seedlings. If the local officials reported this to the capital, they would inevitably be punished with flogging. Just as he was giving his instructions in a rough voice, a few soldiers in the distance suddenly made a ruckus. Then they saw a row of bushes. A frightened hare was running away in panic. It just happened to scuttle toward Ma Qiao's side. Ma Qiao's eyes and hands were sharp. He kicked the hare with his boot. The 6 to 7 caddies' fat hare rolled on the ground a few times and died. Ma Qiao's kick had actually kicked the hare to death. Ma Qiao laughed out loud. He carried the hare to show off to his brothers, and then proudly walked away amidst the tide of flattery. When the soldiers who chased after him saw that the hare was intercepted by their superior, they could only accept their bad luck. They walked away dejectedly, hoping that they could catch something else. Ma Qiao carried the hare back to the camp. Suddenly he saw Yang Fan sitting on a big rock with his arms around his knees, lost in thought. Ma Qiao went around to the back of the big rock and climbed up to sit next to Yang Fan. He raised the hare and said with a grin, "Just now I caught a hare on the ridge of the fields. Let's roast it later and have a good drink." At this time, there was no strict prohibition of alcohol in the army. Even the god of war, Li Jing, who was very strict in governing the army, in the military strategy, he personally wrote, there was only a rule that drinking and fighting was not prohibited. Since ancient times, it was the custom for soldiers to drink. Banning alcohol was also a long process. Back then, Lu Bu even caused a military coup and lost his life because he banned alcohol in front of the army. Until the Song dynasty, it was only at a critical moment of war, when 2 armies faced each other on a bloody battlefield. The commander-in-chief would temporarily ban alcohol according to the situation. Now that the dragon riders were escorting the princess to they were in territory controlled by the imperial court. It was a very easy task, so Ma Qiao was not nervous. Drink? Sure. For some reason, Yang Fan, who had never been fond of wine, wanted to drink to his heart's content at this moment. He looked at the hair in Ma Qiao's hand and frowned. This hair only weighs 6 to 7 caddies. There won't be much meat left after it's skinned and roasted. How can it be enough for us to enjoy? Let's go. Let's go search the mountain and catch a few wild chickens. We won't stop until we're drunk tonight. Ma Qiao laughed and said, Haha, I've finally found a chance to teach you a lesson. We can drink, but how can we get drunk when we're on official business? Erlang, this is your fault. Before Ma Qiao could finish his sentence, Yang Fan had already jumped down from the big rock and was striding up the mountain. Ma Qiao hurriedly carried the rabbit and jumped down, shouting, Erlang, slow down. Wait for me to put away the rabbit. Then I'll go with you to find the chicken. The crescent moon was like a hook, and the mountains and fields were cold. The bonfire by the river at the foot of the mountain had been extinguished, and the sound of insects chirping could be heard in the grass. The first checkpoint on the outside of the camp was relatively tight. From time to time, the sounds of patrolling officers and sentries exchanging commands could be heard. In the camp, the princess's tent was especially heavily guarded. The guards of the princess's residence had formed a cordon and were on high alert. They didn't think that anyone here would dare to offend the princess, but rules were rules. Even if they let a long worm or a wild rabbit sneak into the tent and startle the princess, it would be their dereliction of duty, and the consequences would be severe. In the darkness of the night, a person suddenly approached slowly. The soldiers outside the princess's tent immediately tightened their grip on their weapons and asked in a low voice, Who are you? Chief Steward Marquis Yu, Chun Mou, patrolling the camp. Password, 2 Taoist robes. Shave your hair and become a monk. Chen Yu greets you. In the grass, 2 crossbows pointed at the sky. The patrolling officer, Chun Yu, nodded his head and walked past the princess's tent with his knife. This password was set by Ma Qiao. No one knew why he thought of these 2 passwords, except for Yang Fan. In the eyes of others, the password had to be bold and unconstrained, so that no one could guess it. Only Yang Fan knew what this password meant. It was an event that changed the lives of the 2 brothers. It was from the moment they put on that Taoist robe that their fates changed, and Ma Qiao naturally had a deep memory of this. Yang Fan stood in the dark and raised his wine bag. He took another big gulp of wine and walked forward. He wasn't drunk, but his feet were already floating. As he walked on the uneven mountain, his body swayed slightly. Who are you? Minister of Justice, Yang Fan, seeks an audience with Her Highness. There was a moment of silence in front of them. The 2 crossbows were still vigilantly pointing forward. A lantern lit up in the middle. The lantern slowly floated over. As it floated closer, the light green silhouette carrying the lantern could be seen clearly. There was only one person coming. He raised the lantern and shone it on Yang Fan's face. The hand that had been pressing on the hilt of the knife loosened. It's getting late. If Dr. Lang has nothing important to do, please come back tomorrow morning. As he said this, he raised his right hand and gestured to the back. The 2 crossbows pointed to the sky to prevent accidental shooting. Yang Fan kept the wine bag and said, Please inform the princess. If she does not wish to see me, it will not be too late for Yang Fan to leave. The matter of Yang Fan and Princess Taiping had spread like wildfire. How could the guard not know? He really did not dare to offend Yang Fan. He hesitated for a moment before saying in a soft voice, Her Highness is currently bathing. It is not suitable for her to meet Minister. Please come back tomorrow morning. Yang Fan smiled bitterly. If I come back tomorrow morning, I am afraid I will not be able to sleep well tonight. Please inform the princess. If she does not allow me to see her, it will not be too late for me to leave. The guard hesitated for a moment before nodding. If that is the case, please wait for a moment. A moment later, the guard appeared in the big tent. This big tent was like the big tent of the Khan of the grassland. It was very spacious. Inside, there were simple folding screens and cloth curtains that separated different spaces. Separated by a cloth curtain that hung from the top of the tent to the ground, Princess Taiping, who had just finished bathing, was lying on a soft couch. She had a smooth back, a sunken waist, a round buttocks like a full moon, and a pair of slender thighs that were as strong as jade pillars. Because she was lying on her stomach, the two round jade balls in front of her chest were squeezed to the point that they were overflowing. There was a large arc under her ribs, which looked thick, soft, and elastic. Behind her stood a strong female sumo wrestler. That pair of huge palms that could stop a startled horse were abnormally gentle at this moment. She pushed, took, pressed, rubbed, stroked, cut, sometimes the edge of her palms, sometimes the back of her palms, sometimes the center of her palms, and sometimes she clenched her fists. Her movements were incomparably skilled. Because of her movements, the pair of jade balls in front of Princess Taiping's chest trembled and constantly changed shape. Massage was very popular in the Tang dynasty. There was even a doctor of massage and a masseur in the imperial physician's office. They were given the rank of a 9th rank official and specialized in teaching massage techniques. This female sumo wrestler was the female disciple of the doctor of massage in the imperial physician's office. Your Highness, the Ministry of Justice's Minister Yang Fan requests to see you. A guard's voice came from outside the curtain. The hands of the female sumo who was massaging inside paused for a moment. Then she returned to normal and continued to pat the smooth back of the princess. Princess Taiping was lying there with her cheek facing the other side. When she heard the guard's report, her back clearly tightened. There was a light pa-pa-pa sound on her back. Under the padding of two fat palms, the curve of Princess Taiping's taut back gradually softened. "What does he want?" the guard's voice said. He didn't say. He only said to ask the princess to see him. Princess Taiping was silent for a moment and said, "Just say that I am already resting and it is not suitable for me to see a guest. If he has something to say, then we will talk about it tomorrow morning." "Yes." The guard hesitated for a moment and said, "This subordinate said so, but Yang Longzhong said that if he comes tomorrow morning, he might not be able to sleep tonight. This subordinate saw that he was drunk, cough, cough, so I went inside to report." The guard waited for a moment and did not see any movement inside. He awkwardly coughed and said, "This subordinate will take his leave. Wait." Princess Taiping suddenly called out. She turned over and stood up. A pair of snow-white breasts could be seen. On her fair and smooth skin, two small cherry buds were bewitchingly embellished with a dazzling light. With a flash of her beauty, she was wrapped up in a light robe that resembled a net of clouds. The sumo woman draped a soft, wide robe over her body and lightly retreated to the side. The female sumo had a strange look in her eyes. It seemed that she was blaming Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping's eyes met with her and immediately moved away. She also felt that she was too disappointing. She was hurt so deeply by him. She only heard him say that he would not be able to sleep tonight, and her heart softened. She eagerly welcomed him in. Was she so easy to bully? But even if her heart softened, what could she do? "You call him in," Princess Taiping ordered. The female sumo finally could not help coughing and said, "Your Highness, it is late at night. It is not suitable for your Highness to receive a foreign official. A man and a woman alone. I am afraid." Princess Taiping glanced at her and lightly said, "Is there a lack of rumors about me? How I live is my own business. When have I ever been afraid of other people gossiping? When have I become a woman afraid of people making irresponsible remarks?" The female sumo saw that she was slightly angry and lowered her head, not daring to say anything. Princess Taiping seemed to feel that her words were a bit heavy. She patted the female sumo's arm and softly said, "You go rest. I am fine. I have never been a woman who lives to look at other people's faces. I am not a woman who lives to listen to other people's words. Slander and praise are up to others. I am me." Chapter 497. Yes. The female sumo wrestler helplessly lowered her head, whispered a reply, and quietly left. When Yang Fan walked into the tent, the candlelight in the tent was very bright, and the curtains in the 4 rooms were fluttering. He didn't know what kind of space was behind it, what function it had, or whether there were other people inside. Princess Taiping was dressed in a plain white silk dress. She was sitting cross-legged on a mat. There was a short table with rolled ears in front of her. A pot of incense was burning on the upper left side of the table. The smoke curled up in spirals, making Princess Taiping's complexion look somewhat ethereal. Sitting quietly, she was like a clear lotus, her wet and bright hair scattered over her shoulders, and her forehead was decorated with a golden lotus pattern, looking somewhat like the guanyin that was worshipped in temples. However, when he got closer, the feeling she gave people changed again. That silk dress was light and soft, and the candlelight passed through the thin silk dress, seeming to faintly reveal her flesh-colored breasts under the clothes. The snow on the bare chest, penetrating through the silk dress, probably described this kind of mood at this moment. But at this moment, although Princess Taiping's clothes were thin, she didn't have the taste of sex appeal. A cold feeling permeated her body from the inside out, and her clear eyes seemed to hide a touch of frost, making her awe-inspiring and inviolable. This woman was like a beautiful scenery that changed with every step, far and near, high and low, all different. Looking at her noble and otherworldly appearance, thinking of her time and time again, compromising, Yang Fan couldn't lift his head. If you love someone, no matter how noble you are for that person, you will also lower yourself to the dust. This time, was it his turn to put down his arrogant heart and bow his head to the beauty in front of him? I was wrong. Wrong is wrong. So I came to apologize. Yang Fan lowered his head, and at first his voice was a bit weak, but thinking that this was only a matter between a man and a woman, there was nothing shameful in apologizing to her, so his voice became louder. Princess Taiping did not dare to expect that Yang Fan would bow his head to her. She thought that Yang Fan would come over tonight because of the matter of Lu Ren. But when Yang Fan blurted out an apology, she was stunned. Originally, she was full of bitterness, grievance, and resentment. But after being teased by Yang Fan's brainless words, all that was left was curiosity and curiosity. Princess Taiping asked curiously, "What did you do wrong?" Yang Fan lowered his head and said, "Of course I misunderstood you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged you and lost my temper at you. I apologize." Princess Taiping looked at him in surprise. A moment later, she gradually became angry and said angrily, "Who told you that?" Yang Fan looked at her strangely and thought to himself, "Is it important who told me? He's doing this because he's loyal to you. Why do you care so much about who he is?" Princess Taiping frowned and thought for a moment. She asked, "Was it Su Hao? I think only he would act on his own." Yang Fan asked, "Who is Su Hao?" Princess Taiping said, "My coachman." Yang Fan touched his nose, tacitly agreeing. Princess Taiping put this topic aside for the time being. She squinted at Yang Fan and said, "Do you need a drink to make an apology?" Yang Fan covered up and said, "How can that be? It's just that Ma Xiao is my good friend. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Now that we can travel together, I'm happy. That's why we drank a few more cups in the evening." Princess Taiping snorted softly and didn't expose his lie. Yang Fan said, "After I knew the truth, I felt that I was really reckless. I was wrong. Now I'm here to ask for forgiveness from the princess. You can punish me or beat me. It would have been better if he didn't mention it." Once he mentioned it, Princess Taiping's anger rose again. She couldn't help but ask, "Why did you think it was me without even checking? Am I that shameless in your heart?" Yang Fan rubbed his nose and said, "It's a bit serious to say shameless. In fact, even if it was your idea, it was to protect me. I'm very clear about this, but I have a reason to go. I don't like to be controlled by others. I don't like your scheming." Princess Taiping said angrily, "Why do you immediately think that I'm scheming when you encounter this kind of thing? Isn't it because I'm extremely unbearable in your heart? But whatever despicable, sinister, and cunning things are naturally done by me." When a woman was angry, she was even more unreasonable than a man. Yang Fan had just explained that the matter itself didn't involve any shameless moral issues. But she still put a big hat on herself. It seemed that it wasn't enough to show her deep bitterness and hatred. which couldn't be washed away even if the Yellow River was poured out. Yang Fan felt that she was very angry. After thinking for a while, he decided to use silence to show that he was in the right and to admit defeat. But his silence made Princess Taiping even angrier. Huh? If you don't speak, does it mean that you agree that I'm despicable, shameless, and cunning? Yang Fan felt that he drank a bit too much wine because his head had begun to hurt. Since silence was also wrong, he decided to explain. After thinking carefully, he seemed to find the crux of the problem. He deliberated and said, I think it's because you're too smart. Smart? Yes. No matter if it's official affairs or military affairs, or any difficult problems, as long as you're willing to think of a way, there's almost no problem that can't be solved. You're too smart. So smart that once something may involve you, I almost don't think it's you. Probably. This is the reason. Hearing this, Princess Taiping wanted to cry, but had no tears. She never thought that she would get such a ridiculous reason from Yang Fan's mouth. She said angrily, According to you, smart women deserve to be unlucky? Or should I pretend to be stupid? A stupid woman is a good woman? Yang Fan was defeated by her questioning. He replied with some grievance. I didn't conclude that it was you. I asked you after I got on the car. But you not only didn't deny it, but also admitted it yourself. How could I think otherwise? Princess Taiping was even angrier and said angrily, I deny it? Why should I deny it? You came to me as soon as you heard about it. Didn't it mean that you were sure that I did it? You came to me angrily. How do you want me to explain? Will you listen if I explain it? Will you believe it? I will. I really will. Yang Fan said seriously, If you say it's not you, I'll definitely believe it. Because you always dare to admit what you've done. If you say it's not you, then it's not you. Princess Taiping stared at him for a long time. She shook her head gently and said sadly, But I don't want to explain it. If you think of me first every time you encounter something bad and need me to deny it, then I'd rather admit it. It's too tiring. My heart is too tired. Princess Taiping's face had a kind of tired sadness. Her voice was also choked with sobs. There was a layer of crystal tears in her eyes. She said in a low voice, I've always tried to please you. No matter how I behave, how I do things, or even how I dress. If you don't like it, I won't do it. You have a cat at home, so I also have a cat. One air likes to wear plain clothes, so I also wear plain clothes. I carefully just want to please you. In front of others, I say that I never live to see other people's faces. But in front of you, I'm not me. What do I get in return? 2 lines of tears flowed down. Princess Taiping could no longer keep calm. She couldn't help but cry on the table. This was the first time that Yang Fan had heard Princess Taiping confiding so many grievances to him, so many worries on her mind. That sincere and heartfelt confession, every word and sentence tugged at his heartstrings, making his heart endlessly agitated. He stretched out his hand, wanting to stroke Princess Taiping's soft and bright long hair. But just as he was about to touch her beautiful hair, he lost his courage and powerlessly dropped his hand. Looking at Princess Taiping's gently shrugging shoulders, Yang Fan said, Actually, it's not that I don't have feelings for you. When we were on the boat on the Luo River on Chinese Valentine's Day, I told you that there are many entanglements in the past. If you can't explain them clearly, then let them go. Maybe you didn't understand what I meant. Hearing this, Princess Taiping's crying stopped abruptly. She hurriedly recalled everything that happened on the bow of the boat on the Luo River that day. He let her sleep on his lap that night. What he said to her during the continuous ringing of the bell in the morning. When he walked out, he staggered a little because his legs were already numb. She remembered a lot of things clearly, but she ignored them. Even when she recalled the warmth of that night, whenever she recalled this moment in the morning, she would quickly think of Yang Fan's background, so much so that she completely ignored the words he had said. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that Yang Fan really did say these words at that time. Could it be that, because of his sincerity, his stone-like heart had already opened up a gap for her? It was a pity that she only felt sorry for herself. Moreover, because of what happened in the Peach Blossom Village, she became timid and wasted so much time. Thinking of this, Princess Taiping's heart was filled with inexplicable joy. She found that she was really disappointing. Obviously, She had been hurt so deeply by him. Obviously, every time she cried, she swore to leave him. But in the end, he only gave her a little sunshine, and her heart was like a blooming peony. The roots of love had long been deeply planted. She was already hopeless. Yang Fan did not know that his words had set off such a big wave in Princess Taiping's heart. He was still very sincerely apologizing. This time, it was indeed my fault. I know that I hurt your heart, but I don't know what to do. Today, I came to apologize to you. As long as you are willing to calm down, you can beat me or punish me if you want. Yang Fan spoke very sincerely. It was not an act of sincerity, but a sincere apology. Taiping's pursuit of Yang Fan was wrong from the beginning. The first time, she tried to buy him with wealth and power. The second time, she tried to use her enchanting and gorgeous body to seduce him. Between people, once you leave a bad impression, you have to work several times harder than others in order to change the impression you left in other people's hearts. Princess Taiping gradually learned how to love a person equally after running into a wall again and again. However, in order to change the bad impression she had made in Yang Fan's heart, she really suffered a lot. Little by little, in the relationship, Taiping finally reversed the disadvantage. And this time, the misunderstanding became the best opportunity. Yang Fan took the initiative to admit defeat. In the battle of love, Taiping suffered a lot, but she won. As the knot in her heart was gradually opened, she looked at the dejected Yang Fan again. Taiping's heart could not help but soften. For a lover who was younger than her, a woman would always be more tolerant, even if she had a strong personality. On the other hand, an older man would be more indulgent to his younger lover. This was probably one of the human nature. Young men are always careless and impulsive. Since he apologized so humbly, I won't make it difficult for him. Thinking of this, Princess Taiping's heart calmed down. Her eyes gradually revealed a hint of ridicule. Will you really let me hit and punish you? Hearing her sigh of relief, Yang Fan hurriedly puffed out his chest and put on a heroic appearance. Of course, a real man's words cannot be taken back. I was wrong, and I admit it. If you want to hit or punish me, it's all up to you. Yang Fan's words were powerful and impassioned. But after a moment, his voice sounded again in the tent. This time, his voice became more impassioned. That won't do. A real man can be killed, but not humiliated. I will never agree to such an unreasonable request. You just said that if you want to hit or punish me, it's all up to me. A real man's words cannot be taken back. How can you go back on your words? How could I know that it would be such a punishment? I am a man. What's wrong with being a man? Do I still need to see people in the future? Huh, you can't see people, but I can? In order to save you from prison, I didn't hesitate to defile myself. Now the whole city is in an uproar. But what relationship do I have with you? I've been kind to you time and time again, but you've hurt me time and time again. I, Li Lingwei, am also a proud and arrogant person. But in front of you, my dignity has long been swept to the ground. Have you ever thought about me? Can't you change the punishment? Even if you flog me 20 times, it's fine. Are you afraid of being flogged? Moreover, even if I give the order, will they really beat you? Don't play wishful thinking in front of me. I want this kind of punishment. It's fine if you accept it, but if you don't, I won't forgive you. I'll make you owe me for the rest of your life. The night was very quiet. The 8 guardian deities stood outside the tent. They could vaguely hear the conversation in the tent. They looked at each other. They couldn't figure out what kind of punishment the princess was going to give to Yang Fan to trigger such a strong reaction from him. In short, the two people in the tent were in a deadlock for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Yang Fan mumbled something and seemed to have compromised. After a while, Yang Fan escaped from the tent awkwardly in the midst of Princess Taiping's laughter. The light outside was not very bright, but the 8 guardian deities could still see very clearly. This very handsome and heroic young Lang Jun had drunk wine that night. His face was already very red. When he escaped from the tent, his face became even redder. It was as red as a monkey's, but Yang Fan escaped in embarrassment. The 8 guardian deities hurriedly flashed into the tent. They saw Princess Taiping holding her stomach and falling on the bed laughing. She laughed so hard that she cried. She didn't look like a princess of the Great Zhou dynasty at all. Chapter 498. The sky had just brightened when waves of whistling saber winds could be heard amidst the rising fog. Ma Qiao had woken up early in the morning to train. For the past few years, he had been working hard on his martial arts, never neglecting it. He had already married Pasta, and now that he was going to have a child of his own, the sense of responsibility had made him more mature. He was a martial artist, and martial arts was the foundation of his life. Therefore, he had never dared to slack off. The ruffian workshop attendant, who would open the door early in the morning with his eyes half closed, as if he was sleepwalking, had long since disappeared. The current Ma Qiao had been reborn, becoming a general who set an example and was strict with himself. Now, it was only in front of Yang Fan that he would revert to his old ruffian ways. Yang Fan was attracted by the waves of whistling saber winds. He had also woken up early in the morning to train. Seeing that Ma Qiao had woken up even earlier than him, Yang Fan felt very gratified. The two brothers had not sparred for a long time, and so they sparred excitedly. Ma Qiao's saber arts were basically still based on the saber arts that Yang Fan had imparted to him. However, after a few years in the military, he had also absorbed the saber techniques that were commonly used in the military and had perfectly integrated them into his own martial arts techniques. He had removed the impurities from the saber techniques that Yang Fan had imparted to him and modified them. He still did not have the ability to remove the impurities and retain the essence. His desolation had merely abandoned killing techniques that were not suitable for the battlefield and replaced them with simpler and more effective killing techniques. With this, he had managed to develop his own unique style, and when they sparred, it was an eye-opener for Yang Fan. Battlefield killing techniques did not have any fancy moves. They were simple and practical, plain and simple. This was not to say that Yang Fan's saber arts were fancy and useless. Yang Fan's saber arts were the martial arts techniques of the pugilistic world. Once the pugilistic world had a fight, it was mostly a duel between two people or at most 3 to 5 people attacking together. Both parties were very agile, and feints, changes, and techniques were very necessary. Many times, one's technique was superior in this aspect. However, it was not possible on the battlefield. On the battlefield, where there were thousands of soldiers and horses, there was more than one enemy, and there was no space for one to move around and fight. If one could not finish off the enemy within 2 or 3 strikes, one would be the one dead. Therefore, the battlefield martial arts, be it staff techniques, spear techniques, saber techniques, or fists, were all plain and simple, with only a few stances. Although they did not look good to outsiders, they were the most effective in killing. Of course, Ma Qiao's martial arts were not as good as Yang Fan's, but after he had absorbed the military saber arts, he had made some slight changes to the saber arts taught by Yang Fan, making his saber arts more suitable for use on horseback. His saber arts were fierce and domineering, simple and direct. Now that he was competing with Yang Fan on horseback, he could not bring out his full power. However, after exchanging blows with him, Yang Fan had accurately estimated the power of his saber arts if they were to fight on horseback. After exchanging blows, Yang Fan gave Ma Qiao some pointers. At the same time, through Ma Qiao's saber arts, Yang Fan had a deeper understanding of how to use the saber arts in battle on horseback. Although the saber arts of the Tang dynasty's army were simple, they had been tempered in actual combat, which had already proven its effectiveness. However, for the sake of popularization, it was too simple. But in the eyes of a martial arts expert like Yang Fan, this simplified saber art was less profound, but it did not necessarily have the effect of returning to simplicity. As the saying goes, great skill does not work. Great skill appears clumsiness. Yang Fan was at a critical moment in his martial arts development. This kind of exchanging blows had benefited him even more than Ma Qiao, who had received his pointers. After the competition, the two of them rushed to the riverside to wash up. As they were walking back, laughing and joking, they received an order for the princess. The princess told Ma Qiao not to break camp in a hurry and summon Yang Fan to see her. After seeing off the messenger, Ma Qiao held Yang Fan's arm and said with a smile, "The princess's trip is really like a sightseeing tour. I knew it would be very free and unfettered." Yang Fan chuckled and said meaningfully, "Will it really be very free and unfettered?" Ma Qiao smiled and tightened his arm. He whispered in his ear, "This trip to Chong will naturally be very free and unfettered. As for the inspection of the vagrants, you and I are of one mind. No matter what kind of people they are, as long as they are reasonable, we will chop them." Yang Fan turned his head and glanced at him. Ma Qiao held Yang Fan his arm. His feet were still crooked and his body was still loose. There was a careless smile on his face, but it could not hide the fierceness in his eyes. Princess Taiping had just finished her breakfast and was washing her hands and rinsing her mouth. When Yang Fan came in, Princess Taiping was using a white handkerchief to gently wipe the corner of her mouth. As soon as she saw Yang Fan come in, her movements immediately became more elegant and gentle. In front of their loved ones, the other side of a couple always wanted to show their most beautiful side. After a long time of love, it would eventually turn into family love. Some people said that farting was to check whether a couple was in the stage of love or had already turned into the stage of family love. If he or she was still ashamed to let you hear the sound of his or her farting, then they were in the stage of love. Otherwise, they had already evolved into the stage of family love. Now, Princess Taiping was obviously immersed in the river of love. The power of love was amazing. Last night's meeting not only soothed the grievances in Princess Taiping's heart, but also gave her great confidence. When she knew that she and Yang Fan were not destined to be together, and even happiness was close at hand, her whole body glowed with a kind of radiance. In fact, she tossed and turned last night and did not sleep well. But at this moment in front of Yang Fan, she appeared to be in high spirits. This flower of the Tang dynasty was like a good rain after a long drought. When it was about to wither, it suddenly absorbed enough water. That lustrous and plump complexion seemed to have just bloomed. There were still only the two of them in the tent. Princess Taiping said, "I thought about it all night last night. You really want to do this?" Yang Fan nodded heavily. "If I don't have that ability, or I don't know about this matter, I can ignore it. I'm not the kind of person who overestimates his own ability. But since I already know, and as long as I'm willing to work hard, I can definitely save some innocent lives. If I don't do it, my conscience will be uneasy." Princess Taiping said faintly, "Actually, it was the Empress herself who ordered you to send me to Chang'an. You should understand why the Empress did this." "I didn't understand before, but I understand now." Yang Fan's eyes revealed a touch of pain and anger. "Because Her Majesty has thought it through. She thought that regardless of whether the people of the censorate really found out that there was a rebellion or deliberately framed to win back the Emperor's favor, killing those wanderers would only benefit her. So, she doesn't want me to stop the people of the censorate." Princess Taiping was silent for a while and said in a low voice, "No, the Empress wants you to stop them. The matter of the wanderers cannot be because of the Emperor's will. It can only be because the Emperor was deceived by the treacherous officials. So, the Empress needs you to have something on them. With something on them, the Empress can kill them. While appeasing the resentment of the world, it can also increase her prestige. But the Empress doesn't want you to go in time, because the Empress also wants those wanderers to die. The more wanderers die, the less unease the Empress will feel with the words substitute warrior Lu. In the future, the threat that may affect her succession to the throne will also be smaller. So, if you go too early, the Empress will not be happy. It may not be important if the Empress is unhappy. What is important is if the Empress feels that you are disloyal to her. Even if there is only a possibility, it will be enough to take your life. How many nobles have died so easily? If the Empress wants to kill you, she only needs to give you a look." Yang Fan sighed and said, "You don't have to worry. Although my official position is not high, and I don't have any noble title, I have unique advantages compared to those nobles. My master is Shui Huai. I'm also very close to Wu Sanxi, and me and you. In the eyes of the Emperor, we have a very close relationship. It has always been very close." Princess Taiping coquettishly rolled her eyes at him, but she did not say this out loud. Since their hearts were already connected, there was no need to be so serious with her words. Sometimes the fiery Princess Taiping could also be as gentle and understanding as spring water. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Now, the Prime Minister, the Emperor's most favored one, has promised to protect me. It is difficult for the Emperor to see my actions as going against her. Moreover, 2 of the 3 immortal masters are in the capital. I have a good relationship with them. If something bad happens to me, I believe they will put in a good word for me. You know, the Emperor is very fond of them now." Princess Taiping was still worried and said worriedly, "Even so, the problem is that I don't know what will happen if you go. If you really make a big mess and harm the Empress' interests, the Empress will not give up on your punishment, no matter how many people put in a good word for you. No one knows her better than me. You don't have to worry so much." Yang Fan comforted her and said, "I have never thought of myself as a saint who pleads for the people. If I want to do something, I must first protect myself, so I will not act recklessly. This time, I will act according to the circumstances. I will not let them catch me. The most important thing is..." Yang Fan's expression was a little sad. He said in a low voice, "I am only one person, and the cruel officials of the Imperial Censorate have already gone to different places. How many people do you think I can stop them from killing? The only thing I could do was to stop this bunch of bloodthirsty butchers from killing all the drifting humans. So, the thing that the Emperor is worried about will not happen." Princess Taiping was silent for a while and sighed faintly. She said, "Well, you take some guards and leave first. As for Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli, you better not take them with you. If all 3 of you leave, it will be hard for me to cover it. If the Empress knows that you disobeyed her orders, it will be really inappropriate. Don't worry, I will rush to Chang'an. When I arrive, I will send them to meet up with you. For now, it is best to discuss a meeting point. What do you plan to go first?" Yang Fan said, "I plan to go to Jianan first, but the meeting point cannot be there. They are only escorting you to Chang, and so it won't take much longer than me. However, if they rush to Jianan Prefecture, I'll have to wait for them there after I'm done with my business. I've decided to go to Qinzhong Prefecture after I'm done with my business in Jianan Prefecture and meet them in Pingman Province." Princess Taiping nodded lightly and said, "I will remember." Yang Fan put his hands on his knees and said, "There is no time to lose. Then, I will go now. You don't have to worry about this. Try not to let too many people know where you are going. I will deal with all the aftermath." "Good." Yang Fan was about to get up when he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "I saw Su Hao leaving the camp early in the morning. He seemed to be heading towards the capital. What happened in the capital?" Princess Taiping said disapprovingly, "Oh, it's nothing. I just sent him back to the capital." Yang Fan was stunned for a moment. Then he understood and asked, "Just because you want to find me?" Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Yes." Yang Fan frowned and said, "He did it out of goodwill." Princess Taiping slightly raised her eyebrows and lightly said, "What's there to be kind or not? I originally thought that even if you hate me, you can only stay by my side. There is no need to get involved in this mess. Now that he has ruined my plan, do you want me to reward him?" Yang Fan said, "He did it because he is loyal to you and doesn't want you to be sad. Aren't you afraid of hurting the hearts of your subordinates by punishing him like this?" Princess Taiping said in a serious tone, "No reason can be used to disobey orders. Today he can disobey my orders because he is loyal to me and thinks that he is good to me. How do you know that he will not do other things because he is loyal to me in the future? Erlang, if you want to do something big, you should be strict with your subordinates. You can't be emotional. If Su Hao didn't come to find me, I am afraid that you and I will never have a chance to be together again." Yang Fan thought and felt a little guilty, so he just kept silent. Princess Taiping smiled and said, "Don't worry. I didn't send him to Mount Mang to farm. I only sent him to my Golden Grain Garden, Zhe Garden, to be a guard. The life there is leisurely and generous. It's not hard at all. Let's not talk about other things. Just the ripe fruits in the garden can be sold by him. It's a big income. I didn't treat him badly, but he can forget about working by my side from now on. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and nodded. Although I still feel that it is unreasonable, I have to admit that you are right. Princess Taiping smiled sweetly and said playfully, "This is the first time that you obviously don't like my way of doing things, but you agree with my opinion. Do you think we should drink together?" Yang Fan glanced at her and said, "It is not good to drink in the morning. If you want to drink, wait for me to come back." Princess Taiping's eyes brightened and said happily, "A gentleman's word. A whip on a fast horse." Princess Taiping giggled, but that smile seemed to be a little mischievous. It seemed that someone had made a similar vow last night and wanted to take it back. Princess Taiping's eyes were already looking at Yang Fan's buttocks with bad intentions, so she laughed even more happily. Yang Fan's face was a little red. He stared at Princess Taiping fiercely and stood up to walk out of the tent. Princess Taiping chased after his figure. When Yang Fan walked to the entrance of the tent, Princess Taiping suddenly called out, "Erlang." Yang Fan lifted the tent with one hand and turned around. Princess Taiping stared at him with deep affection in her eyes. She said in a low voice, "You take care. Be careful on the way." Chapter 499. The city of Peng Province, modern Xicheng, was built on the northern shore of the Qiang Sea, on the southern side of the northern mountains. The city was not large and had a square shape, with each city wall around 6,000 feet in length. The rammed earth trapezoidal city walls were more than 15 feet tall. Wild grasses and wild flowers grew out of the walls, swaying in the wind as they told the story of the city's antiquity. Coincidentally, similar to Luoyang, Peng Province was also divided into two by a river. However, the Luo River flowed through the city, dividing it into the north and south. The Lulin River, modern East River, which originated from Zhaojue, meandered into the city and also divided it in two. However, the river flowed from the north, dividing the city into the east and west. The Qiang Sea was vast, with lush forests in the distance. The reeds on the banks of the Lulin River were like clouds and mist. The scenery was picturesque, making Peng Province look like a famous pearl embedded in this place. The western part of the city was the most prosperous. The military governor's office, the provincial governor's office, and the county government were all gathered here. There were also countless merchant houses, Buddhist temples, and Taoist temples. There were also mansions built by merchants and tribal leaders. The eastern side of the river was a completely different scene. The flat fields, the graceful willows, the winding paths, and the simple and elegant alleys were all filled with a rustic charm. However, the eastern side of the river was not entirely filled with farmers. For example, the Tonghai Alley was an extremely prosperous pier, and one had to pass through this place to get to the Qiang Sea. The Fish Market Street was the most prosperous wholesale market for aquatic products, where all kinds of aquatic products were available. The Spring Welcome Alley was a red light district. The brothels here housed women from various places and races. They were beautiful and elegant, and it was the favorite place for scholars, officials, and merchants to spend their money. There were 3 wooden bridges connecting the eastern and western sides of the river. The middle bridge was the widest, and most of the residents used it to travel between the eastern and western parts of the city. As a result, there were many vendors on both sides of the bridge. All kinds of stalls and sheds squeezed the wide and flat surface of the road into a narrow alley. There were all kinds of stalls, some selling all kinds of snacks, some selling handicrafts of different tribes, and some selling jewelry, silk, and satin from the Central Plains. If you were in a leisurely mood, you might as well wander around the stalls selling small handicrafts. In less than 3 stalls, you would find a beautiful girl who was as beautiful as a flower and as pure as the reeds and rivers. Birds are bred deep in the mountains, and beauties are born in the woodshed. In this land of mixed races, there were handsome men and charming women. There were plenty of beauties. Don't be fooled by the fact that she was wearing tattered clothes with patches on them, and her shiny black hair didn't have a single hairpin. But when she looked at you with her big, innocent eyes, you would feel that even the fairies in the heavens were nothing special. Didn't this place look like heaven on earth? This was heaven, but hell was also here. Hidden under the tranquility and serenity of this small city was violence and sin. The people here were tough, and it was common for people to pull out their swords and fight each other if they didn't agree with each other. There were no city magistrates with whips, and there were no workers with sticks to maintain order in the market. The order of the small city relied on the customs and habits that had been passed down for thousands of years and the spontaneous force of the people to maintain its balance. The sky was high, and the emperor was far away, so this place became a paradise for fugitives. Many wanted criminals in the Central Plains fled to this place and formed gangs, like a pack of wolves looking for food in the wilderness. However, the tough people here suppressed their fierceness. Although they did evil, they didn't dare to be brazen, and their main way of making money was smuggling. They tried their best not to fight for food with the local people or go against them. When the local officials faced the simple and tough people and the fugitives that were everywhere, the smartest way was to adopt the method of governing from the top and not do anything. They let the local people develop according to the rules and regulations that had been formed for thousands of years. There was no education, and it was difficult for the government's orders to go out. The officials only needed to make friends with the tribal leaders and maintain good relations with them. This was enough to ensure that the local people were safe and peaceful during their term of office. Even if there were any conflicts between the tribes or even large-scale fights and hundreds or thousands of people died, the tribal leaders would use their own rules of survival to solve the problem. No tribal leader was willing to listen to the officials. They were the local tyrants here, and they would solve the big problems themselves. Relying on the government? It was more than incompetence. It was willingly handing over their power. Most of the officials sent by the imperial court here didn't want to cause trouble. The most common thing they did was to collude with the tribal leaders, scheme, plunder, form cliques, and promote their children, who was willing to find trouble for themselves. Because of this, the local people ignored their existence even more. Yang Fan led his horse and walked slowly through the bustling crowd. He had stayed in the western regions for more than half a year and even went to the Tubo Kingdom and the Turkic Xianchuo city. These experiences had enriched his experience. Although there were many strange costumes and people here, they were not as strange as what he had seen in the southern seas. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised and quickly adapted to the atmosphere here. The ethnic composition of the people here was extremely complicated. For the sake of communication, most of them spoke the Mandarin of the Tang dynasty. Although it was inevitable that they would have a strong local accent, Yang Fan could still understand them. He followed Huang Jingrong all the way here. When he arrived at Jiannan, he heard that Censor Huang Jing was sent to Sichuan to investigate the outlaws. Therefore, Yang Fan followed Huang Jingrong's footsteps all the way here. Yang Fan had just arrived at the city. Earlier, he had heard from a few officers and soldiers who had come to the market to enjoy wine and fish that Imperial Envoy Huang Jingrong had already arrived. The local officials and tribal leaders were holding a banquet to welcome him. Yang Fan was relieved and wanted to find a place to stay in the western part of the city. He didn't bring anyone with him. 3 to 5 ordinary soldiers wouldn't be of any use and would only add to his troubles. He promised Princess Taiping in person because he didn't want her to worry. After making some arrangements for Sun Yushuan and Ma Xiao, he took the imperial edict appointing him as the inspector general of the provinces and came alone. As long as Huang Jingrong hadn't revealed his bloody mouth to devour the lives of the innocent outlaws and use their blood to stain his bright future, there was no need for Yang Fan to expose his identity. After all, he should have just arrived at Chang'an. Without his imperial envoy guard of honor and his 2 deputies, his sudden appearance here could very well expose the fact that he was defying the imperial edict. A beautiful young lady walked out from the crowd and looked at the dazzling array of goods on the stall with great interest. When those pretty village girls who were naturally beautiful but didn't know about it saw her, they would also feel a sense of jealousy. Perhaps each of them had their own merits in terms of beauty, but in terms of temperament, they were superior. If those beautiful village girls were like the clear stream under the bridge, then this young lady was like the bright white cloud in the sky. If those beautiful village girls were the daughters of the fairies in heaven, then this beautiful young lady was the Chang'e of the Moon Palace. The young lady was about 15 or 16 years old. She had a fair complexion and wore a snow-white beard and skirt. An emerald green belt was tied around her waist, and she wore a pair of black satin short-waist leather boots. She looked very cute. Around her neck hung 3 or 4 silver rings of various sizes. The silver rings were adorned with bells of various sizes. Her hair ornaments were also adorned with all kinds of silver ornaments. When she walked, there would always be a pleasant tinkling sound, especially her pair of long legs, which left a deep impression on people at first sight. Her legs were slender and long, occupying more than half the length of her body. They were as slender and graceful as the legendary mermaids. When she swung them, there was a natural sense of a very seductive rhythm. When Yang Fan saw her beautiful and cute appearance, his eyes immediately lit up. Beautiful women would always attract men's gazes. This beautiful young lady naturally attracted more than one gaze. There were also a few men in the crowd who stared at her at the same time. Yang Fan's gaze was filled with admiration for her beauty, but those few gazes were filled with greed and lust. A few fugitives with unkind eyes were already quietly staring at this young lady. These people indeed didn't dare to cause trouble in public. Although the government here was just for show, there were tough people here who couldn't follow their rules. However, this didn't mean that these fugitives would never violate the law. If it was a place with few people, they wouldn't mind kidnapping this beautiful young lady. If this kind of exotic beauty was transported to Yangzhou and sold to those salt merchants, the money would be enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. They only followed her for a while before giving up on the idea of kidnapping her. This young lady mischievously looked around. She seemed to be alone, but about 10 steps behind her, there were always 4 unsmiling, serious-looking white-robed men, all of them carrying a gloomy blade. Seeing their gloomy sabers, the fugitives who were blinded by lust noticed that the young lady's enchanting waist had a short sword with a curved handle. The short sword was as delicate and graceful as the young lady's body. It was clearly a scabbard. As a result, the evil thoughts of these fugitives were like snow lions meeting fire, immediately disappearing without a trace. They couldn't afford to provoke this young lady. Whether she was beautiful or rich, it was better than being alive. They had fled from the Central Plains to this place in order to survive. There was no reason for them to run into the gates of hell. This young lady wearing white clothes was nothing, but not far behind her were obviously her entourage of 4 strong men wearing white robes. This was not a coincidence. They must be the white barbarians. The white barbarians and the black barbarians were the 2 largest ethnic groups in the southwest region. The black barbarians wore black clothes that reached their knees. They lived by herding livestock and didn't know how to farm. The white barbarians liked to wear white clothes that reached their knees. They farmed and weaved, similar to the Han people. Since the time of the Shu Han, the white barbarians had often received official positions in the Central Plains. Their writing and language were similar to that of the Han people. Most of their tribes were Han people who had been transformed into barbarians. Therefore, they were richer and more powerful than the black barbarians, but they still maintained the bravery of the barbarians. Do not offend the locals, especially the large local tribes. This was the first rule of survival for the fugitives of the Central Plains. Moreover, from the ornament-like weapon that the young lady wore, it was obvious that she was not an ordinary white barbarian. This made her even less of a person that they could provoke. This was because the short sword she wore was a scabbard. This was a sword that only the kings of the barbarians could use. The scabbard was ranked first among the 3 most famous weapons in the southwest region. The scabbard was shaped like the blade of a halberd. Its hilt was decorated with gold, and its blade was incomparably sharp. Although it was small and slender like a toy, it could cut through iron like mud. It could cut through hair and pierce through anything. It was a precious weapon that only the kings of the tribes of the southwest would wear. On the waists of the 4 white-clothed people were the Yu Dao. Its value was second only to the scabbard. Just like the scabbard, the forging method of a Yu Dao was also a secret. Only the high-ranking craftsmen of the barbarians knew how to forge it. The blade of the Yu Dao was dipped in a strange poison that could kill upon contact with blood. These two weapons were not something that an ordinary barbarian could wear. An ordinary barbarian would at most wear a Ronin sword. Therefore, just from the weapons that these people were wearing, the experienced fugitives of the Central Plains could guess that this young lady's identity was extremely noble. She was not someone that they could afford to provoke. The fugitives quietly retreated. From the beginning to the end, the white-clothed girl didn't know that a moment ago, there were a few ignorant fellows who planned to kidnap her and sell her to those fat and big-eared salt merchants in Yangzhou to be their concubines. She looked around and found everything interesting. She hopped and hopped like a little sparrow looking for food. Not long after, she bought a bunch of random trinkets and happily held them in her bosom. As she walked, she saw a stall that sold all kinds of accessories made from cow horns. It seemed that she was tempted again. She stopped and held a bunch of useless trinkets that she wouldn't even look at after buying them. She tilted her head, and her beautiful big eyes flashed. No one knew what she was thinking. At this time, a joyful voice suddenly called out, "Big Sister Sun Air! Big Sister Sun Air!" On the road ahead, a little girl caught sight of her and ran towards her with a cry of joy, leaving the old woman who was following her far behind. Little Shiwilian, I was just about to go find you." When the girl in white saw the little girl running towards her, she immediately beamed with joy. She quickly walked up to her and handed all the things in her arms to the little girl. The little girl was so flustered that she hurriedly covered her dress. The girl in white, who had an empty hand, intimately pinched the little girl's pink cheeks and said with a smile, "Oh, you've grown taller again. It looks like you'll soon be my sister-in-law." When the little girl heard her teasing, her face immediately turned into a cute red apple. The little girl's eyebrows were like a painting. She was happy and angry at the same time. Although she was only 12 or 13 years old, she was already a beauty. It seemed that if she grew a few years older, she would really grow into a beautiful young lady. Yang Fan was leading his horse and was about to walk past them, but when he heard them talking and laughing, he curiously looked at them. He immediately stopped, and his eyes opened wide in amazement. If it wasn't for the young lady in white calling him Shiwilian, even if he walked face to face with this little girl, he wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize her. However, he had already heard the name Shiwilian and looked at her appearance. Although a girl would change 18 times between childhood and womanhood, this little girl Shiwilian still hadn't grown up yet, so he could vaguely see some familiar charm. Yang Fan was extremely surprised. Why would Yang Longzhong's family appear here? Chapter 500. After being teased by Sun Air, Shuiyin immediately became bashful. Rolling up the corner of her clothes, she stamped her feet and said, "No, Sun Air Jie always teases me when we see each other." Sun Air laughed, revealing her white teeth. She rocked back and forth as she said, "Haha, it's so fun to see you being shy. You're my future sister-in-law. You call me Jie now, but when you marry into my family, I will have to call you little sister-in-law. I haven't seen you for a year, and you've grown even prettier. When I go back, I will tell my little brother. He will definitely like it." Shuiyin was still young, and her face was as red as a flower. She did not want to continue this topic and hurriedly said, "Sun Air Jie, when did you come? Why didn't you come to my house?" At this time, the old man had already caught up. He also recognized Sun Air and respectfully bowed, saying, "This old servant greets Sun Air." Sun Air nodded at the old man, then said to Shiwilian, "I came here this time to play with you." Coincidentally, some imperial envoy came to the imperial court. As soon as my father arrived, he was captured by Governor Luo to accompany him in drinking. Originally, father wanted me to accompany him, but I felt bored and stayed in Governor Luo's residence for a while before sneaking out. I was just about to go to your house." Hearing this, Yang Fan walked over to them. It was not easy for Yang Fan to find out Huang Jingron's whereabouts. Since Shuiyan's family was here, perhaps he could use them to find out some of Imperial Censor Huang's whereabouts. When he heard this Sun Air say that her father went to drink with the imperial envoy, he made up his mind. "Miss Shuiyan," Yang Fan called out. Sun Air and Shuiyan turned around at the same time and saw a young man standing there with a pleasantly surprised expression. Yin looked at Yang Fan and hesitantly said, "You are." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Miss Yin doesn't recognize me? Do you still remember the worker who was thrown into your pond back in Luoyang? And the big brother you hid in the street lamp?" Ah, ah, ah. Yin pointed at Yang Fan. Her mouth opened wider and wider. After a long while, she suddenly cried out in surprise, "I remember." "Huh, so it's you. Why are you here?" Yin jumped up and down twice. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she hurriedly handed all the things in her skirt to the old woman. She reached out and pulled Yang Fan to the side of the road. Seeing that he was still holding onto a horse, she whispered, "You still have a horse to ride? From the looks of it, you're not a criminal who was exiled here, are you?" Yang Fan was startled and said in surprise, "Of course not. Why was I exiled here?" Yin looked left and right, and her voice grew softer. "Then, you committed a crime in Luoyang and fled here?" When Yang Fan heard this, he suddenly realized that in this era, there were very few people who would travel far from home. Coupled with the inconvenience of transportation, it was even rarer for people to travel thousands of miles to a foreign land. Moreover, Luoyang was the capital, and he was from Luoyang. There was no reason for him to leave the capital and wander in a foreign land. When Yin's family left the capital, he had yet to make a name for himself. In Yin's memory, he was still a small worker in the show and workshop. How could he have the ability to travel thousands of miles to appear here? Since he wasn't exiled here as a criminal, he could only have committed a crime and escaped the capital. Yang Fan's mind flashed as he replied, "Yes, Miss Yin is still as smart as ever. I indeed escaped here. You know Miss Pasta, right?" "What? You don't know?" "Miss Pasta is the girl who sells pasta soup in the second alley of our shio when workshops cross street. One day, she was selling noodles in an alley and was seen by a rich family's son. The rich family's son coveted her beauty and tried to touch her. You know that I like to fight for justice the most. I beat the bad guy down with a few punches and kicks. In the end, I accidentally knocked over the pot of soup and scalded the boy until a layer of skin was peeled off. This time, I got into big trouble and had no choice but to escape from the capital." Yang Fan didn't even blink as he made up a bunch of lies. Hearing this, Yin felt both admiration and sympathy for him. She simply regarded him as a great hero. When Sun Er saw her future sister-in-law talking so intimately with that handsome Han man and looking at him with adoration in her eyes, alarm bells immediately went off in her heart. She couldn't help but ask the old man, "Does this man know your miss?" The old man was a servant that Yin's family had hired after they moved here. He looked at Yang Fan and shook his head in confusion. This old servant doesn't know this person. When Sun Er heard this, she immediately swung her long legs and walked over. She placed herself in between Yang Fan and Yin. Puffing out her chest, she raised her chin and fiercely said to Yang Fan, "Hey, what do you do?" Yang Fan and Yin were whispering to each other, so they weren't far from each other. When Sun Er inserted herself in between them, her twin peaks, which were too tall and straight for her age, almost brushed against Yang Fan's body. Yang Fan promptly took a step back and said, "Oh, this one is an old friend of Miss Yin's from the capital. I'm very happy to meet you here. May I know who this young lady is?" Yin pulled on Sun Er's sleeve and made her bend down. She whispered in Sun Er's ear for a while before Sun Er suddenly understood. Yin smiled sweetly at Yang Fan and said, "Brother Yang, I'm still young and can't make decisions at home. I can't promise to take you in. However, since you don't have a place to go, you might as well come with me. My family has an empty house to rent out." Yang Fan promptly expressed his thanks. Miss Sun Er glared at him as if to show off. She pulled on Yin's arm and whispered, "Silly girl, why do you take in just anyone? I think he has a glib tongue and doesn't seem like a good person." Yang Fan pretended not to hear. He listened to Yin explain in a small voice, "Sister Sun Er, you misunderstand. He's a good person. This time, he was arrested by the authorities because he did a good deed." She then turned her head and asked, "Brother Yang, has the show and workshop been well these past few years?" Yang Fan led his horse to catch up. I told her some of the trifling matters that have happened in the Xiao Wen workshop these past few years. The Zhang family lost a sow, the Li family adopted a grandson, and Xiao Qianyue, who lives under the elm tree on the west side across East Main Street, found his wife with a black face, big mouth, protruding teeth, and fierce eyes. She is even pregnant with a baby. Miss Shiwilian might not know all of these people, but she still listened with great interest. Through Yang Fan's narration, she recalled every little detail of the Xiao Wen workshop. Yang Fan casually picked up some anecdotes from the streets and told them to her. He then asked her about what happened after she moved out of the Xiao Wen workshop. Miss Shiwilian softly sighed, her face revealing a sadness that didn't match her age. When Yang Mingsheng was the Minister of Justice, he was Zhou Xing's most capable subordinate. Under Zhou Xing's instructions, he created a large number of unjust prisons, causing the destruction of countless families. Later on, he died, but Zhou Xing was still alive. No one dared to do anything to the Yang family. However, once Zhou Xing died, the counterattack against the Yang family began. Fortunately, Yang Mingsheng died early. Zhou Xing was convicted of treason and fell from power. If Yang Mingsheng had not died, he would have been beheaded. The male members of the family would have been executed, and the women would have been sent to be government slaves. Now that Yang Mingsheng's crimes were cleared, the authorities did not pursue the matter of the Yang family's orphans and widows. Many of Zhou Xing's capable officials were removed from their positions. Their family members either became government slaves or were sent to Jiaoji. Because Yang Mingsheng died early, the Yang family was forgotten by these people who were trying to clean up Zhou Xing's remaining forces. However, although these people had forgotten, the people who had been persecuted by Yang Mingsheng had not. Some of the people who had been persecuted by Yang Mingsheng were more soft-hearted, thinking that Yang Mingsheng had already received his just deserts. Since the Yang family was only left with an orphan and widows, it was fine that the crime did not extend to the family. However, there were others who did not think so. Their families had been destroyed by Yang Mingsheng, and the blood feud between their parents, wife, and children ran deep. How could they let the matter rest so easily? Even though Yang Mingsheng was dead, his wife and children were still alive. Some of them came to the Yang family to cause trouble and vent their anger, while others used their remaining connections in the bureaucracy to try to drag the Yang family into Zhou Xing's rebellion. The Yang family had sent gifts to the imperial censorate several times and had almost emptied their family's wealth. But they still couldn't avoid being threatened and could only flee back to their hometown. Yang Mingsheng was from Shu, and his hometown was in the Feng province of the Jiannan province. Most of the Yang family's assets had been destroyed in the fire. Coupled with the gifts they had sent out, they did not have much money left. Shuilian's maternal grandfather was a wealthy merchant, and it was easy for him to provide for his daughter and granddaughter. However, since they had to return to their hometown with their husband, it was impossible for him to provide them with any financial support. Shuilian's mother's dowry had also been destroyed in the fire, and when she first arrived in Jiannan, her life was extremely difficult. It was fortunate that her cousin was an infatuated man, and he actually followed her all the way to the Feng province. The Yang clan was already in ruins, and no one cared about the lives of Shuilian and her daughter. Even if she wanted to marry someone, they wouldn't interfere. Thus, the two of them became husband and wife, and they started a business in the Feng province. After a few years, they managed to accumulate some savings. In truth, Shuilian's stepfather was indeed her biological father. After Shuilian's mother told her the truth, there wasn't much estrangement between father and daughter. After all, back then, Yang Mingsheng had already suspected that his daughter wasn't his biological father, and he didn't treat her well at all. As a result, the two of them didn't have a deep father-daughter relationship. Some of the goods of the Yang clan were bought from the white barbarian tribe that Sun Er belonged to. As time went by, Shuilian's father tried to curry favor with the tribe's chief, Kan Chi. Later, Shuilian's father even intended to marry his daughter to Kan Chi's youngest son, Kan Jinjia. Kan Chi had seen Shuilian and liked this little girl very much, so he readily agreed. Thus, the two families became in-laws. Sun Er was the youngest daughter of the chief of this tribe, and he had always doted on her. When she heard that her little brother had a wife, she clamored to follow her father when he came to the Feng province for the second time. She hit it off with Xuelian at first sight, and they became good friends. Yang Fan didn't expect that Xuelian's family would also undergo earth-shaking changes in the past few years, and he couldn't help but sigh. When Xuelian left Luoyang, she was still young and inexperienced. After arriving here, she was influenced by the local customs and became frank and daring. Unlike the women in Luoyang, she didn't cover up her family scandals, so she was very frank about her experiences in the past few years. When Yang Fan heard that Xuelian wasn't Yang Mingxing's biological daughter, he felt a little less guilty. He also heard that if Yang Mingxing hadn't been killed, the fate of Xuelian and her daughter would have been 10 times more miserable than today, so he felt more at ease. As the two talked, Sun Er kept a vigilant eye on Yang Fan. When they arrived at the Yang family, Xuelian said, "Brother Yang, the government here doesn't care at all. Even if someone knows that you're a fugitive, they won't care. There are many fugitives here, so you can rest assured and stay here. I'll arrange a place for you to stay." Before Xuelian could finish, Sun Er took her hand and said to the old woman, "Arrange a place for this person to stay. Remember to ask him for rent first, so that he won't leave without saying goodbye." After saying that, Sun Er pulled Xuelian away, and her voice was low enough for Yang Fan to hear. "Xuelian, you have to be careful with this kind of person. Some scumbags like to trick their acquaintances. Don't blame me for not warning you." Chapter 501. Sun Er did not have a good impression of Han people. She had only come into contact with 3 kinds of Han people: officials, businessmen, and those who had committed crimes in the Central Plains and fled here. The officials were greedy by nature, and the businessmen were too cunning. Not to mention those fugitives, they were all scum. Since this Yang Fan was a fugitive, in Sun Er's opinion, he must also be a scum, and most a scum that was not too ugly. She did not believe the reason that Yang Fan told Xuelian. In her eyes, this little sister-in-law was naive, innocent, and easily deceived. And this Han person looked too dangerous. In order to have more children to inherit power and property, and to ensure that the succession of power would always be carried out within the headman's family, the headman would have many wives and concubines. Having dozens of wives and concubines was considered rare, and some headmen had hundreds of wives and concubines. In order to ensure that wealth and power could be inherited by their real children, the barbarians set up strict rules. Once there was any behavior that violated the rules of marriage, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they would be killed. Even if they were born into a noble family, they would be exiled to the land of plague and never return. Xuelian was already married to her little brother, so she was afraid that something would happen to her little sister-in-law. The result of her overflowing protectiveness was that she would drag Xuelian away and make her spend less time with this unreliable man. Yang Fan saw that this white barbarian girl had a deep prejudice against him, so he could only smile bitterly and follow the old man to the side courtyard. This old house was really not small, but it was old enough. The roof was overgrown with grass. Except for the main house where the head of the family lived, most of the houses built around the main house were dilapidated. Now, in order to rent them out, they only patched the roof to prevent leakage and repaired the walls to prevent ventilation. Perhaps the old man also felt that since this guest was acquainted with his miss, this kind of accommodation was a little poor, so he looked a little embarrassed and hesitated when talking about the rent. Yang Fan did not care much, as long as he had a place to live. The most important thing was that not only was Xuelian a local, but she could also help him inquire about a lot of information that he might not be able to obtain. Xuelian's acquaintance, Sun Er, was the daughter of a certain barbarian chieftain. Since her father had the qualifications to attend the banquet to welcome the imperial envoy, he should be able to obtain more information. This was enough. So, Yang Fan happily paid for the room and the horse, and asked the old man to take care of the horse. When the old man left, Yang Fan lay down on an empty bed and let out a long sigh. Along the way, he was afraid that if he was one step late, countless lives would fall under Huang Jingrong's butcher knife. Therefore, he traveled day and night. Even though his body was sturdy, by this time, he was about to fall apart. Yang Fan did not notice that he had just arrived at this place. He should not have known anyone here, but not only did he bump into Yang Shuilian, he also bumped into another old friend. While he and Yang Shuilian were chatting on the way to the Yang family, he had already been noticed by that person. After Yang Fan entered the Yang family residence, that person stopped under the eaves of a house across the street. He looked around, pretending to look for someone, but secretly stared at Yang Fan's movements. This person wore a gray pointed felt hat with a curled brim and had a blue and white striped felt draped over his body. His feet were dark and dirty, and he looked to be around 30 years old. His face was covered with green stubble, making his cheeks seem abnormally thin. Looking at his clothes, he seemed to be in dire straits. His bare feet and felt attire was the same as many of the people of the local minority tribes, so he did not attract any attention. Even if Yang Fan were to walk face to face with him, he would most likely not give him a second glance. But if Yang Fan could recognize who he was, he would definitely be shocked. Compared to Shuilian, who had changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood, this person had changed even more thoroughly. Even if he personally revealed his identity, Yang Fan still found it hard to believe that this person was actually the elegant, refined, powdered, and flower hairpin young master Lu Junfan. Back then, Lu Junfan had happily planned to go to Dunhuang to be the son-in-law of a noble's daughter in the minister's mansion that Anu had rented. In the end, he had waited and waited, but his sweetheart had never appeared with her father and brother. Lu Junfan had become a scapegoat, and all the money he had earned from selling his ancestral home had been used to compensate Wu Sansi. Lu Junfan, on the other hand, had been beaten 40 times by the Luoyang government and had been lying in jail for 3 days, groaning and groaning. Before his buttocks had recovered, he had been dragged along the road and sent to Feng province to be a bandit. This brother Lu was penniless, so how could he have the money to bribe the 2 officials who escorted him to eat and drink all the way? Without money, he had suffered a lot along the way. Fortunately, he had been lucky enough to survive and not die on the road. After arriving in Feng province, he had met a benefactor. He had hit it off at first sight with a burly, gorilla-like chief who had thick eyebrows and big eyes. The chief took good care of him, so Lu Junfan did not suffer much when he was banished to the army. It was just that during the first few days he had been in the army, he always walked like a duck with his buttocks swaying back and forth, which looked rather strange. Lu Junfan was sentenced to 5 years of banishment, and the old soldier who had hit it off with him 2 years ago retired. Lu Junfan had completed his military service last year. After he was released, he settled down here and no longer thought about returning to Luoyang. Living in Luoyang was not easy. He was penniless, so life would only be more difficult if he returned to Luoyang. Moreover, he did not even have travel expenses, so he could not afford to travel thousands of miles. Therefore, Lu Junfan stayed in Feng province and soon mingled with a group of fugitives who had escaped from the Central Plains. They specialized in reselling goods from Feng province to Tubo and smuggling goods from Tubo to Feng province. Now that the relationship between Tubo and the Great Zhou dynasty was tense, border trade had long been stopped. Although it was risky for them to do this, as long as they succeeded once, they would still earn a lot. However, Lu Junfan had neither influence nor capital. He was just a small errand boy. The majority of the money he earned from smuggling was taken away by his leader. His earnings were barely enough for him to make ends meet. Occasionally, he would go to a brothel with its half-closed door. It's him. It must be him. I can't be wrong. Lu Junfan stood under the eaves, his face horribly twisted, and his eyes filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and sneered. Xiaohuang? The Dunhuang clan? You could have taken the road to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Now that you're in my territory, I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Junfan left quietly after confirming that Yang Fan had rented a room in this family. Brother Yang, Shuilian sneaked into Yang Fan's residence, looked back, and gently closed the door. She playfully stuck out her tongue at Yang Fan, and then took something out of her bosom. Her bosom was bulging, and it was unknown what she was holding. When she took it out, it was an oiled paper bag. Yang Fan was lying down to rest, but when he heard the noise, he quickly sat up and happily said, "Miss Shuilian." Shuilian walked to his side and said apologetically, "Brother Yang, I'm really sorry. People say that they meet an old friend in a foreign land, but now that I've met an old friend, I can't take care of you. I'm asking you to live in a house like this, and I'm even charging you for it." Yang Fan smiled. "It's nothing. I think it's pretty good. The place I used to live wasn't even as clean as yours. If I hadn't met you, I might have wandered around for a long time without being able to find a place to live. What are you holding in your hand?" Shuelian secretly laughed. "This is a smoked rabbit. It's very tasty. I just secretly picked it from under the eaves of the back room. I'll give it to you to try." Yang Fan quickly said, "That's not good. If your mother finds out, she might beat you. Quickly return it." Shuelian indifferently waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. My mother won't beat me. If she really wants to beat me, I'll tell my father. My father dotes on me more than my mother. He won't let my mother beat me. You keep this smoked rabbit. When you have nothing to do, you can tear it and eat it. It's very boring." Shuelian said, and put the smoked rabbit next to his bed. Yang Fan said with a smile, "Thank you. Later I'll go to the market and see if there's anything fun. You gave me a gift, so I should return the favor. All right, where's that girl in white?" She looked at me like she was looking at a thief. "Didn't she stop you from coming to see me?" Shuelian giggled and said, "You're talking about Sister Sun. She's like this. Just now her father came over. She went to accompany her father and my father to talk. That's why I took the opportunity to run out." Yang Fan remembered Sun Er's teasing of Shuelian in the market. He couldn't help but laugh. Is what Sun Er said true? You're already engaged. Your husband is Sun Er's elder brother? What kind of headman do you think her father is? He's very powerful here. When Yang Fan asked, Shuelian's face blushed a little. "Yes. My father helped me arrange a marriage. I haven't seen Sister Sun Er's little brother yet. Her father is a headman, but he's not from here. Their tribe seems to be further south. I don't know. In any case, here, the leaders of tribes with dozens of people are called headmen. The leaders of tribes with hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of people are also called headmen. There are as many big and small headmen as there are officials crossing the river. Who knows how big her father's tribe is? Maybe it's just a small village." Yang Fan said with a smile, "It doesn't look like it. Just look at that Sun Er's extravagance. Just look at that Sun Er's appearance. You should know that her brother must be very handsome. I'll congratulate you in advance for finding such a good son-in-law." The blush on Shuelian's face that had just subsided returned. Embarrassed, she said, "Who knows? Sister Sun Er already said that she looks like her mother. As for what her little brother looks like, I don't know." Yang Fan said, "The wives and concubines of a headman are naturally extremely beautiful. If her little brother is Xiao Mu, he must be very handsome. If it's Xiao Mu, is this headman handsome?" Shuelian blinked her eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "Oh, I can't tell. Uncle's face is full of wrinkles. He looks very old." Yang Fan took the opportunity to say, "Why don't I help you take a look? I'm a person who is good at reading faces. Just by looking at his current appearance, I can tell if he was handsome when he was young. But if we sneak over and eavesdrop on his conversation with your father, won't we make him angry?" Shuelian said indifferently, "What does that matter? You are my friend. Uncle dotes on me the most. Come, I'll take you there." Shuelian also seemed to think that this matter was very interesting. She flashed to the door and looked out like a thief. Then she waved at Yang Fan. The two of them, one in front and one behind, sneaked out. Chapter 502. The house of Shuelian's family was a house with a wooden frame. There were 6 courtyards in the whole house, but only 2 courtyards were in the front and back. 4 of the courtyards were connected to the main house, so each courtyard was connected to a courtyard. The whole courtyard was square, like a big seal. In feng shui, it was called one seal. This house was not the ancestral property of the Yang family. Shuelian's mother remarried her cousin. So how could the Yang family give her the ancestral property as a dowry? This was a house bought by the husband and wife after they made a fortune in business. The ancestors of the original owner of this house were officials, but they had declined in this generation. The one seal house did not protect the descendants of this family from becoming officials and making a fortune. Now, it became a family of merchants. Shuelian's biological father's surname was Chun, and his first name was Dayu. After Chen Dayu bought this dilapidated old house, he renovated the main house. Now, the main house with 2 courtyards in the middle was his family's residence. Xuelian stealthily led Yang Fan to the courtyard of the second courtyard. They took a detour from the side courtyard, so the servants in the house saw them. Although they thought Yang Fan was a stranger, they didn't think much of it when they saw their misleading them. Xuelian arrived at the courtyard of the second courtyard of the main residence. She poked her head out to take a look under the cover of the pillars and the flowers and trees in the courtyard. She turned around and waved at Yang Fan. Yang Fan quickly caught up with her. There were a few rattan chairs in the courtyard. From Yang Fan's point of view, he saw an old man wearing a white robe with a white turban on his head and white leggings. There were red, yellow, orange, and pink patterns on the corners of his clothes and trousers. The old man looked really old. His hair and beard were white, and the wrinkles on his face were especially thick. There were 2 red earrings on his ears. As he spoke, they shook violently, making his wrinkled face look even thinner. Sun Er was sitting on the rattan chair beside him. She looked around and ignored her father's conversation. However, she had probably been reprimanded by her father for leaving the banquet without permission. Although her face was filled with impatience, she did not stand up and leave. Xuelian's biological father, Chen Diyu, was sitting with his back facing Yang Fan, so he couldn't see his face for a while. When Yang Fan saw this man, he felt a little strange. He was already so old. Although he looked energetic, how could his daughter be so young? According to age, it would be more appropriate to say that Sun Er was his granddaughter. However, when he thought about the attitude of these leaders towards having more wives and concubines, Yang Fan felt relieved. This white-clothed old man was naturally the leader of the white barbarians. Although he was old and his figure wasn't tall, his voice was extremely loud and clear. Moreover, he spoke in standard Chinese. Hey, this old man has always felt that the officials here are greedy and black-hearted. I thought that an angel from the imperial court would be a little different. I didn't expect that he would be the same kind of trash or even more black-hearted than them. The voice of the white barbarian leader was extremely loud. If one couldn't hear what he was saying, they would think that he was quarreling with someone. He grabbed the teapot and fiercely gulped down a mouthful of tea. He turned his head and said to his daughter, "Add more salt, it's too bland." The leader handed the teapot to his daughter, then turned to Chen Diyu and said in a loud voice, "This old man heard that the newly arrived provincial governor Zhang is a good and honest official. It's just that I haven't had any dealings with him before. When I want to welcome the imperial envoy today, I didn't see him. It was said that he had gone out of the provincial capital on official business and hadn't returned yet. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him either. He must also have an undeserved reputation." Chen Diyu said, "Why do you say that, elder son? This imperial envoy has just arrived in Mengzhou, and today, the officials of Mengzhou are holding a banquet to welcome him. He wouldn't ask for money from elder son in public, right?" The leader spat and said, You'll never be able to imagine how thick-skinned and black-hearted those officials are. He had just arrived in Mengzhou and already asked for a bribe from me in front of so many officials. Not only did he ask for a bribe, he even did it in a righteous and open manner. When that angel with the surname Huang heard that this old man was the leader of a tribe in Yaozhou, he immediately smiled and said that he had long heard that Yaozhou was rich in gold sand and mountain gold. The current empress believes in Buddhism and is the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha. She wants me to cast a pure gold Maitreya Buddha that he wants to bring back to the capital to present to the empress. It sounds nice, but in the end, it will still end up in his own pocket. Chen Diyu frowned and said, "It's not easy to deal with him using this kind of pretense. If he only wants it, there's no harm in casting a small gold Buddha and giving it to him. But since he said he wanted to present it to the empress, it won't look good if the gold Buddha is small. This person is a little too greedy. Did Elder Sun agree to it?" The old man snorted and said, "If it's really close, maybe this old man will agree to it. But guess how big the gold Buddha he wants?" The old man's hands were like hugging Tai Chi and drew a big circle in an exaggerated manner. He said here, "It's just this big." He said he wants to cast such a big gold Buddha so that this old man can show his loyalty to the Empress. This old man's clansmen have to dig in the mountains and dig in the sand. If they don't eat, drink, or wear anything for a whole 5 years, they would only be able to accumulate so much gold. He really dares to ask for it, Chindayu said in shock. He wants such a big gold Buddha? Heavens! He really dares to ask. Then, did Elder Sun agree to it? The old man glared and said, Agree? How can I agree? Our entire clan, men and women, don't eat or drink. Do we all go with our butts bare? Nanzhao and Tubo often send troops to harass our clan. Are we not going to buy or forge our armors and weapons anymore? As if this old man would agree to it. This old man didn't say anything and just lifted his butt and left. Yang Fan thought, so this old man is called Sun Chi. Sun seems to be a common surname in the southwest. Chindayu sighed and said, Sigh. With Elder Sun's temper, he doesn't know how to hold back. If you were to offend him, you might bring trouble to yourself. Even if Elder Sun doesn't agree to it, you should at least put it in a more tactful manner. Now that you've embarrassed him in front of everyone, he will probably hate you to the core and find trouble with you in the future. Sun Chi sneered coldly. What future? Hearing his inhumane words, the old man immediately turned around and left. But the next moment, he said something along the lines of, I came to Jiannan to investigate a case of rebellion. Do you think this old man can't tell that he's trying to intimidate the tiger? Chindayu became even more worried upon hearing those words. He sighed and complained about Sun Chi's temper. Sun Chi glanced at him and said nonchalantly, You don't have to worry about this old man. Here, this old man is the local tyrant. Even if this old man gives him face, he's still an imperial envoy. If this old man doesn't give him face, he's just a fart. From the looks of it, Sun Chi really didn't think much of Huang Jingrong. After complaining for a while, he changed the topic. Seeing that there was no more news to listen to, Yang Fan gestured to Shuo Yin, and the two of them left silently. As Yang Fan walked away, he thought, that fellow Huang Jingrong sure is greedy. Just because he's an imperial envoy, he's gotten carried away. These chieftains are all arrogant and unruly people, so who would be afraid of him? However, if he only wants to plunder under the guise of investigating criminals, then it'll be easy to deal with. As long as he doesn't kill innocent people, we can slowly plan other things. Shuo Yin followed Yang Fan away and saw that he was deep in thought. At first, she endured it, but when they reached Yang Fan's residence and he didn't say anything, Shuo Yin couldn't help but tug on his sleeve and ask in a small voice, Brother Yang, you've seen Uncle Sun's appearance. If Sister Sun Air's little brother looks like him, do you think he'll be very handsome? And, Yang Fan came to his senses and hurriedly nodded. That's right, that's right. Just by looking at Uncle Sun Chi's appearance, I can tell that when he was young, he must have been elegant and handsome. If Miss Sun Air's elder brother looks exactly like your father, then Miss Shuo Yin will definitely find a handsome son-in-law, an ideal Mr. Right, haha. Is that so? Miss Shuo Yin beamed with joy. If Sister Sun Air and Brother Yang say so, then the person I'm going to marry is really not bad. In the Feng Prefecture governor's manor, Huang Jingrong picked up a cup of hot tea and took a sip. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, he tasted almost all the flavors at once. He frowned and really couldn't stand the taste of the tea, so he casually put it to the side, his expression still somewhat resentful. Governor Luo smiled. Imperial Censor Huang came from the capital and doesn't know the situation in this prefecture. Those barbarian leaders belong to the imperial court in name, but in reality, they're like independent kings. They're used to being unreasonable and don't know the laws of the imperial court or the dignity of an imperial envoy. Imperial Censor Huang, don't lower yourself to their level. Governor Luo's name was Luo Shudao. He was a third-rank secondary-class military general and was more than one rank higher than Huang Jingrong. However, for those who came from the capital, no matter how high or low their official rank was, the officials outside would not dare to easily offend them. Even if they were a 7th-ranked official, they would often circle around the emperor. Who knows, they might even be able to pass a message to the emperor. The imperial censor was infamous so Luo Shudao didn't dare to take it lightly. Speaking of which, Feng Prefecture was a Jimmy Prefecture, so Luo Shudao didn't need to be so afraid of the imperial court officials. Jimmy Prefecture referred to the border prefectures that didn't pay taxes to the imperial court. Local affairs were basically autonomous, and they only accepted the imperial court's administrative rule. The territory of the Tang dynasty was very large, and there were many such Jimmy prefectures. There were more than 860 of them, far more than the prefectures in the interior that the imperial court could directly control. The governor of Jimmy Prefecture, the provincial governor, and other local military and political officials were all held by the local armed leaders who represented these places when they submitted to the imperial court. Afterwards, their positions were hereditary and passed down from generation to generation, just like the headmen of the chieftains. Luo Shudao was no exception. He was passed down from father to son and from son to grandson, generation after generation until now. These kinds of officials mostly lacked respect for the imperial court. However, Feng Prefecture had submitted to the imperial court for a long time, so the degree of assimilation was slightly greater. Luo Shudao's family was no longer the same as when his ancestors were the governor of a prefecture and the leader of a clan, as well as the leader of a tribe with many valiant private soldiers. They had already degenerated into a thoroughly bureaucratic family, so their reliance on the imperial court grew stronger and stronger. Not long ago, the provincial governor of Feng Prefecture died of illness. Because he didn't have a son, his nephews all wanted to inherit his position. In the end, the imperial court issued an edict and sent a second-rate official with the surname Zhang to this place to serve as the provincial governor. For the imperial court, this was an attempt to send a second-rate official to further control Jimmy Prefecture. Once this second-rate provincial governor was stationed, the hereditary provincial governors would become history. From now on, every provincial governor would be appointed by the imperial court. This kind of infiltration was also a threat to the hereditary governor Luo, but he didn't have the courage to resist the imperial court and make decisions for the provincial governor's family. Now, facing this imperial envoy, Huang Jingrong, Luo Shudao was somewhat fearful and even wanted to curry favor with him. Seeing Huang Jingrong's unhappy expression, Luo Shudao said, "Xuanqi is a rough and uncultured person from the mountains. Imperial Censor Huang, please don't take his offense to heart. Imperial Censor has just arrived at Feng Prefecture. It's more important for you to rest and recuperate for the time being. As for that Xuanqi, I'll ask him to apologize to you another day." "There's no need." Huang Jingrong suddenly calmed down. He smiled at Luo Shudao and said, "I heard that Yao Zhou is rich in gold, so I had a strange thought and wanted to persuade him to present a golden Buddha statue to your Majesty's favor. It was originally a good intention, but he refused to accept it. This imperial censor is here to investigate the case of Lu Ren's rebellion. I hope Governor Luo can cooperate." Hearing that he wasn't going to pursue the matter any further, Luo Shudao secretly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed. Huang Jingrong smiled slightly. He had already made up his mind. "I'll definitely implicate that ungrateful Xuanqi in the case of Lu Ren's rebellion. I'll take his dog's head to appease this hatred." Huang Jingrong wasn't very familiar with the situation in the southwest and didn't know just how much power these tribal headmen, who dressed like old farmers in the countryside, had. In his eyes, these headmen were no different from the rich country bumpkins. After dealing with this Xuanqi, he could kill the chicken to warn the monkey. At that time, gold, jewels, and jewels would naturally roll in. As he chatted and laughed with Luo Shudao, he seemed to already see Xuanqi's head falling to the ground. Those headmen, who looked like country bumpkins, were all crying and shouting to give him money and women. After Yang Fan settled down in Chendeyu's home, he strolled around the streets to familiarize himself with the local customs and to inquire about Huang Jingrong's movements. The small city wasn't large. A fart from an official could spread throughout the entire city in a short time. The news that Huang Jingrong's welcoming banquet had ended on bad terms and that Xuanqi's headmen had left in a rage had already spread. Many of the townspeople were discussing it enthusiastically. Yang Fan also stood to the side and listened to them talk. Hearing that Huang Jingrong had already been taken into the governor's office and settled down, Yang Fan was certain that nothing would happen today. Huang Jingrong had just arrived. No matter how anxious he was to act, he had to first communicate with the local officials and obtain their assistance. Huang Jingrong had only brought a few personal bailiffs from the capital. They wouldn't be able to do much with just a few people. However, Huang Jingrong wouldn't drag things out for too long. Given this ruthless and thunderous style, if there was no movement in Feng Province within 3 days, it would prove that Huang Jingrong's patrol this time was only for wealth and didn't want to kill people. This was because their investigation of Lu Ren's rebellion was something that was fabricated out of thin air. It was impossible for them to investigate in detail and find real evidence. Yang Fan decided to stay here for 3 days. If he didn't see any bloody actions from Huang Jingrong within these 3 days, he would immediately leave to see what the imperial censor in charge of the Lu Run in Xianzhong was doing. Outside the side gate of the Chun estate, Lu Junfan had just returned. He had just chatted with the old man of the Chun estate and had gotten some information from him. He had already determined that Yang Fan was a Jianghu swindler. Now that this swindler had appeared in such a remote place, it was obvious that he had committed a crime and was wanted by the court. The words of the old man of the Chun estate also confirmed this point. He was indeed a fugitive. That was enough. Could a fugitive with no roots in this place escape the palm of his hand? Lu Junfan left with a cold smile. He had made up his mind that he would inflict all the humiliation and pain he had suffered over the years on Yang Fan. Chapter 503. Sun Qi was the chief of the white barbarian tribe in the Yao province of Jianan. There were very few who knew that he was related to the local merchant, the Chun clan, and even fewer who knew that he was currently staying in the Chun clan. In fact, although these leaders had power and influence, in the eyes of most Han people, they were stupid and rich country bumpkins. Ordinary people who didn't know much about them really couldn't see through their identity from their clothes. Therefore, even the Chun family's neighbors only knew that the Chun family had a guest, but they didn't know the identity of this guest. Xuelian, who had already changed her surname to Chun, became Xuelian's best playmate. Sun Er, who was extremely close to Xuelian, became Xuelian's best friend. Sun Er's prejudice against Han people caused her to try to prevent Xuelian from interacting with Yang Fan. As a result, it was impossible for the nostalgic Xuelian to find Yang Fan to chat. As far as Yang Fan was concerned, he could move much more freely without Xuelian, the silly little girl's entanglement. Early in the morning, he indirectly inquired about the situation in the city from Xuelian. After asking a few questions, Sun Er impatiently pulled Xuelian away. Yang Fan tactfully left the Chun family to wander around the city under the pretext of finding a job. Yang Fan wandered around the city for the whole morning. He mainly lingered around a martial governor's office to monitor the movements of the martial governor's office. At the same time, he also learned about the living conditions of the refugees in the Feng province. At noon, Yang Fan arrived at a small shop. He casually ordered a few snacks such as smoked chicken, cured meat, and pickled fish, and ate his meal leisurely. This small restaurant was built on the street directly opposite the martial manor. With Huang Jingrong's status as an imperial envoy, if he wanted to leave the martial manor, he would definitely go through the main entrance. From here, Huang Jingrong could monitor his movements. Yang Fan finished his lunch and asked for a pot of tea. Before tea became the mainstream drink of the Tang dynasty, tea drinks in the middle of Sichuan had been popular for hundreds of years. Yang Fan had tasted tea without any seasoning at Shun Mu's place and felt that the taste was acceptable, so he specifically asked the innkeeper to brew a pot of tea for him. The afternoon weather made people a little sleepy. After lunch, the restaurant's business gradually cooled down. In the end, only Yang Fan, who was sitting at the table facing the door, was still leisurely drinking tea. Even the owner had fallen asleep on the counter. Just as Yang Fan's large pot of tea was about to be emptied, the gates of the military governor's office suddenly opened. Yang Fan immediately perked up and looked warily at the military governor's office. From the back of the military governor's office, a group of about 300 soldiers hurriedly ran over. They gathered in front of the door and lined up. The swords and spears in their hands flickered, and the cold air was oppressive. The commoners on the street immediately quieted down and moved to the side of the road. They whispered to each other and asked each other. A moment later, a few people came out of the military governor's office. Someone brought their war horses in front of them. They mounted the horses and galloped toward the main road. Hundreds of soldiers ran behind them. Yang Fan coldly swept his eyes over them and saw Huang Jingrong among the people riding on horseback. Yang Fan immediately lowered his head and pressed down on the bamboo hat he had bought this morning while wandering around the small city. He got up and walked to the counter. He bent his finger and knocked on the table. The innkeeper, who had been dreaming of the Duke of Zhou with his mouth wide open, opened his sleepy eyes and looked at him blankly. Yang Fan said, "I'll pay the bill." Hundreds of soldiers escorted Imperial Censor Huang Jingrong and the armored general next to him out of the city and toward the mountains in the southeast direction. Yang Fan, who had been tailing them all the way out of the city, guessed that the armored general was probably Luo Shudao, the military governor of this prefecture. Yang Fan trailed far behind a large group of soldiers. About 7 or 8 li out of the city, they gradually passed by a riverbank and grassland. Yang Fan glanced in the direction they were heading. On one side was a river, and on the other side was a continuous mountain range. There was only one road in front of them. Their only destination could only be the valley in front of them. According to the information Yang Fan had gathered from the commoners in the city, the exiled people who had been sent to this place had been settled there. Yang Fan wanted to take a shortcut, but just as he turned the corner, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. He turned his head and saw a few men with cloth wrapped around their heads and blankets draped over their shoulders. They were barefooted and dressed like local people. They were still a stone's throw away from him. Yang Fan frowned and immediately became alert. There were naturally pedestrians on this road. Along the way, Yang Fan had already seen farmers leading water buffaloes, porters pulling mules and horses, and village girls carrying bamboo baskets. But these 4 or 5 people seemed to be following him from a distance. Are they coming for me? No way. No one here knows who I am. Huang Jingrong doesn't know, and no one in Shuilian's family would notice me. Who in this prefecture would pay attention to me? If they're here to rob me, then I don't have anything valuable on me that would attract covetous eyes. Yang Fan pondered to himself and suddenly quickened his pace. On one side of the path was a tall reed pond, and on the other side was a grassland about half the height of a man. In the middle of the path was a rugged and uneven path. It was not suitable for carriages or horses, so it could only be walked. Yang Fan hurried for a while. When he came to a relatively straight section of the road, he suddenly turned his head and saw the figures of those people again. He saw the figures of those people again. They were still behind him. When they saw him turn around, one of them subconsciously wanted to dodge. Sure enough, they're coming for me. Yang Fan's curiosity was piqued. He really didn't understand why someone would pay attention to him in a place like this, and what their purpose was. An idea came to Yang Fan's mind, and he suddenly changed from walking to running. The people following him became anxious and immediately chased after him with large strides. The 2 groups of people ran as fast as they could, startling flocks of birds and wild ducks in the reeds. After running for a while, Yang Fan suddenly stopped and ducked into the reeds on the side of the road. He wanted to wait for those people to catch up so he could intercept them and ask them why. To his surprise, when he parted the reeds, he saw 2 children squatting in the reeds. They were a boy and a girl. The girl was slightly older and dressed like a village girl. She wasn't very pretty, but she had delicate features. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and she carried a bamboo basket on her shoulder filled with wild vegetables. Next to her was a boy, about 6 or 7 years old. He had a strong head and a healthy, ruddy face. The little boy was holding a duck egg in his hand, and the surprised smile on his face had yet to fade. It seemed that he had just picked up a wild duck egg from the reeds. Suddenly seeing a man rush in from the side of the road, the little boy was a little scared. He grabbed the duck egg tightly and timidly called out, "Sister." Then he hid behind the village girl. The village girl vigilantly stood up and threw away the plant root she had just dug out. She gripped the small wooden shovel tightly and protected the boy behind her. Seeing their ragged clothes and thinking about where they were at the moment, Yang Fan was sure that they were the children of those bandits. Looking at this pair of siblings, Yang Fan's heart ached. From this pair of siblings, he seemed to see his distant childhood. He saw the little sister who carried him up the mountain and hid him in the wild grass. Yang Fan sniffled and tried his best to put on the most friendly smile. He said in the most gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. There are a few bad guys chasing after Uncle. Uncle will beat them away. This place isn't very safe now. Little sister, quickly take your brother and leave." At this time, the few people chased after them with heavy footsteps. From the gaps in the reeds, they could already see their figures getting closer and closer. The little girl was startled. She timidly looked at Yang Fan and took her brother's little hand. She didn't dare to step on the main road, so she ran forward in the reeds, one step at a time. Yang Fan turned his head and glanced at the few people who were running closer and closer. He shouted to the little girl, "Don't worry, Uncle will stop them. Take your brother and walk on the road. Be careful not to be bitten by snakes or insects." The few people caught up and heard Yang Fan's words. Then, they looked at the little girl and her brother who were running away from the reeds. They all had a puzzled look on their faces. After sizing up Yang Fan, a tall and thin man in his 40s with a long face and hooked nose turned to another person and asked, "I say, Old Six, is this person really rich? Don't tell me he's a penniless bandit." A sinister look flashed in the eyes of a thin man with a centipede scar on his face. He said, "I can't be wrong. I recognize him. He's not a bandit. He's one of his relatives who was banished here. Hee. You also know that most of the bandit banished here are from the families of officials. This person is here to visit his banished relative. Do you think he didn't bring money?" This person was Lu Junfan. Back then, he was able to coax Madame Yao into working with him, so he could be considered a man of eloquence. Now that he saw that Yang Fan was in contact with a bandit, his companions who had been coaxed by him became suspicious. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and immediately made up a set of lies. Combined with the current situation, it was quite plausible. Immediately, his companions' doubts were dispelled. The few people separated and blocked Yang Fan's way. One of them was fiddling with a badly worn Ronin sword and said in a sinister voice, "Brat, us brothers only want money. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables and I will naturally spare your life. Otherwise, hee." As he spoke, he slowly pulled out the sharp Ronin sword from its sheath to intimidate Yang Fan. Yang Fan ignored him. The reason why he was entangled with these people was that he wanted to figure out their intentions. When he found out that these people were just a group of bandits, he wanted to end the battle quickly. He had to quickly kill these fugitives and see what Huang Jingrong was up to. If Huang Jingrong wanted to kill these bandits, he had to step forward to stop her. Although he did not bring any troops with him, he could easily be suspected of defying the imperial edict to escort the princess to Chang, and if he appeared so early. But he couldn't care less. He believed that as long as he stepped forward, he would be able to stop Huang Jingrong from committing murder. The ones responsible for killing must be the local soldiers. Unless they had no other choice, they would not be willing to stain their hands with blood. After all, most of the bandits were from the families of officials. Who knew who would come back in the future? In the past, the Shangwan family had been cursed by everyone. In the end, before the men could stand up, a heroine had appeared. Although the Shangwan family had not publicly exonerated them, who would dare to slight them again? If it was not necessary, no one would ask for trouble. As long as he showed himself, Huang Jingrong was an imperial envoy, and he was also an imperial envoy. With the idea that it was better to avoid trouble, these local officials would definitely take measures that would not help either side. At that time, only Huang Jingrong and her 3 to 5 servants at the imperial envoy station would be left, and they would not be able to accomplish anything. Yang Fan was about to make a move when the words of the man with the centipede scar on his face caught his attention. Yang Fan looked at him curiously and asked, "Who are you? Do you recognize me?" Chapter 504. Seeing Yang Fan asking Lu Junfan a question, the tall and skinny man holding the Ronin sword flew into a rage as he stood by Yang Fan's side. but Yang Fan treated him like air, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. With that, he slashed his sword toward Yang Fan. The reason why he didn't immediately kill Yang Fan was because he was worried that Yang Fan didn't bring anything valuable with him. Now that Yang Fan had angered him, how could he still think of holding back? In this kind of place, it was easier to kill a person than to kill a dog. After killing someone and throwing them into the wilderness, the officials wouldn't investigate and the people wouldn't raise a finger, so there wouldn't be any future trouble. The tall and skinny man had just raised his sword when a huge fist flew over. Bang! His nose was punched and his head buzzed. Then he didn't know anything else. The others saw Yang Fan raise his hand and the tall and skinny man fell straight down. His face was covered in blood, and his nose had completely collapsed into his cheeks. It was a frightening sight, and they couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Immediately, another person rushed over and used Black Tiger Steel's heart. Yang Fan was just about to raise his hand to block when that person suddenly lowered his body and swept his foot toward Yang Fan's lower body. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw that person's feint. Yang Fan didn't move, he just bent his knees and lowered his body. That person flew up and swept his leg toward Yang Fan's leg. Yang Fan immediately screamed in pain and hugged his calf and curled up into a ball. He used a lot of strength, and looking at his calves' deformed appearance, it was most likely broken. At this time, another person took out a sharp knife from his sleeve and fiercely slashed it towards Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan dodged to the side and raised his left leg. With a side kick, the tip of his foot hit that person's ribs. With a cracking sound, 3 of that person's ribs were broken. Blood spurted from his mouth as he fell into the weeds. The remaining 2 people were Lu Junfan and a short and stout man. When the 2 of them saw how powerful Yang Fan was, they couldn't help but be surprised. Lu Junfan hesitated and didn't dare to step forward. When the stout man saw Yang Fan looking at him, he roared and waved the Ronin's sword in his hand. The sword light carried a sharp whistling sound as it fiercely slashed towards Yang Fan's shoulder. The sword light suddenly streaked past. Yang Fan didn't seem to have enough time to dodge. With a flash of the sword light, Yang Fan's shoulder and crotch were split into 2. When Lu Junfan saw this, his heart was filled with joy, but then he felt a bit regretful. In his opinion, it was too easy for Yang Fan to die like this. Lu Junfan still had a lot of evil plans to use on him. However, after the Ronin's sword slashed the shadow, there was no burst of blood. Yang Fan's afterimage disappeared, and his figure appeared 10 feet away, standing there quietly. The stout man looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was so frightened that he roared. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and brandished the Ronin's sword with all his might, slashing and slashing to strengthen his courage. Yang Fan retreated again and again. He sighed and said, "This place is ferocious and stubborn." Sure enough, people's lives are like grass. The Ronin's sword in the stout man's hand flashed with a cold light. A clump of reeds where Yang Fan was standing was cut in half. Yang Fan, who had suddenly appeared and appeared again, approached the stout man and heavily slashed his palm on the stout man's neck. Yang Fan did not show any mercy in this palm strike. The stout man's neck was almost as thick as his head, short and fat. However, when Yang Fan slashed down with his palm, it was like a sharp knife cutting a cucumber. Crack! The stout man's head softly tilted to one side. His neck bone was broken by Yang Fan's palm strike. "Help! Help!" A cry that sounded like a cry and a howl came from 20 feet away. Yang Fan turned his head and saw the reeds shaking violently. Clumps of reeds flew into the air, and a line of waves quickly moved in the direction of the river. Lu Junfan was scared out of his wits. He never thought that Yang Fan would be so powerful. He claimed that he had found a fat sheep and met up with his companions. He wanted to borrow their hands to kill Yang Fan, but he did not expect that his brothers would all die here. Especially when the stout man's neck was cut off by a knife. He was really scared out of his wits. Lu Junfan knew that no one would answer him if he called for help here, but he still couldn't help but cry and desperately rush to the river. The reeds here were taller than a person. Nothing could be seen in front of them, only the sound of flowing water. Lu Junfan used all his strength to charge forward. The reeds whipped his face and scratched it, but he didn't care about it. Bang! Lu Junfan ran at the fastest speed she had ever run in her life. Her legs were like wheels as she broke through the reeds and ran to the river. She ran 4 steps on the surface of the river before she fell head first into the river. She floated downstream along the rapid current. Yang Fan chased him to the river. Looking at the floating figure in the distance, he could only give up. He couldn't chase after them anymore. He didn't even have time to wake up the disfigured man and interrogate him. He didn't know if Huang Jingrong would brazenly order a massacre when she led the troops into the mountains. If he delayed any longer, it would be too late. Dongping Ao, like the Peach Blossom Village, was also a small village formed by refugees. The refugees sent by the court to various places were all settled by the local officials for easy management. These small villages formed by refugees were mostly located in remote places, separated from the villages of ordinary people. These places did not have fertile land for them to open up, so they could only open up some terraced fields, flat some vegetable gardens, and do odd jobs and make handicrafts to earn their daily necessities. Life here was the same as in the Peach Blossom Village, poor and quiet. There was no glory and splendor, but there was also no deception. The thatched cottages were built on both sides of the mountain, giving it a sense of paradise. But today, the tranquility here was broken. A group of soldiers rushed into the small village like wolves and tigers, violently driving the villagers out of their houses, courtyards, and fields, and gathering them in the open space in front of the valley. There were old people, children, and women in the crowd, but the rarest people were men in their prime. Almost all of these families had committed the crime of rebellion. Before they were sent to the Peach Blossom Village, the young adults in the family had already been beheaded, and their children had not even grown up yet. The soldiers were holding swords and spears, looking very fierce. Luo Shudao stood on a big rock in front of the valley, rubbing his hands uneasily. He looked up at the majestic Huang Jingrong standing in front of him and licked his lips. The villagers in front of the valley were terrified. The only thing they could do was hug their child tightly in their arms to give him a sense of security. However, even they were confused. They did not know what the sudden arrival of the soldiers was going to do. They did not know what had happened. Their families, their fathers, brothers, or grandfathers had all been beheaded because they opposed the Empress Dowager becoming the emperor, and their whole families had been sent to this place. They thought that they had long been forgotten by the world and could only live and die here. What were these soldiers doing here? Some smart people had already thought of Li Xian, the crown prince of Zhonghuai. Li Xian was sent to Bazhou by his mother, and a few years later, she sent Xiao Xinji to force him to commit suicide. Was this going to happen to them? No one in this small village knew about the murder in Lingnan, but they already felt fear. At the entrance of the valley, there were hundreds of women, children, and old people, but it was very quiet. The wind blew, and the clothes of the people in the valley fluttered, just like the rustling branches of the forest. Huang Jingrong was very satisfied with this effect. Even when he was at the peak of the imperial censorate, he had never tried to control the life and death of hundreds of people with a single thought. This feeling was too wonderful. This was power that made people feel like they were walking on clouds. No wonder the Empress was willing to kill her own son for the throne of the Emperor. If it were him, he would also be willing. Huang Jingrong stood proudly on the rock with her hands behind her back, enjoying the fearful and reverent gazes of hundreds of people. After floating for a long time, she coughed and said, "All of you have committed serious crimes and were sent here. Originally, according to your crimes, you should have been beheaded, but the Emperor was merciful and spared you. But now there are people who have not given up, secretly colluding and inciting ignorant villagers, intending to raise flags and rebel." There was a commotion in the crowd. Huang Jingrong pressed his hands down and said sternly, "Silence. I already have concrete evidence for this matter, and I also know that those rebels are about to raise their troops. There are their accomplices among you. Because the rebels are about to rebel, you have to be taken away and watched together. I am very clear and will not let you go unjustly." The innocent among you will be released after I investigate. Hearing Huang Jingrong say this, the commotion immediately calmed down. No one would think that the imperial court would want to get rid of these harmless old, weak women and children as soon as possible, and no one would think that the imperial envoy sent by the imperial court would lie. Huang Jingrong snickered inside. It wasn't that he didn't want to immediately slaughter these people, but some of the local officials and chieftains hadn't delivered their gifts yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Moreover, the tragedy of Jade Mountain had already shaken all levels of society. Now that he was investigating this case, he could not even put on a show. Looking at this group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, Huang Jingrong's smile became even more amiable. On the hillside, there were two small figures crouching. They were a pair of siblings who had just run back from the reeds. They were lying there, looking in shock at the villagers who were corralled like cattle and sheep in the valley, trying their best to find their parents. "Mother, I see Mother." The child suddenly pointed at a group of people and shouted. His little butt arched, and he was about to climb up and run down the hill. Huan, don't move." The older sister grabbed him and pressed him down, saying anxiously, "Don't go down. I don't think those soldiers are good people." The little boy asked in astonishment, "Why?" "They are soldiers, not bandits." The older sister said solemnly, "When soldiers are bad, they are even worse than bandits. In the past, our family lived in a very, very big city, and we were sent here by the soldiers. Now that they have captured all the villagers for no reason, it doesn't look like a good thing no matter how you look at it. Huan, you lie here obediently and don't move. Older sister will go down to find father and mother. If there's nothing, I'll call you back down. If something happens, you must not come out. Grandpa Shui Mu, who is hunting behind the mountain ridge, likes you the most. If we are captured, you can go find Grandpa Shui Mu." After the older sister finished speaking, she got up and was about to run down the hill. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from behind her and pressed heavily on her shoulder, pressing her back down to the ground. A voice rang in their ears. "You're right, they are soldiers, but sometimes soldiers can be even more bandits than bandits. At least when it's not beneficial to them, bandits won't kill indiscriminately. And bandits won't easily kill the people who provide for them. You clearly know this, so why do you still want to go down?" Chapter 505. The Cheong Lake was called the Cheong River by the Southerners. It was 20 li wide and more than 100 zhang deep. This was the record of the Cheong Lake in the Book of the Later Han. The Cheong Lake was the Cheong Lake. The people who were taken away by Huang Jingrong were now standing on the shore of the Cheong Lake, where the water was shallow and not suitable for boats. The water and sky of the Cheong Lake were one color, and the scenery was very beautiful. Unfortunately, these people were not here to enjoy the scenery, so they all looked anxious. "Uncle." The sister and brother looked at Yang Fan together. They were young and did not have the power to save their relatives. When they found a powerful and kind person, they naturally thought of him as their savior. They followed the people who were taken away to this place. Because he had to monitor Huang Jingrong's movements and take care of the two children, Yang Fan did not have time to go back and interrogate the fugitives with broken noses and broken ribs. He let them fend for themselves. On the way, Yang Fan had already asked the sister and brother for their names. They were surnamed Gu. The elder sister was called Gu Yuan, and the younger brother was called Gu Huan. He was not too clear about their family background. Commoners were generally unwilling to tell their children about their past. At least, they were unwilling to talk too much about the past before they grew up. When they were banished, the sister and brother were still young and did not know much about their family background. Yang Fan thought. Huang Jingrong gathered the people here and did not even allow them to bring their bedding. It is obvious that she wants to kill them. She did not make her move immediately because she wants to show that she has investigated the matter to avoid being attacked when she returns to the court. If I appear now, there will be no problem here. But when the news reaches the capital, the time I appear here will not match. If I escorted the princess to Chong, and even if I rushed here at top speed, I would not be able to appear here so quickly. The Empress hates people who deceive her the most, especially when she lives deep in the palace and relies on external officials for information and actions. She's even more afraid of this. If she finds out that I am pretending to obey, but secretly disobeying, the consequences will be dire. Since Huang Jingrong is not in a hurry to make a move, I will wait for 2 more days. Thinking of this, Yang Fan said to the siblings, the 2 of you don't have to worry. The authorities have locked up your parents and so many other villagers here to investigate a case of rebellion. Perhaps they will let your parents go after the investigation is completed. You 2 come with me first. Uncle will keep an eye on them. If they want to harm your parents, Uncle will go and save them. Gu Yuan blinked her eyes. She felt that this uncle's words were insincere, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Her younger brother, Gu Huan, was still young, but he didn't think too much. He wanted to run over to accompany his parents, but his sister wouldn't let him. Now, he could only listen to Yang Fan's arrangements. Yang Fan and the others continued to wait on the side until Huang Jingrong left a portion of the soldiers to watch over the refugees, while she and Luo Shudao returned to the city. Only then did Yang Fan bring the Gu siblings back to the city. Huang Jingrong checked the name list and discovered that a pair of siblings was missing. They were just 2 children, so he didn't take them to heart. Killing 2 more or 2 less wouldn't affect him much. He didn't have the time to wait in the valley and send out people to search for them. He could just pretend that these 2 people didn't exist. After returning to the provincial capital, Huang Jingrong asked for the name list again and seriously studied it. As for the background of these exiled people, he had to find out more about them. If there really were any exiled people who had old friends or relatives who were officials in the imperial court and had great power, then he would get rid of this family. There was no need to offend people who should not be offended. In addition, he needed to understand these people's backgrounds so that he could make the crime of rebellion sound plausible. Oh, the family of the former vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, Li Weiying, was also sent here? Huang Jingrong suddenly flipped to a very familiar name and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, Li Weiying, had passed the same imperial examinations as him. Later on, they were both in the 3 departments of law, so they were very familiar with each other. How could Luo Shudao remember the identities of so many people? He gave a random reply. Huang Jingrong looked at the name list and smiled. He stroked his beard and said with a sigh, Vice-Chancellor Li was beheaded because he colluded with Zhou Xing and Qiu Xinji to rebel. His family was sent to the desolate border. Turns out they ended up here. This official and Li Weiying passed the imperial examinations in the same year. 20 years later, 1 life and 1 death, 1 official and 1 prisoner. The fate of life really is. Luo Shudao was astonished. Imperial censor Huang has friendly relations with this vice-chancellor Li? Huang Jingrong chuckled and said with a deep voice, the 2 of us were imperial examinations in the same year and worked in the 3 departments of law. So naturally, we have a great friendship. Huang Jingrong's words had a deeper meaning. Unfortunately, Luo Shudao didn't understand. Li Weiying and Huang Jingrong were imperial examinations in the same year, and both worked in the 3 departments of law, so they were indeed very familiar with each other. Unfortunately, while friends were familiar, enemies could also be familiar. After the 2 of them entered the government, they both worked in the 3 departments of law, and their relationship was not bad at first. Later on, 2 new political stars rose up, one called Zhou Xing and the other called Li Junshin. The 2 of them had their differences. Huang Jingrong joined Li Junshin's faction, while Li Weiying protected Zhou Xing. Li Weiying felt that Huang Jingrong, as an imperial examination scholar, joining a ruffian was a disgrace to all scholars. He was quite disdainful of him, and the 2 of them became enemies. Later on, Zhou Xing and Li Junshin fought for power. They each served their own masters, and their relationship became even worse. After Zhou Xing's incident, Li Weiying was also implicated by him. He was sentenced to death for treason, and his family was sent here. Now that he saw his name, Huang Jingrong couldn't help but recall the old hatred in his heart. Zhou Xing was killed for treason. Now that this matter is connected, why don't we use Li Weiying's family as the main culprits? The Li family was dissatisfied with the death of their master and colluded with other exiles after being sent here. Huang Jingrong thought about it and felt that this wasn't convincing enough. The main culprit could be the Li family, but there had to be someone who could be regarded as the leader. He should see if there were any imperial disciples among the exiles. If there weren't, he could say that they served the crown prince or the prince of Luling of Fong province as their master. In addition, this group of exiles won't be able to accomplish anything. They aren't convincing enough and will have to implicate several tribes. However, there's no rush in this matter. Let's see which chieftain doesn't come to present gifts tomorrow and then label him as a traitor. We can't let go of that fuming period. We'll include him as well. Huang Jingrong twirled his beard, his eyes flickering. A groundless case of treason was gradually taking shape in his mind. Luo Shudao didn't know about the grudges between Huang Jingrong and Li Yueying. Hearing his words, he really thought that Huang Jingrong and Li Yueying were old friends and wanted to help Minister Counselor Li exonerate his family. Although Luo Shudao couldn't remember Li Yueying's background, he suddenly thought of Yang Mingxing's family, who had moved here because of Zhou Xing's case. He continued, yes, because of Zhou Xing's case, many people were implicated. There's a local family that was ruined because of Zhou Xing's case. Luo Shudao casually mentioned the situation of Yang Mingxing's clansmen in Feng province. After the Yang family returned to their former residence, they had visited him in order to find a backer and even sent him a generous gift. He was also aware of the marriage between the daughter of a Yang family and Fuming Period's son. Otherwise, the already ruined Yang family wouldn't be worthy of meeting him. Now that Huang Jingrong and Li Yueying were old friends, he could make use of this matter to form a relationship with the Yang family. This way, it would be easier to resolve the conflict between Huang Jingrong and Fuming Period. Huang Jingrong didn't know how much power Fuming Period had in the southwest, but Luo Shudao was well aware of it. That Fuming Period might look like an inconspicuous country bumpkin, but he had more than 100,000 tribesmen and dozens of white barbarian tribes attached to him. Even Luo Shudao didn't dare to offend this kind of power. Now that Fuming Period was on bad terms with the imperial envoy, it became a sore point for him. Since there was a chance to reconcile, Luo Shudao naturally wouldn't let it go. Unexpectedly, Huang Jingrong was overjoyed when he heard this. Back when the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate were like fire and water, their relationship was even worse than the current relationship between Yang Fan and the Censorate. Currently, Yang Fan was the only one in the Ministry of Justice to challenge the Censorate. Back then, it was Zhou Xing and his subordinates who suppressed the Censorate. As Zhou Xing's #1 fighter, Yang Mingxiang had a deep grudge with the Censorate. Furthermore, Fuming Period left in a huff during the banquet yesterday, which also shredded Luo Shudao's face. Luo Shudao wanted to teach this person a lesson. Now that there was such a good opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, how could he let it go? Hearing Luo Shudao's words, Huang Jingrong's rebellion plan was immediately perfected. Huang Jingrong immediately said to Luo Shudao solemnly, Governor Luo's words are wrong. Before Yang Mingxiang died at Zhou Xing's hands, the imperial court didn't pursue the Yang family's responsibility. Who would want to harm them? Zhou Xing has been rebellious for a long time, and the Yang family is already deeply involved in it. They won't stop just because of Yang Mingxing's death. After Zhou Xing's rebellion failed, the remaining members of his faction were either killed or demoted. The Yang family, as his trusted followers, were unwilling to give up, so they followed him here and contacted his old faction to plot a rebellion. Governor Luo, you've fallen into their trap. You say that the Yang family is ruined? What a great joke. When Yang Mingxiang was in power, he plundered the wealth of the people. The so-called ruined is just an excuse. The money was used to buy the hearts of the people and plan a rebellion. The Yang family used a young girl to marry the head of the white barbarians. It's also a trick. They want to buy the barbarians and make them their own. Luo Shudao never expected that his words would lead to such an ending. Luo Shudao stammered, Is that so? Huang Jingrong's eyes turned cold, and he said in an awe-inspiring voice, When I was in the capital, I received a secret report. Governor Luo, you're in charge of this area, yet you know nothing about this? In a noisy card shop in the west of Feng Prefecture, there was a dark and dirty room. More than a dozen burly men were either standing or sitting in it. The room was filled with the stench of sweat. Some of the burly men had fierce eyebrows. Some had crooked noses and stared. Their expressions and mannerisms were all different. It was as if there were statues of Luohan standing in the Luohan Hall. In the middle sat a burly man, but he didn't look like a Buddha. His figure wasn't tall and sturdy, but he exuded a fierce, murderous aura that no one dared underestimate. Lu Junfan was standing in front of him, crying with snot and tears. Two people were lying behind Lu Junfan. One had a collapsed nose, and his face was covered in blood. The other had a broken leg and was curled up like a chicken. As for the man with broken ribs, because he was not treated in time, blood overflowed from his mouth and nose while he was unconscious, and he had already suffocated to death. The other man, who had his neck broken, was naturally also dead. His accomplices threw the two corpses into the bushes and didn't even bother to bury them. "Whoever dares to touch my Sima Bai's people, I'll take his life," the burly man sneered and said with a murderous aura. "Speak, where does he live?" Chapter 506. "Come, are you hungry? I bought more, enough for you to eat for 3 meals. Eat slowly, don't choke." Yang Fan put down the food and patted Gu Huan's head lovingly as he watched him wolf down the food. "Oh, there's a smoked rabbit here." Yang Fan walked to the corner of the wall and took out an oiled paper bag from a rattan basket hanging on the wedge of the wall. The smoked rabbit was still wrapped in oiled paper. He tore open the oiled paper and placed it in front of the siblings. Gu Yuan ate much more gently than her brother. She took small bites and worriedly said to Yang Fan, "Uncle, do you think my parents have anything to eat at the Cheongqi Lake?" They didn't bring anything. Gu Huan was starving. After walking for so long, he had not eaten anything. When the little guy was growing, food was consumed quickly. He tore open the oiled paper bag and twisted off a rabbit's leg. He smelled it greedily and took a big bite of the rabbit meat. Hearing his sister's words, he couldn't help but raise his head and said, "Yes, not only did my parents not bring food, they didn't even bring bedding. Do they have a place to sleep at night?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if they've been convicted and thrown in a prison, they have a place to live and food. How can they not have food and a place to sleep? The authorities will take care of these things." The siblings believed Yang Fan's words and began to eat their food with ease. Yang Fan didn't let the Chun family know that he brought the 2 children back. Although the house was rented, the landlord had the right to interfere if he brought people back without permission, especially people of unknown origin. So the 3 of them didn't make much noise in the room. After dinner, Gu Yuan didn't need Yang Fan to say anything. He took the initiative to pack up his things. First, he carefully put the rest of the food back into the basket and tiptoed to hang it on the wall. This way, he could prevent mice from stealing it. There was only a small oil lamp in the room, and the light was very dim. Even so, in order to prevent people from passing by the window and seeing them, Yang Fan did not light up the lamp. The 3 of them ate at a place with their backs to the window, and when the sky turned dark, they rested. Yang Fan gave his couch to the 2 siblings and put 2 benches together to serve as a bed for the night. The siblings were still worried about their parents' safety. They lay on the bed and worried about their parents. Yang Fan quietly comforted them and talked to them. The sky gradually darkened. The brother and sister had been running around for most of the day, and they had also suffered a scare. They were really exhausted. As they talked with Yang Fan, they unknowingly fell asleep. Yang Fan rested his head on his arms and listened to their steady breathing. He let out a long sigh, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. From Huang Jingrong's actions today, Huang Jingrong's killing intent had finally been aroused. Yang Fan was too naive. After fighting with the ruthless officials for so long, he still believed that they would at least have some humanity left in them, hoping that Huang Jingrong would leave after extorting some money from them. This was a rare opportunity for the Imperial Censorate to make a comeback and regain their power. How could they be willing to give up on this opportunity? They had to make the public angry, and everyone felt insecure. They had to make the emperor feel like he was in danger. Only then could they achieve their political goals. From this, it could be seen that the other imperial censors had the same thoughts as well. Yang Fan really wanted to resolve the matter here and head to other places as soon as possible. But how was he going to resolve the trouble in Jianan? There were 43 prefectures in Jianan alone. Even if he could stop Huang Jingrong from killing in this place, how could he stop her from committing murder elsewhere? If he were followed behind Huang Jingrong all the way, even if he were to follow Huang Jingrong and save all the refugees in Jianan, what would happen to the refugees in other places? Yang Fan thought about it, but he couldn't come up with a foolproof plan. The Empress hoped to use the Imperial Censor to eradicate the hidden threat, so he couldn't count on the officials. Could he rely on his martial prowess? Then, he could only stop the killings by killing. For example, sneaking into the military governor's manor at night and killing Huang Jingrong, then sneaking into the other prefectures and assassinating the other Imperial censors. But that was all he could do. He knew that this method couldn't be used. If the Imperial censors who were investigating the rebellion of the refugees were assassinated one after another, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, this case of rebellion would be viewed as an undeniable fact by the Empress and all the officials in the royal court. At that time, Wu Zetian would no longer send out Imperial censors. Instead, she would send out generals who could command thousands of soldiers and horses. She would create a reign of terror in the world and use mountains of human heads to quell this rebellion. All the refugees would die, and more officials and commoners would be implicated. The Imperial censor would once again stand above the officials, and more Zhou Xing and Lai Junshen would appear at the royal court. How troublesome! Yang Fan sighed deeply. Closing his eyes, he muttered regretfully, "I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate." In the dark alley opposite Chendiyu's house, several pairs of cold, wolf-like eyes reflected the starlight, glinting in the darkness. The leader of Lu Junfan's gang, Sima Bai, asked, "Little Lu, what does this family do?" Lu Junfan replied softly, "Big brother, this family is a merchant. I heard that they deal in silk, swords, seafood, and everything else." Sima Bai was relieved upon hearing that. His gang specialized in the smuggling business between Great Tang and Tubo, and the entire Jianan prefecture was their territory. Due to this, they didn't have a fixed base, and Fengzhou City was just one of the places where they settled down. They didn't have any qualms about not eating the grass near their nest. Most of the wealthy families were in cahoots with the authorities, and if that was the case, he would still have some reservations. However, looking at the style of this family, even though they were merchants, they didn't seem to have much influence. Since he was already determined to kill that Yang Fan, killing one or two wouldn't make a difference. Since that was the case, he might as well rob this family and take some money back. Thinking of this, Sima Bai's eyes sharpened, and he ordered, "The two of you climb over the wall and kill that Yang Fan and the family that took him in. Little AI, Old Kai, the two of you go and deal with that Yang Fan." Knowing their boss's character, the subordinates nodded in agreement and made their way to the Chun residence. Just as Yang Fan was about to go to sleep, he suddenly heard some movement. His ears twitched, and he straightened his back and sat up. His figure flashed, and like a ghost, he flashed to the side of the window. He peeked outside, then flew to the side of the bed and lightly patted Gu Yuan's shoulder. The little girl woke up. She opened her eyes and saw a dark figure standing in front of her. She was so scared that she wanted to scream, but her mouth was immediately covered by Yang Fan. Yang Fan whispered, "Someone's coming. Wake your brother up and hide in a corner. Don't come out unless I call for you." Lu Junfan was careful. He didn't go to the side courtyard that Yang Fan was in, nor did he choose the main courtyard next to Yang Fan's residence. Instead, he specially chose the side courtyard on the other side of the Chun residence. Thinking of how they had blocked Yang Fan on the road today, and how the five of them had been easily beaten by Yang Fan, he had been afraid. Especially that short fatty, who was so fat that his neck couldn't even be seen. In the end, Yang Fan had broken his neck with one chop, and his head had hung limply. Thinking of that appearance, he felt cold air coming from the back of his head. It was best to stay as far away from such a terrifying person as possible. The two people who had climbed into Yang Fan's courtyard had been with Sima Bai the longest. It was said that they were originally two horse bandits who belonged to the powerful horse gang in the southwest, Beard Ba. Later, they had been defeated by another horse gang that had quickly risen. The newly risen leader of the caravan was nicknamed Little Flying General. Bearded Ba and his subordinates had been beheaded by Little Flying General. Bearded Ba's caravan had disappeared, and the two of them had fallen from being horse bandits to bandits. They had been recruited by Sima Bai and became his capable subordinates. One of the two people was a Tibetan, and the other was a Han. The Tibetan was called Ai Chur, and the Han had an elegant name, Kaimin Heo. His father was probably literate, or he had specially invited a teacher to name his son. He had hoped that Kaimin Heo would grow up to be an examiner and become an official, but he had somehow fallen to become a horse bandit. Ai Nya flipped over the wall and glanced at the silhouettes of her companions who disappeared in a flash. She grumbled, "Mother asterisk cur, all of them are rushing to the master's house. This troublesome fellow is left to us." Kaimin Heo drew a narrow saber from his back and said with a low laugh, "Who asked us to be so good at kung fu? Even if they were to team up, they still wouldn't be our match. Only the two of us can do this job cleanly and efficiently. Let's go and finish off that brat with one strike. It's not too late to go to the back residence to snatch things." The two of them were used to working together. They made a hand signal and moved forward along the left and right corners of the courtyard. Ai Chi made his way to the door of Yang Fan's room and pushed it open. He lowered his voice and said, "The door is bolted. I will break in. You keep watch outside." The person on the other side also came over and said in a low voice, "There's no need to go in." Ai Chi frowned and said, "Nonsense. How can we kill without going in? Do you know how to use a flying sword?" The person on the other side laughed and suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, giving Ai Chi a fright. The person on the other side didn't even sway. It was as if he had just floated over from a distance of more than 3 meters. It was really frightening. Ai Chi was about to scold Lao Kai when he suddenly realized that this person's facial features were somewhat different from Lao Kai's. Not only was his appearance different, but his height was also different. Ai Chi's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, that person stretched out a big hand and grabbed his neck. He couldn't even breathe, let alone shout loudly. Ai Nya's feet slowly left the ground as he was lifted by that person. Cracking sounds came from his neck. His own weight was about to break his neck. The blurry face in front of him seemed to be smiling. With a chuckle, he said, "I'm already out. Why are you still going in?" Chapter 507. Yang Fan's words were the last words Ai Chi would hear in his life. After Yang Fan finished speaking, the hand on Ai Chi's neck loosened. Ai Nya, whose face was completely red, slowly fell down. Before his feet even touched the ground, his chest was struck by an iron fist that was as large as a bowl, causing a muffled pew sound to ring out. His entire body flew out like a scarecrow and forcefully smashed open the door between the side courtyard and the main courtyard. The two bolted doors were smashed by Ai Nya's body, causing the fragments to fly everywhere. In the quiet night, the commotion was extremely shocking. Mother asterisk cur, what the hell is going on? The two bandits who had just reached the backyard suddenly heard a loud noise behind them. They couldn't help but stop in annoyance and curse in a low voice. They could no longer sneak attack. 2 white figures had already appeared in front of them after the loud noise. They were 2 people in white robes. "Who are you?" The 2 white barbarian warriors shouted angrily. When the 2 bandits saw that their tracks had been exposed, they no longer hid. They had always thought that the people in this house were ordinary merchants. It was not surprising that they had knives in their hands. The people in this place were fierce. Who didn't have a few knives in their hands? Not only did they have knives, but almost everyone had practiced a few peasant skills. In fact, they only had a bit more strength. They didn't take it to heart at all. One of the bandits took a few steps forward and said casually, "Don't be afraid. I want money and not my life. Take out whatever valuable things you have in your house. As long as you know what's good for you, I will spare your life." The 2 white barbarian warriors were shocked and angry. One of them shouted, "How dare you come here to extort money?" The bandit looked up at the sky and sneered, "You really got it. My nickname is Ludadan, courting death. The white barbarian warrior shouted angrily. He waved a knife in his hand and slashed at Ludadan. The blade of the saber was long and narrow, and in the darkness of the night, it was not very clear. The white barbarian warrior had expected that Ludadan would dodge, so this saber strike was a feint and did not contain much strength. Unexpectedly, when the saber chopped down, Ludadan did not even try to dodge. Cha! A head rolled down to the ground. Puff! Blood spurted out, scaring the white barbarian warrior. He couldn't help but cry out, "This guy's courage is really big." The headless corpse stood upright, the blood falling like rain. No one noticed that the hand that had gripped his ankle had withdrawn before the rain of blood could fall. The criminals who broke into the Chun family encountered all kinds of trouble, as if they were born clumsy. In a chaotic battle, someone slashed at the back of one of their own. Someone's belt loosened as they fought, and in that moment of shock, the other party's sharp knife pierced into their own chest. Someone suddenly fell to the ground and offered his head to the other party's blade. Lu Junfan, who suspected that there was a ghost, howled and ran away. "There's a ghost. There's a ghost." Lu Junfan jumped over the wall and out of the Chun family's residence as if he was possessed. He ran along the long street in a panic, as if there was a ghost chasing after him. Sima Bai, who was standing guard outside with one of his men, asked in surprise, "What happened to Xiao Lu?" Yang Fan was secretly playing tricks and did not pay special attention to this extremely timid guy in the dark. When Lu Junfan ran away while howling, he recognized that this person's voice belonged to the guy who claimed to know him. Yang Fan wanted to chase after him, but at this time, the Chen family had all woken up. The lanterns and torches were as bright as day. Sun Er was holding her scabbard, excitedly looking for the thief to fight. The few white barbarian warriors were so flustered that Yang Fan was afraid of revealing his presence, so he could only quietly hide. There were no survivors in the courtyard of the Chen family. These white barbarian warriors were the bodyguards of the headman. The weapons they wore were all knives dipped in poison. Coupled with Yang Fan's secret tricks, even if the thief was not critically injured, they all died. As for some of them whose chests had collapsed, and some whose necks had been broken, no one could find the culprit. Everyone who saw them thought that they were killed by someone else in the chaotic battle. Holding her scabbard, Sun Er excitedly walked around the front yard, the backyard, the left yard, and the backyard for a long time, but she couldn't find a single opponent. Just as she was feeling unlucky, the door behind her creaked open. Yang Fan walked out with his back bare, wearing a pair of trousers and his hair disheveled. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked while yawning, "What happened? Why is it so noisy?" Sun Er fiercely glared at him and angrily said, "What a pig!" Without any survivors, it was impossible to figure out the origins of these people, so the old man was very angry. In the middle of the night, his loud voice rang out in the courtyard of the Chun family, roaring so loudly that the entire street could hear him. "Someone actually dares to mess with the Tai Sui, coming to this old man's head in the middle of the night. This old man is sleeping soundly." Chen Diyu hurriedly explained, "Elder Sun, don't be angry. Maybe this is because of me." The old man's voice became even louder. "Because of you?" The old man really did not know who they were after. "Dayu, you have always been honest in doing business, haven't you? Although Pengzhou City is a bit chaotic, it is not common for robbers to break into private houses at night. What kind of enemies have you made?" Chun Dayu smiled bitterly and lowered his voice. "I have always been honest in doing business." "Elder Sun, lower your voice. Don't disturb the neighbors." The old man's voice became even louder. "So be it. This old man's head was almost cut off. Shouldn't I shout that I was wronged? I will go find Luo Shudao tomorrow morning. This kid is getting more and more outrageous. This Pengzhou City has become a nest of robbers because of his management." Sun Er sighed. "Unfortunately, there are too few robbers. I didn't even have time to make a move." The old man angrily shouted at his daughter. "Who told you to make a move? You are a girl, running around with a knife. Will you still be able to get married in the future? I won't bring you out next time." Sun Er was very dissatisfied and retorted, "Then should I hide when I hear the sound?" Our Sun family has never had a coward, be it men or women. This is what you said, father. The old man's denouncement of Peng Zhou's public security quickly turned into a dispute between father and daughter. Chun Diyu paced back and forth on the side, persuading until his mouth was dry. Both father and daughter were very angry and quarreled as if there was no one else around. In the end, it was Xuelian who came forward. Her future father-in-law and future sister-in-law were willing to give her face, and the commotion finally died down. Yang Fan said to the siblings in the room, "It's nothing, just a few ignorant thieves who came to steal things. It has nothing to do with us. You two can sleep in peace." Early the next morning, the old man angrily dragged 7 or 8 corpses to the commander-in-chief's office to complain. Chun Diyu wanted to persuade him to go after breakfast, but the old man only said, "Let that Luo guy take care of my meals. If he doesn't give me justice, I will go to his house to eat every day." He then pouted and left. After more than 2 hours, a group of soldiers came to the Chun family and invited Sun Chi's daughter, the people who stayed behind, and the rest of the Chin family away. The old man's words came true, and the whole family went to Luo Shudao's house to eat. For a while, the Chun family's house was empty, and the tenant, Yang Fan, became the only master of the Chin family. The commander-in-chief's office was the largest building complex in this small city, and some of its organizational structure had already surpassed the organizational structure of the commander-in-chief's office. It was more like an imperial palace. However, these hereditary commanders-in-chief and provincial governors of Jimmy Province were originally like local emperors. When they overstepped their authority, the imperial court would turn a blind eye to it, too lazy to become enemies with them. In the huge building complex of the commander-in-chief's office, there were guest rooms in the 3rd courtyard. However, the imperial envoy was a distinguished guest, so Luo Shudao arranged for him to stay in the 5th courtyard, which was a courtyard that Luo Shudao lived in. The guest rooms on the left and right side of the 3rd courtyard were usually empty, but now the guest room on the right side was full. In the guest room on the right side, the old man was stomping his feet and cursing, his spittle spraying all over Luo Shudao's face. Governor Luo learned from Lu Shurda's style of drying one's own saliva and didn't move at all, allowing the drizzle to fall on his face. "Luo Shudao, you become quite capable. When your old man was alive, he had to call this old man Big Brother, but now you dare to lock me up? You're really becoming more and more promising. You little brat, if you have the ability, then kill this old man. This old man has 42 sons, and I swear I won't rest until I raze your Feng province to the ground and tear you to pieces." Luo Shudao smiled wryly and said in a low voice, "Old master, how could I dare to arrest you? You've seen for yourself. Is this a prison cell? I've been treating you like a distinguished guest. Old master, this nephew is your junior, but I'm also an official of the imperial court. Since the imperial envoy has spoken, this nephew has to put on an act, no?" Luo Shudao bowed and said, "Old master, please calm down. This nephew is truly in a dilemma." When Xuanqi heard that the imperial envoy was causing trouble, he flew into a rage and said, "So it's him. What a scoundrel, using a chicken feather as a token of authority. Failing to ask for a bribe, he wants to frame this old man. This old man will go kill him. Don't. Old master, please don't cause trouble for this nephew. If you hadn't left with a flick of your sleeves that day, is there anything that can't be discussed? Yes, he's too greedy. We could have just returned the money, but you just have to be so stubborn." Xuanqi glared at him and said, "So you're blaming me instead?" Luo Shudao hurriedly said, "Of course not, but..." Luo Shudao pulled him to the side and said in a low voice, "Old master, these people from the imperial court naturally have the imperial court standing behind them. This nephew knows your ability as an old man, but can your ability surpass the imperial court? If this matter were to blow up, Jiannan would be engulfed in the flames of war. Wouldn't we be the ones to suffer? Wouldn't we be the ones to suffer?" Just as Xuanqi was about to speak, Luo Shudao interjected, "That's right, he's going too far. I've already told him about your influence in Jiannan, and even Imperial Censor Huang is a little fearful of it. Furthermore, this nephew is trying to mediate between the two. As long as Elder Xuanqi gives in, everything will be fine. He's just after money, so let him have it. Chapter 508. Xuanqi straightened his neck and clasped his hands behind his back. I don't. This old man doesn't have a single cent. If he has the ability, then behead this old man. Luo Shudao said with a bitter expression. How could this nephew dare to make you pay for it? This nephew has already given the gift for you. This nephew only hopes that you won't be angry at this nephew. This nephew had no choice but to invite you here. Also, when you meet the Imperial envoy later, please be a little more polite when you speak. Xuanqi glared at him and didn't say anything. Luo Shudao bowed deeply and said, Old man, this nephew is begging you. Please, for the sake of her deceased brother and this nephew's deceased father, help this nephew. It hasn't been easy for this nephew to be a governor. You look at how useless you are. Xuanqi was someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. After hearing Luo Shudao's words, he couldn't continue to get angry. He sighed and said, Forget it. This old man won't argue with you. Tell me, when will you let this old man go? This place of yours is filled with the stench of an official's prestige. This old man isn't used to it. Luo Shudao smiled and said, Look at what you're saying. If you want to leave, you can leave. Would this nephew dare to stop you? All right. Xuanqi turned his head and said, Daughter, call your Uncle Chun. Let's go. Luo Shudao hurriedly stopped him and said, Don't. Old man, you have to accompany Imperial Censor Huang for a meal and toast him before you leave. Xuanqi stomped his feet and sighed to the sky. AI, if your old man was still alive, he would also be angered to death by you. A dignified governor without any backbone, being pushed around by a bullsh *T imperial censor like this. You've caused this old man to be humiliated along with you. Xuanqi broke into a run. After taking 2 steps and not seeing Luo Shudao following him, he angrily said, What are you standing there for? Let's go. Luo Shudao asked curiously, Where to? Xuanqi roared. Of course to accompany that bastard imperial censor for a meal. Luo Shudao said with a smile, It's not lunchtime yet. You should take a rest and cool down. When the banquet is ready, I will invite you. Kaori angrily walked back. When he reached Luo Shudao's side, he angrily said, You better remember, this old man is only willing to swallow his anger because of you. Luo Shudao said repeatedly, Yes. Young nephew will always remember old master's kindness in guiding me. Luo Shudao bowed deeply to the ground. When he looked up again, he only saw Kaori's but disappear into the door. Then with a bang, the door closed. There was still a smile on Luo Shudao's face, but a layer of bitterness gradually seeped into his smile. Censor Huang said that he was willing to let them go because of me. The head of the Smoky Period said that he was willing to let them go because of me. I, Luo Shudao, really have a lot of faith. In the evening, the people from the Chun family were released. Governor Luo personally escorted them back. It was rare that the head of the Smoky Period did not continue cursing at the top of his voice. Once he returned to the Chun family, he quietly returned to the back courtyard. Although he had only been invited by Luo Shudao to the governor's office to drink, he felt that he had lost all face. However, this was not his territory, and there was a limit to how much power he could throw around. There was also that Censor Huang. Although he was only an imperial censor and could be killed as easily as killing a chicken, Censor Huang had the backing of the imperial court. He had to be wary of him. Chen Diyu and his wife looked as if they had just survived a calamity. They were very glad that the Chun family had such an impressive in-law. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape this calamity. After returning to the Chun family and tearing off the seals on the doors, Chen Diyu and his wife went to the head of the Smoky Period. No one paid attention to Luo Shudao in the Chun family, and he felt very uncomfortable. He paced in front of Kaori a few times, apologized, and then left in embarrassment. The Chun family and Kaori's people were all cursing Censor Huang in Kaori's room. No one noticed that little Shuilian had already left unhappily. Miss Shuilian, Xuelian squatted alone in the corner of the courtyard. Her skirt was pulled up to her knees, and she was plucking the wild grass and leaves one by one. She looked very bored. Yang Fan called out to her. Xuelian only raised her head and glanced at him. She continued to pout without saying a word. Yang Fan walked to her side and squatted down to look at her. He smiled and said, "Miss Xuelian, are you unhappy? You have the protection of the head of the smoky period and no one dares to bully you. Why are you unhappy? It was a daunting experience, but not a dangerous one. You should be glad that you managed to return home safely." Xuelian plucked a leaf and gently twisted it in her hand until the green juice stained her slender fingers. She then said faintly, "But the Yang family members have been captured." "The Yang family members?" Yang Fan frowned and immediately realized that the Yang family members Xuelian was talking about were Yang Mingxing's clansmen. He asked curiously, "The Yang family members have also been captured? They were captured together with you? What kind of crime is this? Now that you have all been released, why are the Yang family members still locked up?" Xuelian shook her head and said, "I don't know. I'm just a child. No one told me these things. I'm very familiar with those who were captured. There are uncles and aunts. Although my mother married my father, they've always been very good to me. I'm very sad to see them being captured." Yang Fan frowned and said, "Why didn't you ask the head of the smoky period to help rescue them?" Xuelian said in a low voice, "Although I didn't ask, I can see that it is useless to ask. The head of the smoky period does not want to say a word to that bad person. This time, it was thanks to Governor Luo's help that my family was released. So even if I ask, the head of the smoky period will not help and will be scolded by my parents." Yang Fan said with a smile, "You speak as if you were a pitiful little girl. You are his daughter-in-law, not an outsider." Xuelian shook her head and said, "Mother said that although the head of the Yang family likes me very much, I cannot be spoiled. Mother is right. The head of the Yang family has more than 40 sons. If every one of them bothers him with their personal matters, how can he be the head of the clan?" Yang Fan was silent for a while and said softly, "Miss Xuelian, you are actually not a child anymore. You have already grown up." Yang Fan faintly felt uneasy. He had been in the Ministry of Justice for a long time and had a good understanding of the procedures and methods used by the 3 law divisions. The arrest of the Yang family members seemed very baffling. If one wanted to guess Huang Jingrong's motive, it seemed that he was only trying to expand the scope of the rebellion case. However, Yang Fan did not think so. Why would the Yang family members jump into Huang Jingrong's eyes? It could only be because of Yang Mingsheng. The Yang family members were so well off in Luoyang because of Yang Mingsheng, and they were forced to leave Luoyang because of Yang Mingsheng. Yang Mingsheng was a minister of the Ministry of Justice, and his current position was the #1 thug in the Ministry of Justice back then. At that time, the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate were fighting openly and covertly, and it was even more intense than now. Yang Mingsheng must have offended many people from the Censorate, so it was reasonable for Huang Jingrong to take revenge on the Yang family. However, what reason did he use to drag the Yang family, who were not thugs, into the rebellion case? Yang Fan immediately recalled that Zhou Xing had died for the crime of rebellion, and Yang Mingsheng was Zhou Xing's capable thug. It was obvious how Huang Jingrong was going to use this point. After figuring out this layer of relationship, Yang Fan immediately sensed that Huang Jingrong seemed to have found a breakthrough in the case. Those thugs could be killed. At this moment, Xuelian spoke again. The smoky period headman went to the banquet, and when he came back, he said angrily that the headmen of 2 tribes had been captured. There were 2 small tribes, and each tribe only had about 100 people. Because they were too small, they usually behaved themselves and never caused trouble. In the end, he accused them of being accomplices of the traitors. Governor Luo secretly told the smoky period headman that Imperial Censor Huang did this because the 2 tribes had looked down on him. The gifts from one tribe were too cheap, and they were all wild fruits that were not worth much. The other tribe didn't give any gifts at all. The tribe that gave the cheap gifts was actually too poor. The other tribe that didn't give any gifts relied on hunting for a living, and their tribesmen lived deep in the mountains and forests like a group of half-savages. They thought that even if they didn't give any gifts, they wouldn't be noticed. In the end, when the smoky period headman talked about it, he got angry, but he still couldn't save them. He only scolded the imperial envoy for being greedy and vindictive, and said that he didn't have the demeanor of an imperial envoy at all. It's not that he didn't have any demeanor, but he wanted to gather enough evidence to kill them. Yang Fan's thoughts quickly turned. The original Zhou Xing's evil Yang clan members were the masterminds of this case, and the disgruntled thugs who were sentenced to exile were the accomplices. The two pitiful small tribes were bribed by them to prepare for the rebellion. Just like that, a case of rebellion was concocted. Yang Fan let out a long sigh and raised his head to look at the sky. It was already dusk, and it was impossible for Huang Jingrong to leave the city at this time, especially since Smokey had just returned from the banquet, which meant that Huang Jingrong had just ended the banquet. Tomorrow should be the day when Huang Jingrong wielded the butcher's knife, right? Yang Fan slowly stood up and looked over the courtyard wall at the mountain peak in the distance. The sun was setting, and the setting sun was like blood. Huang Jingrong's mood tonight was quite good. After the local officials and chieftains who attended yesterday's banquet found out about this imperial envoy Darren's refined hobby, early in the morning, they continuously sent over many yellow and white items and other rare treasures. The only flaw was that most of the officials had personally come to deliver the gifts, while the chieftains had mostly sent stewards to deliver them, which was somewhat disrespectful. In addition, there were also a few chieftains who did not care about him at all. They had not arrived, nor had they received the gifts. Huang Jingrong gritted his teeth and recorded them one by one in the accounts. But in the afternoon, when the news of Smokey's capture spread, the people who came to deliver gifts came in an endless stream. There were even some people who had given him gifts in the morning who felt that their gifts were too light and gave him another one in the afternoon. As expected, there were lowly bastards who would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. He had originally decided to use that Fumiaki as a sacrifice, but after this person was captured, he immediately admitted defeat. Not only did he immediately send him a large sum of money, he even sent 2 enchanting and charming barbarian beauties to warm his bed. According to Luo Shu Dao, this person had some influence in the southwest. That old man was from Yaozhou and not a local. Letting him go could also use his mouth to spread his name throughout Yaozhou. This way, when he arrived in Yaozhou, he would not have to establish his might and subdue those who did not know what was good for them. Huang Jingrong returned from the banquet and first opened the chests. With a beaming smile, he picked up the gold, silver, and jewels, then locked them up one by one. Only then did he excitedly walk to his bedroom. Inside, there were 2 beauties as beautiful as flowers and jade waiting for him. When Huang Jingrong returned from the banquet, he first opened the chests one by one. Beaming with joy, he picked up the gold, silver, and jewels, then locked them up one by one. Only then did he excitedly walk to his bedroom. Inside, there were 2 beauties as beautiful as flowers and jade waiting for him. Waking up wielding a killing sword and drunk lying on the knees of beauties, this was almost every man's dream. It seemed that Huang Jingrong wanted to reverse the order. Tonight, drunk lying on the knees of beauties, waking up wielding a killing sword. Chapter 509. Early the next morning, there was a sudden downpour. The rain came and went quickly. The bean-sized raindrops connected into a line, brushing back and forth on the ground for half an hour. Then it suddenly stopped, and a round red sun leaped out of the clouds. After the clouds and rain stopped, the whole land was filled with a fresh smell. The trees and flowers were washed by the rain into a fresh green. The lotus flowers and lotus leaves in the small pond were covered with sparkling water droplets, looking delicate and beautiful. The frog jumped back onto the lotus leaf and croaked at the top of its lungs. A few red-tailed dragonflies quickly tapped on the surface of the water, creating small ripples. The sun shone through the clouds, illuminating the earth. It was a beautiful morning, and the weather was good. When Huang Jingrong got up from the bed, the 2 beautiful barbarian girls, who had just been opened last night, were still sleeping on the carved bed. Their beautiful faces were close to each other, as if they were 2 flowers on the same stalk. The 2 girls were only 13 or 14 years old, and were at the age when they were thirsty for sleep. They couldn't get up earlier than Huang Jingrong, who was over 50 years old. Huang Jingrong touched the high buttocks of one of the girls and felt that it was smooth, tight, and bouncy. He raised his fingers and felt the pink and greasy skin on his fingertips. Huang Jingrong smiled with satisfaction and got up to change his clothes. After a wild night, when he got up, he felt that his waist was a little sore and his thighs were a little overexerted. He was getting old after all. Huang Jingrong sighed and decided to reduce the number of wild nights in the future. He paid great attention to his health. Anyway, it was food on his plate, so he could enjoy it slowly. Huang Jingrong asked a few maids to help him wash up and put on his clothes before walking out of the dripping eaves. It was raining hard in the room last night, but he didn't expect it to be the same outside. There were leaves on the ground that had been knocked down by the heavy rain, but even the fallen leaves were bright green under the sun and full of vitality. Huang Jingrong took a deep breath and smiled happily. The weather today was good, a good day to kill. When it was close to noon, Huang Jingrong and Luo Shudao led the troops out of the city. The pace of life in the small city was very slow, and people lived very leisurely. When they left the city, some people were still eating breakfast. Luo Shudao, who was riding on a horse, was fully armored. He looked majestic under the protection of the soldiers who were holding shiny sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. But his face was crooked, his eyes were wandering, and there was always a feeling of restlessness. He did not look as energetic as Imperial Censor Huang, who had picked 2 virgin flowers in a row last night. Huang Jingrong saw Luo Shudao's reaction and secretly sneered. She said with a hint of mockery, "Governor Luo seems to be somewhat unwilling. Could it be that you are still sympathizing with those rebels?" Luo Shudao laughed dryly and said reluctantly, "Not at all. If there are rebels who wish to harm the imperial court, then they're my mortal enemies." Imperial Censor Huang was well aware of Luo Yunyang's loyalty to the imperial court. However, Luo Shudao sucked in a deep breath and said as if he had a toothache, "Imperial Censor Huang, among those people, there are many women, children, the elderly, and the young. It seems that even if someone is plotting a rebellion, it has nothing to do with them. Do you think we can let these people go?" The corner of Huang Jingrong's mouth twitched, and he said indifferently, "Governor Luo, are you questioning the impartiality of this imperial censor?" Luo Shudao hurriedly said, "I dare not. This lowly official just feels that those old, weak women and children." Huang Jingrong snorted, "Those rebels, the old, weak women and children also have different ideas. If we do not eliminate the roots of the weeds today, they will become a great threat to the imperial court in the future. For the sake of the world, how can we be soft-hearted?" Huang Jingrong coughed and said, "Under the heavens, there is no land that belongs to the imperial court. Those who live on the land are the imperial court subjects. If there are people with different ideas, we will not let them off easily, even if they live in remote areas. Now that the sage has sent an army to recapture the 4 towns of Anshi, the Turks in Tubo have joined forces to resist. It is no different from hitting a rock with an egg." Luo Shudao was somewhat puzzled. He did not understand why Huang Jingrong brought up the war in the western region. But he heard Huang Jingrong said, "Wu Wei Dao's de Zhongguan Wang Xiaojia has successively defeated more than 30,000 Tufan and Turkic elite troops at Cold Spring and Great Ridge. Han Xizhong, the commander of Broken Leaf Town, has also defeated over 10,000 Tubo elites led by Tubo's famous general Enai Shujin. Some of the western region's tribal chiefs, seeing that the Tubo's power is at an end, have sought refuge with our dynasty. It won't be long before Wang Xiaojia returns victorious. When the time comes, the sage will be free to deal with those troublemakers." Humph! What the sage hates the most is rebellion. He would rather suffer injustice than indulge rebels. "Governor Luo, you must investigate." Hearing this, Luo Shudao shuddered. An unfathomable smile hung on Huang Jingrong's face. She mocked, "Governor Luo, you and I are like old friends at our first meeting. This imperial censor has confided in you and talked so much with you. If it were someone else, this imperial censor would be too lazy to give him advice." Luo Shudao did not say anything. Huang Jingrong's undisguised threat infuriated him. But in the end, he could not muster up the courage to oppose this imperial envoy. Luo Shudao could only vent his anger on the warhorse he was riding. He lashed the horse ferociously and galloped forward. Looking at his back, Huang Jingrong let out a smile. Yang Fan had been following the army since they left the city, but halfway through, he took a shortcut and rushed ahead of the soldiers. Last night, he had chatted with Shiwelian for a long time. Through Shiwelian, he learned about Luo Shudao's character and some of his actions during the course of this matter. This made Yang Fan even more confident in stopping Huang Jingrong from committing murder today. Luo Shudao was only a somewhat cowardly bureaucrat. If he wanted to grasp power, he could not do so without the trust of the imperial court, and even more so without the support of the local authorities. He wanted to sit in this position steadily without offending the imperial court or the local authorities. Therefore, there was only one thing he had been doing all this time: balance. Of course, he did not want to use his men to start a massacre within his jurisdiction. However, most of the people to be killed were vagabonds. A small portion of them were officials' families that had lost their power and 2 insignificant tribes. This was within Luo Shudao's acceptable range, which was why he obeyed Huang Jingrong. If Huang Jingrong went even further, he would rather offend Huang Jingrong than become the enemy of the people in Feng Province whom he relied on for survival. Yang Fan understood his mentality. He knew that as long as he revealed his identity, Luo Shudao would push the boat with the current and stay out of this matter, pushing him to fight against Huang Jingrong. This was the 3rd day since he arrived in Feng Province. Although it was still a bit far-fetched to show himself now, it was still acceptable. He could just say that he had come along a shortcut. Who could count how many shortcuts there were in the mountainous region of Shu? Ahead of him was a meandering stream. The water was gurgling and was no more than knee-deep. Yang Fan arrived on horseback. He abruptly pulled on the reins and dismounted, splashing the stream water on the horse. When the horse's body was drenched and the water was dripping down its mane, Yang Fan untied the bridle and loosely tied his hair into a bun. He plucked a few strands of hair and let them hang on his cheeks. Then he splashed some water on his face. He looked travel-worn and dusty. A moment later, the man and horse galloped into the distance. The Chongxi was not far away. The new provincial governor of Feng Province had been in office for nearly 4 months, but in the eyes of the officials and people of Feng Province, they had all ignored his existence. Many people didn't even know his name. This was the first thing that the officials and local people should know after a new official took office. People were so dismissive because they believed that this provincial governor would not last long. This provincial governor's surname was Zhang, and he was already 70 years old. In this era where officials had a lifetime tenure, it was not rare to see such an old official. What was rare was that such an old official would be sent out to undertake pioneering duties. The governor and provincial governor of Feng Province were hereditary positions. The previous hereditary provincial governor happened to have no son after his death, so the imperial court took the opportunity to install a second-rate official, officially ending the hereditary system of the Feng provincial governor. However, the assistants of the provincial governor, such as the chief of staff, the minister of war, and the 6 military counselors, were not hereditary, but they were almost hereditary. They were all controlled by some of the smaller aristocratic families. None of the aristocratic families were willing to turn Feng Province into a second-rate official system, allowing the imperial court to have a tighter control over them. Thus, they were all resistant to this first-rate provincial governor. They paid lip service, but secretly opposed him, hoping to push him away. An old man in his 70s shouldn't have been sent here to suffer, but this old Mr. Zhang was still sent here. From this, it could be seen that the Jiannan Path Observer was extremely displeased with this official. Most likely, they wanted him to suffer until he died. However, even though this provincial governor Zhang was over 70 years old, he had a strong body and exuberant energy. Not only was he healthy, he was also scheming. You're not willing to report the actual situation to me? You're not willing to carry out my orders? You're trying to resist me? Fine. On the surface, old man Zhang hummed and groaned, Everything was easy to talk about, but in secret he made detailed records of everything the officials reported to him. He also made detailed records of every government order he issued to the various departments to carry out. The most insidious thing was that, while doing all this, the old man pretended to be sickly all day long, as though he was going to die at any moment. This made his subordinates even more excited. After being at the mercy of others as a puppet for 3 whole months, the old man was suddenly in high spirits. He was able to eat well, and his body was in excellent condition. He could even run 5 counties in one go, without any effort. The old fellow began to make inspections of the various counties, checking the reports of the local magistrates for consistency, checking the implementation of the decrees he had issued, and removing the officials who were in trouble from their posts. But he could do nothing to shake the local government. If he were to send some people out of nowhere, they would all be turned into mere figureheads by the combined efforts of the local magistrates, the petty bureaucrats, the nobles, and the gentry. But in the 3 months that he was acting as a puppet, other than keeping accounts in a small notebook, he didn't do anything else. He sent his men to the various counties to find out which influential local celebrities were at odds with the current officials, and some even had a grudge against them. After finding out that there were problems, right after he dismissed the previous official, he immediately appointed a successor, all of whom were enemies of the previous official. The previous official was also a local celebrity, so he wouldn't suffer the full resistance of the entire region. The previous official and successor had a grudge against each other. This was enough to ensure that these new officials would carry out his orders to the greatest extent possible. This move of his couldn't immediately bring the entire region under the control of the imperial court, but it was enough to shake the power of the region. Conquering it was only a matter of time. Governor Zhang had just returned from a few of the most important counties when he heard that Governor Luo Shudao had accompanied the imperial envoy and a large number of soldiers to the Qiongxi to quell the rebellion. Governor Zhang was both shocked and angry. He knew very well what kind of people the censorate were. Slandering people for rebellion? He wanted to kill someone right under his nose? How could that be? In particular, some of these people were members of Li Tang's imperial clan who had survived, and old Mr. Zhang considered himself to be a loyal subject of Li Tang. Old Mr. Zhang had just entered his residence. After hearing the news, he didn't say anything else and immediately galloped out of the provincial governor's residence, rushing toward the Qiongxi like an arrow. This provincial governor's health was really good. He was already 70 years old, but when he reached the edge of the Qiongxi, he was only slightly out of breath. At the edge of the Qiongxi, the soldiers were arranged in a fan-shaped formation, forcing the commoners to turn their backs to the Qiongxi. Old Mr. Zhang whipped his horse with all his might. The warhorse under him let out a long neigh and suddenly increased its speed, charging straight toward the soldiers. "Stay your blade! Stay your blade!" Old Mr. Zhang urged his horse to gallop as he shouted loudly. A few soldiers raised their sabers and spears and shouted sternly, "Halt!" The old man's hair was like snow, fluttering in the wind. His voice was even louder than theirs as he shouted, "Zhang Jianji, the provincial governor of Peng, is here. Who dares to stop me? All of you stand down." Zhang Jianji urged his horse forward. When the soldiers heard that the provincial governor of Peng had arrived, they didn't dare to be rash and hurriedly moved to the left and right. Zhang Jianji urged his horse forward until he was in front of Luo Shudao and Huang Jingrong. He reined in his war horse and stomped heavily on the ground, sending up a cloud of yellow sand. Zhang Jianji glared at him and shouted, "How dare you? You dare to use rebellion as an excuse to slaughter innocent people." Huang Jingrong's face darkened. She turned her head and asked Luo Shudao, "Who is this old man?" Luo Shudao replied awkwardly, "Zhang Jianji is the provincial governor of Peng." He leaned forward and said in a low voice, "His name is Zhang Jianji. He was just demoted from the capital 2 years ago. Has Censor Huang heard of his name?" Huang Jingrong let out a soft, "Ah," and suddenly remembered this person. The phrase, "great talents mature slowly," was simply the best portrayal of Zhang Jianji. After Zhang Jianji passed the Jinshe examination, he was appointed as the Qingyuan county magistrate, an 8th-rank official. His starting point was not low, but he had been in the position for a long time. He had been working as a county magistrate until he was 63 years old and had never been promoted. When he was 64 years old, Wu Zetian was fully prepared to wear the imperial robe. She began to promote external officials without restraint, replacing officials that she didn't like. Zhang Jianji also entered the capital as one of the candidates. After the imperial examinations, Wu Zetian was very satisfied with him and appointed him as the supervising censor. Not long after, he was promoted to Rinrin of the Phoenix Pavilion. During the early Tang dynasty, the Rinrin of the Phoenix Pavilion, Rinrin of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, entered the pavilion and issued edicts. He was the one who carried all the memorials. The Phoenix Pavilion was the place with the power to issue orders. The position of the Rinrin of the Phoenix Pavilion was similar to that of Yang Fan, the director of the Ministry of Justice in the Ministry of Justice. He had great power. Wu Zetian clearly wanted to put him, an official who had been depressed under Li Tang's rule, in an important position. She wanted to train him as her confidant. However, Zhang Jianji regarded himself as a loyal official of Li Tang and didn't listen to Wu Zetian at all. He disagreed with many of Wu Zetian's decrees and used the Phoenix Pavilion's right to refute them. He overruled them one by one. Empress Wu was furious and demoted him. Huang Jingrong was at the imperial censorate at that time and knew about these things. Thus, she had heard of Zhang Jianji's name. This person even dared to disobey the empress's decree. Huang Jingrong was a little surprised when she heard it was him. However, on second thought, he was an imperial envoy and Zhang Jianji was only a provincial governor. There was no need to be afraid of him, so she calmed down. Chapter 510. Huang Jingrong's face darkened and he said, "Provincial Governor Zhang, this imperial envoy has arrived at the Feng Prefecture. As the provincial governor of this prefecture, you did not come to welcome me. This is already lacking in etiquette. Today, the imperial envoy is investigating the case of the rebels, yet you are interfering. What is your intention?" Zhang Jianji sneered. "The imperial envoy has already decided to execute all the rebels. Let me ask, where are the testimonies? Where is the evidence of their rebellion? Who is the mastermind? Who is the accomplice? Who is the accomplice? Where are the armors, weapons, supplies, money, and rations? Could it be that the rebels that the imperial envoy is talking about are these scantily clad, emaciated women and children? Hundreds of old people, children, and women huddled together, shivering under the gleaming swords and spears. This is the rebel party that is plotting to rebel? Just a group of people would be able to kill them all. Would such a group of people want to rebel?" Under Zhang Jianji's righteous and stern questioning, the weapons in the hands of the soldiers gradually lowered. Huang Jingrong was enraged and shouted, "This official is following the imperial court's orders to inspect the rebels. How I decide the case is my business. It is not up to you, Zhang Jianji, to interfere." Zhang Jianji said, tit for tat, "The imperial court has appointed me as the provincial governor of Feng Prefecture. As a parent, since this matter involves the people of this prefecture, this provincial governor has the right to interfere." Huang Jingrong disdainfully took out the imperial edict from his bosom and held it high in his hand. He shouted sternly, "This imperial envoy has the imperial edict in hand. Why are you all still not making a move? Are you also planning to rebel? Kill them all! Kill them all! Who dares?" Zhang Jianji drew his sword and roared, "Whoever dares to make a move will have to step over this old man's dead body." The officials under Zhang Jianji were old people who had been by his side since he was the district magistrate of Qingyuan County. They were loyal and devoted to him. Even though there was an army in front of them, they showed no fear. They all drew their swords and stood in front of him to protect him. Luo Shudao saw that both sides were at daggers drawn and quickly persuaded, "Imperial Censor Huang, Provincial Governor Zhang, please calm down. If there is anything, we can talk it out." Huang Jingrong angrily glared at him and said, "Governor Luo, this imperial envoy is investigating a case by imperial decree. As this prefecture's governor, you have a responsibility to assist me. Quickly chase this old man away and execute him immediately." Zhang Jinji also glared angrily at Luo Shudao and berated, "Governor Luo, you eat the blood of the people and receive support from one side. Yet, you can't ensure the safety of one side and protect the people of one side. Instead, you're helping the evildoer do evil. Aren't you ashamed?" Luo Shudao was caught in a dilemma. Of course, he didn't like Huang Jingrong pointing fingers here, but he was even more afraid of the imperial envoy pulling him in. Wasn't this Zhang Jinji sent by the imperial court to seize power, while the former provincial governor of Feng province had no sons and ignored the pleas of his nephews? If he made a mistake and gave the imperial court an excuse, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't end up in the same situation. After all, Huang Jingrong had the imperial court standing behind her. Thinking up to this point, Luo Shudao steeled his heart and shouted in a deep voice, "Imperial Messenger Huang is the imperial envoy. I will naturally carry out his orders. Men, act according to the imperial envoy's orders." Once the soldiers saw the governor give the order, they immediately pressed forward with their spears in hand. Immediately, miserable cries rang out from the crowd. Zhang Jinji trembled all over and desperately brandished his longsword to stop them. The soldiers didn't fight with him either, leaving only a dozen or so people to surround Zhang Jinji and his subordinates with their spears, forcing them into the center. They allowed Zhang Jinji's longsword to slash at their own spears. They didn't advance or retreat, only focused on stopping them. Zhang Jinji shouted in despair, "Don't attack. You guys are so heartless. Huang Jingrong, this old man wants to sue you. Luo Shudao, this old man wants to sue you." Luo Shudao turned his face to look elsewhere, pretending not to hear anything. Huang Jingrong curled her lips and smiled. "All of you stop. The imperial envoy is here." Those soldiers raised their butcher knives, and just as they were about to start killing, a loud shout suddenly exploded like spring thunder. A date red horse suddenly dashed out of the forest, and a person sat upright on the horse, holding a roll of yellow silk in his hand. Yang Fan had actually arrived earlier than them and had been hiding in the forest at the side. The terrain of the Qiongxi was uneven, and there were all kinds of hills and short mountains that were covered with vegetation. The group of people had been arranged to stay in an open space between two hills. Yang Fan saw that Huang Jingrong was about to kill and wanted to appear to stop him. However, Zhang Jinji rushed over from afar and passed right in front of the forest where Yang Fan was hiding. Yang Fan heard Zhang Jinji yell for him to stop, so he paused and wanted to see what was going on. If there was someone else who could stop the killing, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to act. When Zhang Jinji rushed in front of Huang Jingrong, the two of them exchanged a few words. Yang Fan was too far away and couldn't hear clearly, but just from his actions, he knew that this official wanted to stop Huang Jingrong from killing. Seeing that this official couldn't stop Huang Jingrong from killing, Yang Fan spurred his horse and rushed out. Suddenly the soldiers saw a rider dashing out of the thicket and immediately raised their guard. But hearing his loud voice and seeing that he was alone, they did not stop him. They did not release any arrows to kill him. They only stepped aside to make a path for him to come near. When Yang Fan arrived within 3 zhangs from Luo Shudao and Huang Jingrong, he was stopped by a spear and could not go any further. In a loud voice, Yang Fan said, "I'm the Minister of Justice of the Great Zhou, Yang Fan. I have received an imperial order to be the inspector of the various paths, to investigate the case of the various paths, Lu People's Rebellion. There is insufficient evidence in the case of the Lu People's Rebellion. I'm afraid there is more to it than meets the eye. Human life is at stake. This cannot be a child's play. I want to reopen the case. We will talk about it again when we have concrete evidence." Huang Jingrong recognized Yang Fan. As soon as she saw him suddenly appear in front of her, she was really startled. She also saw that he was alone, dressed in ordinary clothes. Both man and horse were drenched in sweat. She could not help but feeling suspicious. "Yang Longzhong," she shouted, "where did you come from?" Yang Fan sat upright on his horse and said in a loud voice, "There's a rumor that the various paths Lu people are responding to each other by raising their flags and rebelling. The sage sent the imperial censors out of the capital to investigate, but was afraid that they would overcorrect and kill the innocent. Therefore, he sent Yang Fan out of the capital to rectify the mistake and investigate the traitors, to put them in jail, to show the sage's mercy. Huang Jingrong was puzzled. You are wearing casual clothes. You look like you are in a sorry state. You do not have any guards of honor. You do not have any entourage. Why is that? Yang Fan said, I receive an imperial order to leave the capital and escort Princess Taiping to Chang and to worship the ancestors. However, I was entrusted by the sage. I did not dare to tarry. Therefore, as soon as I escorted the princess to Chang'an, I immediately rushed here on horseback, taking small paths the whole way. I was travel-worn. Even my bodyguards were left behind. Hearing this, Huang Jingrong immediately found a loophole in his words. If that's the case, she questioned, Sire has just arrived. How can you be sure that there's a discrepancy in my verdict? Yang Fan calmly said, It's very simple. As soon as I arrived at the capital, I went to the governor's mansion and the provincial governor's mansion to seek an audience with the local senior officers. Coincidentally, there were people complaining of injustice. Moreover, they were 2 children. I asked them a few questions and found out that there is something fishy about the case. Huang Jingrong was about to ask again when Yang Fan raised the imperial edict in his hand. With a smile that was not a smile, he said, Imperial Censor Huang seems to be suspicious of my identity and intention in coming here. I wonder if Governor Luo and Provincial Governor Zhang are here? Please examine my imperial edict. When Zhang Jianji was demoted from the capital, Yang Fan was still a lowly soldier in the palace. Zhang Jianji did not recognize him. But upon hearing that he was an imperial envoy and seeing that his attitude was that of protecting exiled people, Zhang Jianji was pleasantly surprised. Hastily he dismounted from his horse, tidied his robe, and cupped his fists toward Yang Fan, saying, I am Zhang Jianji, the provincial governor of Peng Province. Greet the heavenly imperial envoy. Seeing him dismounting from his horse, Yang Fan hastily dismounted as well. Stepping forward to help him up, he politely said, So, it is Envoy Zhang. Envoy, please rise. This must be our prefecture's Governor Luo, right? As Yang Fan spoke, he purposely glanced sideways at Luo Shu Dao, who was fully armored. With the help of the guards, Luo Shu Dao dismounted from his horse and stepped forward to pay his respects. Seeing this, Huang Jingrong could only dismount unwillingly. Luo Shu Dao and Zhang Jianji unfolded Yang Fan's commission and read it carefully. The seal was stamped without error. Zhang Jianji glanced at Huang Jingrong and said, Would Imperial Censor Huang also let me take a look at the commission? Huang Jingrong angrily said, Isn't it enough to have Governor Luo as a witness? Zhang Jianji solemnly said, How can we be careless when it comes to state affairs? Even if I am familiar with Sire, the documents that should have been checked should have been checked. Huang Jingrong angrily took out his commission from his sleeve and flung it to Zhang Jianji. Zhang Jianji unfolded it and immediately discovered the problem. Actually, Zhang Jianji did not suspect Huang Jingrong's identity. He only wanted to diminish his prestige. Unexpectedly, when he unfolded the imperial edict, there was only the emperor's imperial seal and not the seal of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Zhang Jianji couldn't help but be furious and shouted, If the order doesn't come out of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, what kind of imperial edict is it? Huang Jingrong was shocked and angry. He said, How dare you? The sage's imperial seal is on it. You dare to say that this isn't an imperial edict. Zhang Jianji, are you rebelling? Zhang Jianji boldly said, If the order doesn't come out of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, it is chaos. I don't recognize your identity as the imperial envoy. This is according to the laws and regulations of the state. Imperial Censor Huang, don't randomly accuse me. Zhang Jianji dared to say this because he really had something to rely on. The power of the Tang and Song emperors was not unrestricted. The highest state decree of the Tang dynasty was called Imperial Edict. The Hall of Governmental Affairs issued the decree. After the emperor agreed, he wrote the word Imperial Edict and then sent it to the Ministry of Governmental Affairs. If the Ministry of Governmental Affairs objected, it was more powerful than the emperor's opinion. It had to state the reason clearly, and the Ministry of Governmental Affairs had to rewrite the edict. This was called alteration. Even if it was approved by the Ministry of Governmental Affairs, it still had to be sent to the Ministry of Governmental Affairs. The Ministry of Governmental Affairs had jurisdiction over the 6 departments of rights, arms, punishment, and works. The Ministry of Governmental Affairs added the seal and sent it to the corresponding yamen to execute. Without the seal of the Ministry of Governmental Affairs, although it wasn't a fake imperial edict, it wasn't legal. The officials at all levels had the right not to execute it. The reason was like this. The law was also like this. There were very few people who dared to ignore the emperor. However, this Zhang Jianji happened to be one of them. When he was in Jing, he dared to directly refute the emperor's edict, let alone here. The two of them immediately began to argue about Wu Zetian's imperial edict that didn't have the seal of the Ministry of Governmental Affairs. Huang Jingrong wanted to reason with Zhang Jianji, but how could she argue against this old man? Huang Jingrong was pushed around by him until she couldn't restrain her anger. She could only turn to Luo Shudao for help. In a loud voice, she said, "Governor Luo, what do you say?" Luo Shudao was standing at the side. He had long seen through the situation. Under his rule, the refugees and tribesmen were unjustly killed. He instinctively felt conflicted. It was just that due to Huang Jingrong's status as an imperial envoy, he didn't have the courage to resist. Now, not only did Provincial Governor Zhang step out to refute it, an imperial envoy had also jumped out. The imperial edict he held was even more legitimate than Huang Jingrong's. Luo Shudao had an idea in his heart. The moment Huang Jingrong asked, Luo Shudao immediately replied in a righteous tone, "This imperial edict of imperial censor Huang came from the hands of the saint." This imperial edict of Yang Longzhong also came from the hands of the saint. As long as it is the edict of the saint, Luo Shudao definitely has no reason to defy it. However, Luo Shudao's tone changed. His expression was still solemn, but the content of his words was very vulgar. This imperial edict of imperial censor Huang precedes Yang Longzhong's edict. This means that the saint also felt that there were some omissions in the previous edict. That's why he gave the edict to Yang Longzhong to remedy the situation. It is better for the two imperial envoys to discuss and come to a conclusion first. Chapter 511. Yang Fan and Zhang Jianji were adamant in their opposition. Luo Shudao was beating around the bush. Huang Jingrong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils. Unfortunately, he had no soldiers to use. What could he do? He wished he could jump off his horse and chop those people. But looking at the situation, not only was Yang Fan not to be trifled with, even that damned old man with snow-white hair and beard was trained in swordsmanship. If they would really fight, he might not be their match. Just like the heavy rain that came and went in a hurry this morning, Huang Jingrong came quickly and left quickly. He vented all his anger on the horse he was riding. He whipped it again and again and led his subordinates farther and farther away from the main group. Zhang Jianji sat steadily and gently stroked his beard. Looking at the back of Huang Jingrong, he slowly said, "Imperial censor Huang still hasn't given up." Yang Fan said, "What can he do if he doesn't give up?" Zhang Jianji smiled slightly. From Yang Fan's fluffy hair, sweat-stained face, to his collar, lapel, and boots, he looked very carefully. When he was done, he glanced at him meaningfully and slowly said, "Fortunately, Yang Longzhong arrived in time. Otherwise, this old man would not have been able to stop him." Yang Fan urged his horse forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he was watching Zhang Jianji's every move. He knew that Zhang Jianji was sizing him up. He smiled slightly and said, "How can there be so many coincidences in the world? To tell you the truth, Junior had already arrived 3 days ago." Zhang Jianji was slightly moved and said, "Oh, if that is the case, why did Yang Longzhong not get in touch with Governor Luo? Why is there such a danger today?" Yang Fan said, "The Imperial Envoy platform has a fierce reputation. Junior knew that they would cause trouble this time. Therefore, after receiving the Imperial Edict, Junior was deeply worried and wanted to rush here as soon as possible. However, the emperor also issued an edict, ordering me to escort Her Highness to Chang'an. During this journey, when I arrived here, I could only collect Lu Ren's corpse. Zhang Piao was a shrewd old man, so he immediately understood the emperor's true intentions the moment he heard these words. He also heard the complaint in Yang Fan's words. Yang Fan said, "The princess is merciful and knows what's on my mind." So, after entering the inner pass, the princess ordered me to go ahead. Because of this, I didn't bring my subordinates. This is, after all, a violation of the rules. Since Huang Jingrong didn't make a move, I didn't show myself. Rules. Zhang Jianji narrowed his old eyes and gently stroked his beard. He pondered over this word, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Yang Fan and said, "I think that all rules should be for a good purpose. If you want to do a great deed of charity and the rules become an obstacle, then the rules should be broken." What does Yang Longzhong think? Yang Fan nodded slightly and said, "Junior deeply agrees. If the old rules are not suitable, and there will be chaos without rules, then the old rules should be broken and new rules should be established." Zhang Jianji chuckled, as if he had met a confidant. His attitude towards Yang Fan immediately became closer. He said to Yang Fan, "In order to save the innocent people, Lang Zhong did not hesitate to disobey the emperor's orders and traveled thousands of miles. You disregarded your own safety and your own future. Such righteousness, this old man admires it very much." Yang Fan bowed and said, "Mr. Zhang is too kind." Today, Mr. Zhang stood up for the people and resisted the imperial envoy. Your noble character and unquestionable integrity are truly worthy of admiration. However, I still have to ask Mr. Zhang to cover up the fact that Junior arrived 3 days early. These 3 days, Junior has been living in a private residence. Including the 2 children who pulled the road and cried out for their innocence, it was actually Junior who saved them first. If Imperial Messenger Huang were to investigate, Zhang Jinji raised his white eyebrows and said, "Since Lang Zhong spoke frankly, this old man here will definitely not let you reveal anything. It's just that this old man is currently in Wei Province and is desperately trying to open up a new situation. There are many people below me who are holding me back, and I can't display my full power for a while. If you want to cover up your tracks, you cannot do without Governor Luo's help." Yang Fan glanced at Luo Shu Dao, who was walking in front of him, and said with a smile, "As long as Sir Zhang agrees, this Yang is not worried about Governor Luo. Look at that man on the horse. He is clearly a fence-sitter. Even if he knows something, he won't say it. As long as he does not say anything, Huang Jingrong here is deaf and blind. What else can he do?" Zhang Jinji laughed involuntarily and said, "Although Yang Longzhong has only been here for a short period of time, you know this Governor Luo's temperament very well." Yang Fan said, "Junior's courtesy name is Yuan Fong, which was bestowed by Elder D. Junior respects Senior and calls me Mr. Zhang instead of your official position. If Mr. Zhang does not mind, then you can treat Yang Fan as your nephew." Oh. Zhang Jinji heard that Yang Fan's courtesy name was bestowed by D. Renjia, and his attitude towards him changed again. He said cheerfully, "If that is so, this old man will be careless. Hee, Yuan Fong is young and promising, full of hot blood. This old man admires it very much." He casually swept his horsewhip and said somewhat sadly, "Actually, it is not only Luo Shudao now. How many officials do not pretend to be deaf and dumb and only care about protecting themselves?" With this kind of discussion, it meant that he really did not treat Yang Fan as an outsider. Massacring the vagrants was the Imperial Censorate's strategy to save themselves, but objectively speaking, it was beneficial to the Wu faction. Since Yang Fan desperately tried to stop it, it could not be the Wu faction. Moreover, hearing that he was appointed by Princess Taiping, Zhang Jianji felt even closer to him. Although Princess Taiping was the daughter of the current empress, she was also the princess of the previous dynasty, Li Tang. Since ancient times, children inherited the blood of their fathers. In the eyes of Zhang Jianji, who was a firm supporter of Li Tang, Princess Taiping was the royal family of Li Tang and would always be a member of Li Tang's royal family. Since Yang Fan was on the princess's side, naturally he was also a loyal official of Li Tang. Now that he heard that his courtesy name was bestowed by Di Renjia, he must be regarded as a nephew by Di Renjia. How could he not believe someone who was appreciated and trusted by Di Renjia? Therefore, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. But this idea was really too risky. Although he had tried to probe, he could not completely understand Yang Fan's temperament and character. After a slight hesitation, he thought in his heart, "No, this idea is too bold. I have to test him." Therefore, the words that were on the tip of his tongue changed to a discussion. But although I want to save people, I can only save one place, not others. I can save them for a while, but not forever. If these cruel officials are not eliminated, they will eventually become a scourge. What does Yang Longzhong intend to do? Yang Fan slightly frowned, shook his head and sighed. I will do my best and leave it to fate. If I can save one person, I will save one person. If I can save 10 people, I will save 10 people. I will do my best to seek peace of mind. Otherwise, what else can I do? Zhang Jianji softly sighed and murmured, "Yes. If I want to eliminate this trouble forever, the heavens will have to send down divine lightning and strike them alive. But will the heavens send down punishment?" After returning to the city, Luo Shudao strongly invited Yang Fan to stay in the military governor's residence, while Zhang Jianji invited him to stay in the provincial governor's residence. Yang Fan naturally chose the provincial governor's residence. Luo Shudao's expression was rather regretful, but he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He also did not want the two imperial envoys to use his home as a fighting ring, causing him to be like a mouse in a bellows, being bullied on both sides. It was just that he still had to maintain a necessary posture. Following Yang Fan's request, Zhang Jianji only sent 2 people dressed in civilian clothes to accompany him to carry his luggage. In reality, Yang Fan did not have much luggage to carry. He only had a horse, and he had even ridden it out. He was going to fetch the 2 children hidden in the room. Yang Fan did not want his true identity to be known by the Chen family, so when he arrived not far from his residence, he had the 2 officials wait in the corner of the alley while he returned to the Chen family residence. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in the courtyard, Yang Fan first brought out the 2 children and handed them over to the 2 officials, then returned to bid farewell to the Chen family. The only people in the Chen family who knew that Yang Fan was an old friend from the capital were Shuel Yin and that old man. Shuel Yin's mother had not seen Yang Fan when she was in Luoyang. At that time, Yang Fan was still a small fry and did not have the qualifications to chat with the doctor's wife or get to know her. His return this time was naturally to bid farewell to Shuel Yin. Upon receiving the news, Shuel Yin hurriedly ran out. When she saw Yang Fan, she said reluctantly, "Brother Yang, are you leaving?" Yang Fan nodded his head and said, "Yes. I'm not used to staying in the Southwest, and I can't find a suitable job. I want to go somewhere else." Shuel Yin bit her lip, and an extremely fine and faint hair appeared on her lip. "My father has a few stalls on Fish Market Street. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, I can talk to my father and have Brother Yang go there to be a waiter. Thank you." Yang Fan bent down and smiled at her. "Thank you. I've already decided to leave. I'm very happy to see you again on this trip to Wei Province. I remember that Miss Shuel Yin was very unhappy at that time. Your friends were only a few grasshoppers hiding under the lantern in the back garden, and sometimes you could only hide behind a rock garden to think about your troubles. Now, not only have you grown more and more beautiful, you are also very happy every day. I am happy for you." Shuel Yin's eyes were filled with tears at Yang Fan's words. She sobbed, "Brother Yang." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Okay, I have to go. This is a gift from brother before I leave. I wish you eternal happiness." Yang Fan took Shuel Yin's small hand. Shuel Yin only felt a coolness on her wrist as a pair of bracelets was put on her wrist. The bracelets were made of green and white jade. They were moist and sparkling, and the lines were smooth and smooth. The round bracelets symbolized happiness and good fortune. "Miss Shuel Yin, goodbye. Yang Fan waved his hand at her. Shuilian also raised her hand, which was wearing a jade bracelet. She reluctantly waved at him. The jade bracelet on her wrist made her arm look even more fair and soft. Sun Er, who was hiding in the shadows, lightly patted her chest. She was glad that her sister-in-law had not been abducted by that guy who didn't look like a good person. She turned around and looked at the 4 warriors in white standing behind her. She waved her hand and said, Okay, you can all leave. I decided to let him go. Sun Er had decided to let Yang Fan go, but Sima Bai and Lu Junfan didn't think the same way. When Yang Fan left the Chun family and left with the 2 officials in civilian clothes, Sima Bai and Lu Junfan quietly stayed behind them. Lu Junfan nervously asked, Brother, there are 5 of them. Why don't we let it go? You trash. Do those 2 children count as people? Sima Bai was so angry that smoke was coming out his nostrils. He angrily scolded, Follow closely and prepare the lime. Chapter 512. Weizhou City was not very big, and the streets were even more messy. Even the main streets were occupied by vendors, and the originally spacious roads were now cramped and difficult to walk on. Merchants and travelers, as well as horses, cows, sheep, and all kinds of vehicles, filled the roads to the brim. Other than the bailiffs and bailiffs who would clear the path ahead of time for important officials to pass by and clear the path after the street was filled with chaos, it was useless at other times. No matter how loud one's roar was, the common people would just leisurely walk their own path and not pay any attention to them. Yang Fan was not in a hurry. He squeezed into the crowd with Gu Yuan and Yuan Huan and slowly walked forward. He even bought some snacks for the gluttonous little fellow and comforted Gu Yuan. Don't worry, I'll take you to a high-ranking official's house to stay. Once you get there, you won't have to hide all day. Gu Yuan said, Yes. Uncle Yang, we can stay anywhere. I'm just worried about Mom and Dad. Are they all right? Yang Fan said, After I settle you down, I'll go settle this matter. It won't be long before you can reunite with your families, I promise. Perhaps it was because of their similar fates in childhood, and especially because they were also siblings. Yang Fan was very close to them. He had probably transferred his longing for his sister to this pair of siblings. Yang Fan was unusually patient with this pair of siblings whom he had never met before. At this time, Lu Junfan, who was carrying a basket in the crook of his arm, had a scarf on his head and had a mustache stuck to his chin. He was dressed like an old farmer from the countryside. The 2 public servants were doing their best to clear the way, and Yang Fan was walking behind them with the Gu siblings. Lu Junfan suddenly dodged sideways, as if he had been hit by someone, and cut right in between them. This situation was very normal. It was very common to see people jostling and bumping along the way, so Yang Fan did not pay it any mind. Lu Junfan nervously looked behind Yang Fan, and Sima Bai, who was behind Yang Fan, glared at him. Lu Junfan secretly gritted his teeth and subconsciously grabbed the basket and suddenly threw it at Yang Fan. Uncle! A cloud of lime flew out, but in her hurry, Lu Junfan did not have time to remove the cloth covering the basket. The cloth also flew out, blocking a part of the lime. Only a small part of Gu Yuan's body was sprinkled with lime, but her face was not affected at all. Yang Fan was talking to Gu Huan with his head lowered, so he didn't notice Lu Junfan's actions. However, Gu Huan saw it and shouted in surprise. Yang Fan suddenly looked up and saw a white mist in front of him. He subconsciously closed his eyes and reached out to block Gu Huan. Lu Junfan hurriedly threw the lime out of the basket, and Yang Fan saw his actions the moment he closed his eyes. His empty left hand hurriedly pushed outwards and blocked most of the lime. A ball of lime bounced back and hit Lu Junfan's face. Lu Junfan's eyes were wide open, and the lime hit his head and face. His eyes were completely filled with lime, and Lu Junfan immediately let out a scream. Sima Bai saw that Lu Junfan had succeeded and quickly took out a sharp knife from his sleeves. He stepped forward and twisted his waist, stabbing towards Yang Fan's back. Yang Fan had one hand protecting Gu Huan and the other pushing away the lime. His body very naturally leaned to the side, and Sima Bai's knife was not solid enough. The knife grazed past Yang Fan's shoulder blade. Yang Fan felt a sharp pain in his body, and even though his eyes were closed, his reaction was still extremely fast. His body fell forward, and his right leg bounced back. He heard a muffled grunt from behind him, and this kick landed on Sima Bai's chest. However, in his haste, he did not use all his strength. Even so, he still managed to kick Sima Bai in the crowd, knocking down a bunch of people. The two bailiffs in front heard the noise, and when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked and angry. They immediately roared and pounced towards Sima Bai. Sima Bai spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. He clutched his chest and staggered away. The street was extremely crowded, and Sima Bai weaved in and out of the crowd and actually managed to escape. In the provincial governor's manner, Zhang Jianji had his hands behind his back, and his expression was gloomy as he paced back and forth in the hall. The unlucky Lu Junfan had been caught, and Zhang Jianji had already asked him about the origins of the assassin. Knowing that it was not another assassin sent by the imperial envoy, the anger and nervousness in Zhang Jianji's heart had lessened somewhat. However, Yang Fan was currently receiving treatment, and he didn't know if his eyes would be burnt blind, which still made him very worried. Luo Shudao still did not know that the imperial envoy had met with danger. If he knew, he would definitely fly into a rage at this moment. An imperial envoy had met with an accident in his territory, and this was a responsibility he could not bear. Of course, at this moment, Yang Fan was Zhang Jianji's guest, so Zhang Jianji had to bear even more responsibility. After a long time, the doctor finally came out from the inner room, and behind him was his little disciple, who was carrying a medicine box on his back. Zhang Jianji hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Mr. Wen, how is this old man's nephew's injury?" Because this matter was of great importance, Zhang Jianji did not reveal Yang Fan's identity to the doctor and only said that he was his nephew. Mr. Wen was younger than Zhang Jianji by more than 20 years, nearing the age of 50. His appearance was even younger, appearing to be in his early 40s. Hearing the provincial governor's question, the scholarly physician hastily bowed to return the courtesy and replied, "Mr. Wen need not worry. Your nephew's eyes were not splashed with too much lime. I have already washed them with vegetable oil and applied some herbal medicine. Presumably, his eyes will not have any serious problems. However, his eyes are currently burnt, red, and swollen, temporarily unable to see anything." Zhang Jianji heard this and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The scholarly physician continued, "The injury on his back is also not serious. It did not injure any vital parts and has already been bandaged. As for the younger child, the lime splashed on his eyes was even less than Mr. Wen's. He will be fine after washing his eyes and resting for a while." Zhang Jianji cheerfully said, "Someone, come quickly and fetch 2 silver cakes. This is Mr. Wen's medical fee." Mr. Wen hastily said, "Mr. Wen must not. This medical fee is too heavy." Zhang Jianji said, "Hey, Mr. Wen was able to preserve my nephew's eyes. 2 silver cakes are nothing in comparison." The steward fetched the silver cakes. Zhang Jianji said, "Steward, help me escort Mr. Wen out. Mr. Wen, this old man wants to see my nephew's condition. I won't be escorting you out. Stay. Mr. Wen repeatedly cupped his hands and followed the steward out. In the inner room, Yang Fan's face was wrapped in several circles of bandages. He was using his hands to feel the furniture and slowly moving his body. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and turned around. Zhang Jianji quickly stepped forward and supported his hand, saying, "Yuan Fong, don't worry. Mr. Wen is a famous doctor in this area. He said that your eyes will be fine. You will be fine after 2 days of rest." Yang Fan calmly nodded his head and said, "Junior has heard Mr. Wen's words. Don't worry, Master Zhang. I can feel it myself. The injury shouldn't be serious. It's just a bit of a burn." Yang Fan was still young. He was only in his early 20s, but he was already a Justice Department official. Compared to this 63-year-old Zhang Jianji, who was squatting in the Yamen as a second-in-command, Yang Fan's future prospects were boundless. If Yang Fan's eyes were suddenly blinded, everything would be for naught. No one would be able to withstand this kind of stimulation. When Yang Mingxing's eyes were suddenly blinded, his intense reaction and twisted mentality were normal reactions. Zhang Jianji couldn't help but secretly admire Yang Fan's calmness. Yang Fan asked, "Did you catch the culprit?" Zhang Jianji said, "Yuan Fang's attack was able to deflect the lime thrown by the assassin, but his own eyes were also hit by the lime, so he had no choice but to surrender. Just now the old man has already interrogated him. This man said that he is called Lu Junfan, and that he and Yuan Fang are old acquaintances, and that there was a grudge between them and Luoyang." Lu Junfan. Yang Fan tilted his head and thought for a moment. He said with some surprise, "It's him? I didn't expect to run into him here." "No wonder," Zhang Jianji said. "Just now, one of the scholar's disciples helped him wash his eyes with vegetable oil. However, there was too much lime splashed into his eyes. This person is already blind." Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He asked, "How does Master Zhang intend to deal with him?" Zhang Jianji said, "Killing an official is equivalent to rebellion. He should be executed. However, when he tried to assassinate you, he didn't know your identity. Moreover, the assassination attempt failed. He should be sentenced to exile." Zhang Jianji laughed bitterly. He said, "But this place is already a remote province. Where else can he be exiled to? Now, he can only be locked up in prison." Yang Fan said, "That's fine. Otherwise, with his eyes already blinded, I'm afraid he'll starve to death outside." Yang Fan thought for a moment. He asked, "He seems to have an accomplice?" Zhang Jianji said, "That's right. According to Lu Junfan, after he was exiled to this place, he stayed here and joined a group that specializes in selling banned goods between our dynasty and Tubo. Their leader is called Sima Bai. Sima Bai has already escaped. I've sent people to capture him." Yang Fan nodded. "Thank you, Master Zhang." Zhang Jianji said, "You should rest first. Now that something like this has happened, should we postpone the discussion with Imperial Censor Huang about the rebellion until your eyes have recovered?" Yang Fan said, "There's no need. It's only his eyes that are injured, not his mouth. We can give him time to play tricks. Master Zhang, it's better to arrange it according to the original schedule." Zhang Jianji sighed. "All right, this old man will arrange it immediately. You should rest first." Zhang Jianji came out of Yang Fan's room and went to the front hall. He beckoned for the steward and asked in a low voice, "Have you found Sima Bai's whereabouts?" The steward was a family member he brought with him when he took office. He was his trusted aide who had taken care of him since he was young. He quickly replied, "Wei province is only this big. Where else can Sima Bai run to? We've already found his whereabouts." Zhang Jianji was surprised. "So fast. I didn't expect the prefectural magistrate to have some tricks up his sleeve." The steward chuckled. "Alang, you've removed 5 county magistrates in a row. Your name has spread throughout Wei province. The petty officials have the best eyes and ears. They've already heard about Alang's return. They're now trembling with fear, afraid that Alang will cause trouble for them. How can I not work hard? Moreover, Yang Fan is the imperial envoy. If the imperial envoy is assassinated here, the emperor will be furious and investigate. At worst, Alang will be relieved of his official post and go home, but they will certainly be beheaded. These local bullies usually do nothing, but once they do something, nothing can escape their eyes." Zhang Jianji nodded. "This is why I want to subdue them and not remove them. If they're useless and only listen to orders, how can they help me govern? Tell them to keep an eye on Sima Bai, but don't arrest him." The steward felt strange and asked, "This person actually dared to assassinate the imperial envoy. This is a heinous crime. Why didn't Alang arrest him? Could it be he has accomplices?" Zhang Jianji shook his head. "If he has accomplices, he wouldn't be so desperate. I have another use for him. Remember, don't kill him or arrest him." Chapter 513. That day, Imperial Censor Huang felt very sullen. When he woke up in the morning, he was still very happy. After sharpening his killing sword in the Peach Blossom Cave all night, he woke up feeling refreshed. He had planned to show off his might on the vagabonds in one go and recreate the scene of the peach blossoms from last night. He did not expect that when he chopped down with his sword, he would chop out a hot-headed youth who dared to challenge the empress. Fortunately, he had the imperial edict in his hands, so the crafty Luo Shudao did not dare to not yield. However, Zhang Jinji had just been kicked to the side when Yang Yuanfang, who was also carrying an imperial edict, jumped out. Huang Jingrong did not curse anymore and angrily returned to the military governor's office. He had just boiled a pot of black tea in the afternoon and had not calmed down when the white-haired Zhang Jinji supported Yang Fan to find trouble with him. When he first saw Yang Fan blindfolded, Huang Jingrong was very surprised. When he found out that Yang Fan had encountered an assassin, he immediately rejoiced in his misfortune. His only regret was that the assassin's knife was slightly crooked and did not really stab Yang Fan to death. However, when he saw Yang Fan's unlucky appearance, Huang Jingrong was still very happy. Unfortunately, his happy mood did not last long. It was soon destroyed by Yang Fan and Zhang Jinji's incessant questioning, as well as Luo Shudao's bad performance as a fence-sitter. Yang Fan had been in the Ministry of Justice for a long time and knew the judicial process like the back of his hand. Although his eyes were inconvenient, he did not need them at this moment. It was enough as long as his mouth could still speak. Yang Fan questioned them one by one through the legal process, but Huang Jingrong simply enforced the law violently and hastily closed the case. He only wanted to have a perfect explanation to satisfy the emperor. He never thought that someone would question his interrogation process. His interrogation process and closing the case were full of loopholes. He could not defend himself against Yang Fan's questioning. Zhang Jianji had been a county magistrate for many years. Now that he was the provincial governor of a province, he was in charge of the administrative affairs of a province. He was not a layman when it came to justice. However, when Yang Fan questioned him on this aspect, he focused on how the refugees behave themselves locally. He listed the number of refugees, especially the ratio of men, women, old and young, to prove how ridiculous it was to accuse them of rebelling. Yang Fan and Zhang Jinji were overbearing, while Luo Shudao was, as usual, slacking off. Huang Jingrong was being bombarded by Yang Fan and Zhang Jinji's questions one after another. The most infuriating thing was that there was still a bystander watching him make a fool of himself. It was unknown if Censor Huang, who had such a psychological shadow, would still be in the mood for a threesome tonight. In just one afternoon, Huang Jingrong was utterly defeated. Finally, with Zhang Jinji's proposal and Luo Shudao's abstention, Yang Fan's approval, they decided to release the Lu people back to their place of residence, only sending a small number of soldiers to guard the perimeter to prevent them from escaping and re-examining the evidence of their rebellion. Huang Jingrong was at her wit's end. The injury to Yang Fan's eyes was indeed not serious. His reaction was fast enough. The moment Lu Junfan threw out the lime, he had already closed his eyes. Dr. Wen then used vegetable oil to clean his eyes and applied medicine. By nightfall, the burning pain was greatly reduced. Early the next morning, Dr. Wen rushed to the provincial governor's Fu to check on his injuries and change the medicine for him. Although Yang Fan's eyes were still red and swollen, he could already see with some difficulty. Yang Fan impatiently blindfolded his eyes so that he could not see anything. After obtaining Dr. Wen's approval, he removed the bandages. However, he still had to do his best to stay in a dark place to avoid strong light. At this time, dozens of horses were parked in front of Chen Deyu's house. The head of the white barbarians, Xuanqi, was planning to return to Yao province. During this trip to Wei province, he had been extorted and extorted. This local despot of the white barbarians felt that he had lost all face. Chen Deyu knew that this headman was not in a good mood and did not dare to ask him to stay. Fumijai had already mounted his horse. Sun Er was still whispering to Shuel Yin in a corner, "Little sister-in-law, I'll come see you in a few days. When you marry into my family next spring, the two of us will be together every day. At that time, I'll take you to sing folk songs and see the Arai Lake." The Fumijai headman impatiently urged, all right, it's time to go. You talk too much." Sun Er stuck out her tongue at Shuel Yin and said, "Then I'll go." The horse bell rang, and the Fumijai headman's group gradually disappeared from the alley. Chindahai looked at their distant figures and sighed softly. He said to his wife, "I plan to take care of the business here. In the future, we should move to Yao province. It'll be closer to the Fumijai headman, and we'll be able to take care of each other. I also feel that there's nothing to miss in Wei province. Most of our family's business can be done in Yao province. Furthermore, with the headman's care, we can do even better. We could just sell off the stalls on the street of the fish market. We only have one daughter. If we move there, we'll be able to see her often." The couple discussed among themselves as they returned to the courtyard. In a martial manner, Huang Jingrong instructed his two new concubines with a dark expression, "Hurry up and pack your things. We're leaving." Seeing his dark expression, the two ladies didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly returned to the inner chamber to pack their belongings. Placing his hands behind his back, Huang Jingrong paced back and forth in the hall. The more he thought about it, the more hatred he felt. He couldn't help but curse. This is truly an unlucky year. There's so many people leaving the capital, but why do I have to be targeted by this plague doctor? I can't afford to offend you, but can't I just hide from you? If you have guts, follow me to Jiannan." Huang Jingrong was gleeful at the thought, and he laughed savagely. "I'll be wasting my time with you then. As long as you keep your eyes on me, my colleagues in the Imperial Censorate will be able to achieve their goals elsewhere. At that time, my Imperial Censorate will make a comeback and regain His Majesty's trust. Then, we'll slowly deal with an ignorant brat like you." Old Huang really couldn't stay in Wei province any longer. The news that there was another Imperial envoy in Wei province, and that he was not on good terms with the previous one. The common people did not know about it, but the officials and the chieftains knew it very well. As a result, Huang Jingrong's front door was deserted and there were few carriages and horses. Everyone was watching the situation, waiting for the two imperial envoys to decide who was better. In truth, Huang Jingrong was already at a disadvantage in the first round. If this was the capital or the territory controlled by the Imperial Censorate, he could still make use of torture and fabricate evidence of treason. However, this was Wei province, and the only thing he could rely on was the Imperial Edict. With the arrival of Yang Fan, his only advantage was gone. Since he couldn't kill him, he couldn't accept his gifts, and his dream of gathering the beauties of the Southwest had been shattered. What was the point of him remaining here? Thus, Huang Jingrong decisively decided to leave. He knew that Yang Fan's target wasn't just him, but the entire Imperial Censorate. If Yang Fan kept his eyes on him, he would drag Yang Fan to patrol the entire Jiannan province, and the final victor would still be the Imperial Censorate. Now that his prestige in Wei province had been completely swept away, he didn't want to stay a moment longer. His next destination was Yao province. Yang Fan's eye injury had yet to recover, and it was unlikely that he would be able to catch up in a short period of time. The earlier he got there, the more exiled people in Yao province. Thinking of how an imperial envoy was forced into such a pathetic state, Huang Jingrong's hatred deepened, and he couldn't help but curse. Blocking one's path to riches is akin to killing one's parents. Yang Fan, I hope that your eyes will go blind from now on. At this moment, Yang Fan was taking a stroll in the rear garden of the provincial governor's mansion. The trees here were lush and the light was gentle, which was perfect for his current state. His eyes were still a little swollen, but it didn't affect his movements anymore. Thinking about it, Yang Fan couldn't help but shudder in fear. If he were to really go blind, just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. There was no lack of bizarre deaths in this world. Jin Jingong drowned in the toilet. The Roman consul Fabius choked to death on a strand of goat's wool, and the Greek tragedy writer Sophocles was even more tragic. He was crushed to death by a tortoise thrown by an eagle in the sky. Even an expert in martial arts could fall into the schemes of others when he was caught off guard. Even though Yang Fan had become an official, he still maintained the habits of a pugilistic man. He liked to do things alone, and at this moment, he was truly a little fearful. He had his woman, and his child that was about to be born. Thinking of his child, Yang Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It was as though his entire body was bathed in sunlight, and his entire body felt warm. When he gently stroked his wife's tightly stretched belly and felt the little life in her belly, the excitement he felt was indescribable. When he learned that the sensorate respected themselves by killing women and children, he came without hesitation, despite all the difficulties, and even though he knew that it was against the will of the emperor. Among these reasons, the thought of becoming an official was only 1/10 of his motivation. Due to the similar experience in his childhood, 3/10 was due to sympathy, and the majority of it was because he was about to become a father. When he was about to have a little life that would continue his bloodline, he finally understood what it was like. When he heard that the group of cruel officials in the imperial censorate would not even let a baby go, he was really angry. He could not imagine that those cruel officials also had wives and children. How could they be so cold-blooded as to raise the butcher's knife? A worm was wriggling under his feet, trying to crawl across the small path. Yang Fan lifted his leg and stepped over it. Feeling the warm and gentle sunlight, breathing in the fresh air of the forest, and thinking of his unborn child, Yang Fan's heart inexplicably softened. At this moment, he was as compassionate as a Buddha. At this time, the sound of a conversation came from ahead. Yang Fan didn't pay it much attention at first, but when the name Sima Bai reached his ears, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. That Sima Bai is really bold to dare assassinate the imperial envoy. Hi, he was just unlucky. If he had known the identity of the imperial envoy, he wouldn't have done it. Still haven't caught him? Of course not. If they wanted to, they could definitely catch him. The problem is, will those people seriously try to catch him? You know what he does. You said he brings jewels and robes, hidden knives, bear gall, and musk from Tibet. Who can afford these things? And who provides porcelain and silk for him to sell to Tibet? The local rich and powerful families need him, so they won't really catch him. That can't be. I heard from Constable by that Sima Bai was originally hiding in Chen's fish stall on Fish Market Street. When they received the news and went to catch him, he slipped away. Forget it. That's all a bluff. Do you really believe it? Not to mention that they don't know how to catch him. If Al Lang wanted to catch him, they could rush over to report before the troops even left the residence. Even if they really caught him, he would be secretly released by those people. Our Al Lang is an outsider, so he's at their mercy. Right now, that Sima Bai is still hiding there. Will anyone catch him? When I went to buy vegetables this morning, I heard from the people in the market that Sima Bai has already spread the word that the imperial envoy is a person of the imperial court. He can't touch him, but he will definitely use the heads of the entire family of the child who spoiled his plans as a sacrifice to the souls of his brothers. Yang Fan stood behind a tree and quietly listened to the conversation between the two family members of the provincial governor's estate. A trace of murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. A gust of wind blew, causing the branches and leaves to sway. A green insect used its countless legs to firmly cling onto the leaves and was currently sucking the sap. Yang Fan flicked his finger, and the green insect fell to the ground. Its body was curled up, but before it could flip over, a large foot stepped on it and crushed it,